Indeed, the first flight of the Airborne Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
fight for the Second Amendment never ends. In the halls of Congress and across the country, tyrants continue to infringe on our rights.
Gun Owners of America has taken extreme positions, including that civilian ownership of machine guns is protected under the Second Amendment.
Register automobiles. Creating a registry of lethal weapons is hardly an infringement on the Second Amendment.
With a fight this tough, gun owners need a lobby that can stand up to radical anti-gun politicians, tyrannical bureaucrats, and those who fund these attacks on our God-given rights. That lobby is Gun Owners of America.
And I think without organizations like GOA, we would be losing a lot more of our God-given constitutional rights in this country as it relates to the Second Amendment. That's period.
Gun Owners of America has never compromised in our entire history or in our mission. And if you want to know why not, I can tell you in 3 words. God-given rights.
There was a moment in time there where some of the other gun groups out there were drifting towards compromise. And Gun Owners of America was like the anchor that held and said, no, we're not going to negotiate against ourselves here. We're going to support and defend the Constitution.
Without Gun Owners of America, you really wouldn't see Congress fighting to defund the ATF. Yes, it's a popular tagline, but to actually hold these members of Congress accountable so that they actually put it in the bill, and then when push comes to shove, which priorities are they cutting when they're wheeling and dealing? Well, they don't compromise with our Second Amendment rights.
Gun Owners of America's no compromise mission means that we won't stop fighting until shall not be infringed means what it says.
So it's not a negotiable right, and Gun Owners of America understands that.
Gun Owners of America, you guys are here with us, writing legislation, showing us what's coming up. You are in the courts fighting for the American people.
I've actually told other, gun organizations, you guys need to be more like GOA. Because, these guys don't play games. They run to the sound of guns.
Gun Owners of America jumps into action quickly because they work with gun owners. They know gun owners, the problems that they face when government tries to cross the line. We can never let it happen.
When they say compromise up here, what they mean is you give up some of your liberties. So if you do start to compromise up here, you give these SOBs an inch, they will take a mile. You've got to be no compromise when it comes to the Second Amendment.
Welcome back to Day 2 of Goals. We're excited to continue celebrating 50 years of Gun Owners of America with all of you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2 of our 50th anniversary of No Compromise here at our Gun Owners Advocacy and Leadership Summit. Excited to see all of you. Excited all of you are tuning in as well. God bless you guys for being here. And now let us rise for the national anthem. Please be seated. Thank you guys again for coming out. Looking forward to celebrating again 50 years of No Compromise with each of you, and of course our Second Amendment. Our first speaker today has dedicated his career to protecting and restoring the Second Amendment. As Senior Vice President of our organization, GOA, he's helped lead the organization through some of the most consequential legislative battles and legal victories in our history, all while remaining committed to our founding principle of no compromise. He's also the author of Armed for Liberty, inspiring the next generation to understand and defend our constitutional freedoms. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our Senior Vice President, Eric Pratt.
Hey everybody, it is so good to be here. Sorry about that. Hadn't this been an incredible weekend already? Yeah, thank you all for being here. This has been fantastic. You know, we are commemorating a historic milestone. We're celebrating GOA's 50th anniversary. And as we've been celebrating, I've been thinking about something that, 50 years ago, there was a California state senator, H.L. Richardson, who founded Gun Owners of America. And together with our current president, Tim Macy, along with my father, many of you will remember, Larry Pratt, he led the organization as executive director for about 40 years. And by the way, he is here this weekend, if you didn't know, so make sure you come by the GOA booth because he'll be there, be there to say hello. But together, those three looked around and they saw that our Second Amendment rights were under attack. So they built an organization that was dedicated to preserving a way of life. They wanted to protect our right to keep and bear arms, and they wanted to do it without compromising our God-given rights. And so today, we're the stewards of what they built. And what a legacy it's been. I mean, consider the fact GOA has never, ever compromised in its 50 years. Even when others were saying that it was the practical thing to do, GOA would never go along with compromises that others were hatching. We've never supported so-called gun control light, things like background checks or gun-free zones. Even when others were willing to settle for that, we said, no, you don't compromise God-given rights. And not only that, GOA has been the premier organization going on offense. I mean, after all, some of you may know this, but GOA was the organization back in the 1990s that began pushing constitutional carry. And look, here we are now at 29 states, but we were pushing when others were saying, no, we want a permit system, even some in the gun movement, but we pushed anyway. And now we've got 29 states. Similar type thing recently, y'all will remember our battle to repeal the NFA taxes on suppressors and short-barreled firearms, even when others were telling us, no, it can't be done, it's a 100-year-old law, it's baked in the cake, and there's nothing we can do about it. But GOA fought and led the way, and we got those taxes repealed, and now we're suing to get the registration repealed as well. But see, that is the legacy that the founders of GOA built. That is the legacy that you helped us build, because look, we didn't do this all by ourselves. We did it with your help, with the help of our members. And so I want you to understand this, that we're not just celebrating 50 years because the fight is over. We're celebrating 50 years because the fight continues. And one of the fights that we're facing, of course, is right around the corner. This year's midterm elections is going to determine who writes our laws, who confirms our judges. So November is going to be very, very important. I mean, after all, GOA can win court battles and legislative victories, but all of us can't afford to sit out the elections that help determine what the battlefield's going to be. So it's really important to be informed, to be engaged, and when the time comes, to be sure to vote and not sit that out. Because at GOA, we have a tremendous agenda that we want to implement. We're fighting, for one thing, to make machine guns great again. So we are fighting to remove them from the National Firearms Act. We have helped draft legislation, and we're pushing that legislation in the Congress and in the states. We're fighting to abolish the federal gun registry that has your names in it. Now, the recent revelations show that it's 1.4 billion, with a B, 1.4 billion gun records of our names. So we want to abolish that. We're pushing that. And yes, ultimately, we want to abolish the ATF that houses those records. So that's an ambitious agenda. That's what we're fighting for. Those are big goals. But this morning, I want to suggest that some of the greatest battles that we may fight over the next 50 years, they're not going to happen in the courtroom. And you might think about it this way. Everybody, we're familiar with James Madison, the father of the Constitution, right? But before there was Madison, somebody invested in him, right? Does anybody know who it was that really invested and poured into James Madison? His name is John Witherspoon. Witherspoon was a Scottish pastor who was asked to become president of what is now Princeton University. And at first he said no. He didn't want to travel across the ocean and leave Scotland. I mean, that was a big sacrifice for him to leave what was familiar and move across the Atlantic to a young, uncertain America. But eventually, he and his wife did come, and thank God that they came here. Because Witherspoon didn't just educate students. He shaped leaders. And do you know who some of his students were? It's really an amazing list. One future president of the United States, that's James Madison, one vice president, 12 governors, 3 Supreme Court justices, 21 U.S. senators, and 39 members of the House of Representatives. I mean, think about that. One man, one classroom, one generation transformed. Before James Madison helped shape a nation, James Witherspoon helped shape James Madison. And so not only did he become president, he obviously did more than any other founding father to shape the Constitution that we have, hence his title, Father of the Constitution. But think about one of my favorite quotes of his comes from Federalist number 46, where he talks about how Americans possess a tremendous advantage over the people of almost every other nation. And why did he say we have that advantage? He said, because Americans are armed while governments in other nations were afraid to trust their own people with arms. But you see, convictions like that are fantastic, but they don't just arise out of thin air. Somebody taught them. Somebody invested in the next generation. And that's our assignment too. I mean, you see, GOA can win lawsuits, we can lobby Congress, we can defeat bad legislation and regulations, but none of that is going to matter if our grandchildren grow up believing that freedom is dangerous or that the Second Amendment is outdated. You know, that's why I authored a book last year. It's called Armed for Liberty, and I wrote this to educate young readers about Second Amendment rights. I wrote it from a biblical, constitutional, historical, and legal foundation. So yeah, it even looks at some of the recent Supreme Court cases. It's written for really at a middle school to high school level, but really, I mean, it'll benefit anybody of any age. And I will say this too, you can find this book at the GOA booth, and if you come by at 11 a.m., you can acquire one because I'm going to be doing a book signing at that time. But here's my point. Whether it comes through conversation, whether it's through reading a book, the point is the same. Someone has to pass liberty on. Because rights only survive when the next generation believes that they're worth defending. And so the battle for liberty isn't going to only be fought in courtrooms. It's going to be won one heart at a time. It's won at the gun range when you take a friend shooting for the first time and they now understand that the media has been lying to them the whole time about firearms. It's one in our churches when we remind the next generation that liberty is a gift from God, not a privilege handed out by the government. And it's one in living rooms and dinner tables around the country when you teach your children and your grandchildren not just what the Second Amendment says, but why it exists. You know, when our kids were growing up, my wife and I would make it a priority we would have breakfast and dinner together. We would talk with our kids. Usually it would start off with reading the Bible. We'd read a Bible passage or a chapter, but we also talked a lot about what was going on in the news. And sometimes I would kind of take the opposite position, be the devil's advocate, and I would start prompting them, or not prompting them, but challenging them to see how they would respond. And I remember in particular one time after a mass shooting, and I don't remember which one it was in particular, but I asked them, what do you think should be done to stop things like this from happening? And I kind of came at it from the perspective of the antis, just, you know, prodding them to see how were they going to respond. And as we went around the table, I was so pleased, I was so blessed to hear them saying, you know, it was a real shame that there wasn't a teacher there who had a firearm and could stop that bad guy. And so none of them went the gun control route. Each one of them went the route of there needs to be good guys or gals with guns to stop it. And so anyway, next day around the water cooler at work, you know, I was talking about how we had this discussion the day before, and a buddy of mine said, hey, that's a really good idea. I'm going to go home and ask my kids that question too. And so the next day I asked him, I said, how did it go? And he goes, it didn't go well at all. He's like, they came at me with, you know, we need gun bans and more background checks and this and that. Like none of them said anything about a good guy having a gun. And I said, well, what are you going to do about it? And he said, well, I've got a stack of papers here and research, and I'm going to be talking about this with them for the next several days. And he did that, you know. He got down to business and started discipling his kids and having follow-up conversations. But you see, this just underscores the problem. We can't just assume that our kids and our grandkids are going to inherit our views. You have to teach those values. You have to train them in those values. See, every child is going to be discipled by someone. The only question is, by whom is that child being trained or discipled? Or put it another way, if we don't teach our children why liberty matters, then someone else will be teaching them why it doesn't. The generation that founded GOA handed us a tremendous legacy. Our responsibility is to leave an even greater legacy for the next generation. Because see, if we pass down our guns without passing on our convictions, our grandchildren will keep neither one. Regardless, GOA is going to continue fighting in the courts, we're going to be fighting in Congress, and we'll keep fighting the bureaucracy. But only you can preserve and shape the next generation. And if we do that faithfully, then you know what? Then 50 years from now, when we celebrate our centennial at GOA, then not only will we be celebrating what GOA accomplished in these next 50 years, we'll be celebrating what each one of us passed on. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you for being members of GOA and fighting alongside of us. I hope you will enjoy the rest of the convention. And my prayer is that God will continue to bless the work that we're doing, that He'll bless you, your families, the discussions that you're going to have with your children and your grandchildren. And we certainly ask for blessings on the United States of America. So I hope to see you all at 11 a.m. there at the GOA booth. Come and take a look. I hope to see every one of you there. Thank you, everybody. God bless.
Hi everyone, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert from Colorado's 4th District, and this is my 3rd term in Congress, and I am the proud co-chair of the Second Amendment Caucus. I am so excited that you were all gathering here for Gun Owners of America's 50th anniversary in Des Moines, Iowa. I certainly wish that I could be there with you, but I know that you are going to leave this and be more encouraged and more informed than ever before. I hope that you go out and continue to defend our most precious constitutional right, the Second Amendment, which without it, we could not defend any other. Gun Owners of America is proven to be a defender of freedom, to be a defender of the rights of the people. And with all of you in the room, I know that we will continue this fight and secure these rights for generations to come.
Excellent. Thank you to our allies, of course, that are representing we the people, like Lauren Boebert. Thank you to our Senior Vice President, Eric Pratt. And our next speaker represents one of America's premier institutions dedicated to preserving our nation's founding principles. As a member of the Hillsdale College team, he's passionate about educating Americans on the Constitution, liberty, and the ideals that have shaped our republic. Please welcome Matt Little from Hillsdale College.
Good morning, everybody. My first thing I want to do this morning is thank the GOA for allowing me to speak and talk a little bit about Hillsdale College and what we do. Personal thanks to Lee Gibson and Eric Pratt, who invited me to talk up here. Our organization and what we're going to talk about this morning is kind of a boots on the ground type of organization, Hillsdale College. So from one of our excerpts in our publications, and I'll read you this. From its founding, Hillsdale College has offered the kind of education that preserves the blessings of liberty. The John Anthony Halter Shooting Center extends this mission by teaching both the shooting sports and the foundational principles of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. So for those of you that don't know Hillsdale College, we're a small liberal arts college in southern Michigan. We're only 10 miles from Ohio, and we're 10 miles from Indiana, to give you an idea of where we are at. I'm the director of the Halter Shooting Center. It's one of the largest shooting centers in the country. Believe it or not. How can that happen at a college? So we're partners with USA Shooting at the Olympic level, and our mission, simply put, is to teach. So we teach shooting fundamentals. It's about dreams, it's about goals, but we're the guys with boots on the ground talking to kids, talking to adults about the Second Amendment and our heritage and how that all fits together. And we do a considerable amount of that. I gave a talk to some of the regents at the college here a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about different things in our hunting heritage and how that fits together, of course, with the Second Amendment. They wanted to know, how much do I do? What do I, how many kids are you teaching out here? So those of you that are in the shooting world, there's a program out there, USA Clays. So we shoot clays, we shoot pistol, we shoot rifle, we shoot air guns. Actually starting to get into competitions for BB guns, of all things, for kids. So they asked me, how much do you do? Our USA Clays program that we support upwards of about 250 kids in the local area around us, from about April 1st through May 30th, shot approximately 740 rounds of American trap. So we do a little bit. And that whole thing is about teaching. It's about teaching the Second Amendment. It's about teaching gun handling skills, safety, respect, and last but not least, patriotism. So we're very staunch about that, very staunch supporters, and we make no bones about it. Hillsdale College does not take any federal or state funding at all. So we're self-funded through a generous donation program. Some of you may have heard of us. Some of you may have even got our publication. It's called the Imprimis. So the Imprimis goes out to just over 7 million people on a monthly basis. And it talks about current events, it talks about Second Amendment rights, all kinds of different things. It's a quick and easy read. Usually about 15 minutes it takes me to read it because I'm slow. So, but let me tell you a little bit more about the Halter Center as we go forward here. The Halter Center is about 125 acres. We have 8 American trap fields. We've got 4 skeet fields that are combination both international and American. We just have to do some changes to make that happen. We have, which is kind of one of our big things, is we have bunker fields. So bunker fields are international trap. And those bunker fields, we have 5, and we're the largest in the country for that. So it fits in with our USA partnership. So we have Olympians that come and practice all the time at our place. But make no mistake, we teach, and we teach at that level, at the very highest levels of competition, which is the Olympics. And then we also teach at the very beginning levels as well. In fact, I had a young man out last week that was 12 years old, and I was teaching how to shoot shotgun. And he had shot a little bit, but not a lot. Did really well. In fact, I think he shows some promise. So our teams, our sport teams, we've got about 60 student athletes on a shotgun program that's won the Shotgun Nationals the last 8 out of 13 years. We've got an action pistol team that shoots now USPSA, for those of you familiar with that, United States Practical Shooting Association. They've won the Nationals the last 2 out of 4 years. And now up and coming with our new building, our new Nimrod complex, trying to get that off the ground with a precision team. We do have an Olympian now on staff that's helping teach, and he's a 3-position pistol shooter, air, and then small bore 22. So he won he's a para-athlete, and he won silver in Paris for US. And first time that a para-athlete has won in the shooting venues in 42 years. So that's part of our program, is to get that program going. And he's a very important part of that. So we shoot all kinds of different things. We teach at a grassroots level. We're teaching the kids about safe gun handling and firearms and competition and camaraderie and how to be productive adults. And it all fits together at the end of the day. We'll throw about 2.5 million clays this year. We'll shoot somewhere between 4 and 5 million pistol and rifle rounds. In excess of 1 million pellets. We shoot all kinds of different disciplines, scholastic clays, USPSA, national sporting clays, American trap, American skeet, so a bunch of different things. But you know, going forward, I just wanted everybody to know that what we do is teach. Our mission is very simple. We're part of Hillsdale College, and all of my staff, with the exception of my people that run the restaurant and a couple of my admin people, if you want to work for me at the Halter Center, you're going to have to teach. And you're going to have to teach about the Second Amendment. You're going to have to teach about gun handling and safe and respect and patriotism and that's all part of what we do on a regular basis. I've estimated that we will run somewhere between, not all shooters, but we'll have somewhere between 40 and 50,000 visitors this year through the Halter Center. So it's an operation, it's a big operation. We have places for people to stay on site. We've got a grill there, so a lot of different venues that we can go through. More importantly is teaching our kids, and just like Eric said previously, teaching our kids about you can't just assume that because you're a shooter and you're gonna hand down your guns to your kids or your grandkids. You can't just assume that they're going to be Second Amendment supporters. There's a lot of people out there that own guns that aren't Second Amendment supporters. Probably Nancy Pelosi. You know, so you know, we have to, at a grassroots level, and that's where I'm at, is at that grassroots level, we have to be able to teach our children, our grandchildren, the next generation coming up, because we're here to preserve this. We want it for the next generation. So the only thing that I can ask the audience out here that's listening, both here and then online, is don't ever give up. We have to continue. It's a marathon. So continue to talk and continue to go out to your local clubs and talk to the kids, and everything from 4-H to American Legion to hunter safety classes, all of those things that we do at the Halter. So I think in closing, when we talk about Hillsdale College and the Halter Shooting Center, you know, we shoot for a living. We teach for a living. And we're teaching the Second Amendment. We're teaching about patriotism. You know, and I talk to a lot of people across different platforms about what we do at Hillsdale College. And I guess in closing, another thank you to the gun owners of America, and keep up your good work out there. And look at Hillsdale College. We'd love to have another couple of different venues out there that are like Hillsdale College. And in closing, I'll say this one last thing, is that Hillsdale College and the Halter Shooting Center is your Second Amendment. We shoot for a living. We teach for a living. We are your Second Amendment. So thank you again. I appreciate gun owners to allow me to speak up here today. And everybody have a great show. It's fantastic. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, real America. Ted Nugent reporting for duty, celebrating the 250th anniversary of the only real freedom, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, quality of life in the history of the human experience. And I want to celebrate 50 years of Gun Owners of America, because the Gun Owners of America, not just the organization, but the families who are Gun Owners of America, know we have an intellectual, constitutionally guaranteed, God-given individual right to keep and bear arms, and the spiritual duty to keep and bear arms to protect our sacred gift of life. Gun Owners of America, happy 50th anniversary. I'm proud to be a life member of Gun Owners of America.
That's the legend Ted Nugent right there. Round of applause. You know, we had Matt Little from Hillsdale College up here just speaking, which makes me want to shout out a couple of our groups that we really like to promote, like 2A Defenders, which is a college outreach program, a student outreach program for, you know, senior high schoolers up through college age, where we're ultimately looking to engage with this younger generation to discuss the significance of our Second Amendment and why it's so valuable and worth protecting. On top of that, There's something about firearms technology, like we're about to see with this next panel, that really excites me because I've always had an attraction to firearms because you've got this small explosion taking place by your face and you feel empowered when you're shooting a gun, just like with Empower 2A, our women's outreach organization or group, because women are the fastest growing demographic of gun owners. So get out there, ladies, get out there, get shooting. It's all about preserving life, saving families, and of course, preserving our Second Amendment. Firearms innovation, our technology and innovation panel, we've got something truly special here because we've got big leaders from within the industry. Innovation has always been a part of the American firearms story, from improving reliability and accuracy to developing new technology that better serves responsible gun owners. The industry continues to evolve because of people willing to push it forward. This next panel brings together leaders from some of the most respected names in the firearms industry to discuss where we've been, where we're headed, and what's next for the firearms technology we all know and love. Please welcome our Firearms Technology and Innovation panel, Adam Renola from Canik. There he is. We've got Drew Markle from One Horse. We saw the product launch yesterday where One Horse is incorporating pretty much FRTs in their ARs. It's awesome. Jared Ream from Dead Air. Awesome suppressors, by the way. Bill Osborne with Third Bay. And our moderator for this panel is the co-host of our State of the Second podcast, John Farner.
So technology drives our industry. So I want to go down the line and see what you guys have invested in this year and to make your products better and what technologies we've invested in this year. So we'll start with Adam and work our way on down.
First off, good morning. Thank you guys for having us. Thank you guys for being here. For Canik, the important thing has been realizing that there's always going to be opportunity to do things better. And sometimes you have to put pride aside and say, for the betterment of the community, for the betterment of the industry, and for the betterment of your company, maybe you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So for us this year, it's really been a focus, actually over the last couple of years, on collaborations. So you've seen what we did. We obviously did it with TTI. This year, we were very fortunate to do it with Radian Weapon System and the new Prime Radian. And then also, we have had the opportunity to do it with our suppressors. There's some amazing suppressor manufacturers up here. Unfortunately, some other companies maybe got to them first. But we were able to partner with Otter Creek Labs for our suppressor line. And it's been a very, very beneficial opportunity to rising tides lifted all ships. So the collaboration side of understanding that sometimes we don't necessarily have to compete, but actually collaborate. And for us, that has helped take our product from A product to A+ product in certain new launches.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I would say at One Horse, the largest investment this year in firearms and technology innovation has been risk. So we have invested in a ton of risk. We have invested in new technology that has been held back in this industry for many years. And I think, one of the things for us is we want to continue to invest in items that are outside the norm, but are completely legal. And we believe that those items should be brought to market. So I think that's one of the things, when we say technology and innovation, I think innovation is taking some risk, taking some real risk of companies that have been held back for many, many years and produce new products that the public is asking for.
Yeah, I think, Adam hit on something whenever he said, collaboration, because you're seeing that a lot more now in the industry. Of course, we're collaborating on a number of things with Ruger. And, you see Ruger collaborating with Magpul, but you're seeing that a lot more across the industry. But I think really for us this year, it's been keeping up with demand. The suppressor category is, it's just booming right now. We'll see how long that lasts, but, keeping up with demand, making sure we're supplying the products to the consumers. So it's been a challenge for us. It's been a challenge for a lot of people in the industry. So.
And for us, we recently moved our factory out of Washington State. My wife's an attorney, and she gave me good advice. We need to move to Oklahoma. So we've set up our factory there. We're still moving in, but we've been ramping up the product. The demand for ounce has been strong, so we're trying to meet that demand. If people aren't familiar with the ounce pistol, ounceoz.com, it's very different, I think, and if you're here at the show, if you get a chance to see us, we are on the floor, and would love to show it to you.
Now, Adam, and Jared, and even Drew, you guys have done huge collaborations this year. A lot of people think that companies don't want to work together, and we're seeing that trend go that way. Why are we seeing this trend of collaboration across brands going on? But I'll leave it open to any of you to answer.
Yeah, for me, I think it's a pretty simple answer, and that is we're all passionate about what we do. We care. You know, while we all want to win, I want to come in first. You know, it's not a fun race unless there's other people involved, right? Like, so sometimes it's less about coming in first and finishing the race. And I think that's what's really important is we all go out there, and I buy our competitors' stuff, not because I'm just going to do research on it, but because I actually want it. So when you see something out there that's good, sometimes the quickest path to success and the most affordable path to success and the way to deliver it to the customer and the best value is to work with somebody. And if they've done it good, if they've done it well, if they've done it better than anybody else, and they're willing to work with you, that's the path right now. It needs to stop being so combative and more collaborative. And so that's really, for us, the path we decided to take, because truly for the consumer, that's what's best.
Yeah, and I think when we all open our safes, it's not just our products in the safes. So, you have an appreciation across the industry for, what people do. And, we certainly have our areas that we're very good at in dead air, and other companies have their areas that they're good at as well, too. So I think, you bring those together in a collaboration, it makes, not only our products better, but the industry as a whole a lot better.
Yeah, and I think to go on that, accessories need a platform. So, when you partner with accessory manufacturers that are looking for a platform for their device, product, whatever it is to go on, the consumer knows the different platforms and they know the different accessories, and to ride together, and go to the top, I think that's one of the big things in this market. And I'm glad the market's seen it. I'm glad suppressor companies aren't making rifles. I'm glad that rifles are buying suppressors. And it's really cool to see that the larger platforms, such as a Dead Air, are willing to partner with others. So I think it's a really good thing for the marketplace.
Now, I've got Bill and Drew here who have started new companies in the last few years. You guys took a risk to come out with Bill with a new innovative product, and Drew just pulling a brand and then partnering up with an FRT company. How is it like starting off a new company? And then from you two as well, Adam, you brought Canic in when it was not very well known. I just want to get your guys' thoughts on bringing new products to the market from a startup point and see how the market reacts and the fear and the nervousness inside.
I have almost 4 decades of experience in research and development, but very little to none in running a business, running a company. So for me personally, it's been challenging learning those aspects, as well as coming into a new industry. I grew up on a farm. We hunted to eat, so I'm very familiar with firearms technology from that perspective, but wasn't steeped in it like many other people are. So there were a lot of challenges for me that way. What I saw was a market need where, a personal story, a relative of mine was raped twice in her apartment. And it made me, as a research and development engineer, want to study the market and try to understand why people who probably should be carrying something and have that available to them to defend themselves, why they aren't currently carrying. So I wanted to make a product that would be more attractive to people who aren't currently, a part of Gun Owners of America, for example, but they're sitting on the sides, but they should be a part of this, right? They should have something to be able to defend themselves should the event arise. So I started with a clean sheet of paper and tried to address some of those concerns. Ounce is the first product that's come out to try to address those. I won't say it's a perfect product, but I think people, if they look at it, they'll say, wow, that is very different. And the feedback from our customer base has been great so far.
I mean, I think one of the things for us was in this industry, I mean, there's no shortage of ideas in this industry. There's thousands of ideas every day. I think the shortage in this industry is the individuals willing to take the risk to absorb it. So if you can absorb the risk, there's a ton of opportunity in this industry. But I don't say the only opportunity left, but one of the major opportunities left in this industry are those willing to take the risk. And I mean, it's definitely not a capability problem. There's hundreds of companies in this industry that are capable. It's a risk allocation problem. There's too few companies that are willing to take the risk to drop new products. It's like when you talk about the FRS world, you know, we have to give a shout out to Hoffman Tactical. You got to give a shout out to the Atrius guys, which obviously we partnered up with Atrius to launch this new rifle. But when you look at capital and the ability to bring a company up, these guys don't have the capital. One, they don't have the capital to fight, so they don't have the capital to fight the litigation. They don't have the capital to fight the regulatory risk. And think about this, everybody in the room, we're the only industry, one of the only industries that you can build an entire company. You can build that company for 5 years and you can be reverse litigated out of business. So you can literally look out, and I'm building this big company right now, we're building it, and I can stare into a black hole. And it's the only industry like that. So you have to have risk takers that can latch onto that and go forward with it. And these smaller guys, the Hoffmans, the Atrius, these guys, they don't have the capital to do it. So we're a platform that can accept the accessory, and then we were willing to take the risk to do that. So I think that's one of the major things in this industry is being willing to take risk.
First off, you have to applaud. That's the American dream, right? Like, these guys are looking at something, whether it's because you're inspired by traumatic events and like, hey, I have to do something, or you are a dreamer. That's what it's about. You know, for Canik, the story is actually kind of similar. It's the American dream from abroad. I mean, Canik was acquired. It was a small, basically what's considered an FFL in Turkey, out of an automotive shop, an actual car repair shop happened to have this. They owned freezer trucks. That's how this got started, the SYS group. They bought it in 2012, Century Arms started distributing. And it was a very small startup company, you know, just a dream. So now we actually have invested in a 162,000 square foot facility in West Palm Beach, Florida, that runs 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, employs over 400 people. And this has all happened over the last couple of years. I mean, it's a dream. And you have to, like you said, you have to be willing to take that risk. But ultimately, it comes to the people sitting in this room and the people watching online. Without the investment, without the support, that cannot happen. You have to have the liquidity in order to be able to do that, to be able to take that gamble. And it is a gamble. And that's why Gun Owners of America is so important. There has to be somebody fighting to say, hey, listen, we want you to stare into that black abyss, but we're going to stand there with you, and we're going to fight for it, because ultimately, as a community, as a country, without us fighting for it, that black abyss it gets bigger and darker and scarier. So we have to continue fighting. We don't have innovation if we don't have the Second Amendment, and without the Second Amendment, we don't have a country. So to me, it's on all of us to fight that fight and to take that risk.
Yeah, and you know, I'm going to offer a little different perspective here because, you know, in a category that's just really getting big now, you know, we're kind of the existing guys where we're seeing hundreds of new suppressor companies come out. So, you know, and it tends to, there's a lot of debate internally, you know, sometimes when that happens, it's a race to the bottom. So, you know, do you change your core DNA of who you are? And, you know, really, you know, it starts to become a race to the bottom, but, you know, we're maintaining our positioning of who we are as a premium suppressor brand. You know, we have a lot of experience. Mike Pappas, of course, he started Silencer Co. and, you know, left there and decided to start, you know, dead air silencers. So, you know, we have a lot of experience internally. We've made our mistakes and we've learned our lessons on, you know, silencer manufacturing. So, you know, we're keeping our core DNA, and, you know, we welcome the competition because it's great to see, you know, that side of the business expanding, and, you know, it's really good for the industry. So,
I heard a lot about risk. Right. Where do you feel as a company, we see these trends, they flow up and down. Where do you feel like you got to take that risk and then that fear of, is this product going to hit or did we miss that trend?
I think one of the biggest ones is always caliber. Caliber. Everybody talks about they want a 10 millimeter. Okay, we're going to make a 10 millimeter. And you make it, are you going to buy the 10 millimeter? You look at, I remember the very first pistol I bought, and this will date me a little bit, I was so excited about it, the 40 cal. The 40 cal was it. It was changing the game, right? And it was going to be the most revolutionary thing ever. Now, good luck trying to find 40 cal on the shelf, I think that's one of the biggest ones. So I think as a community, we need to understand where that comes from and why we're doing it. And ultimately, though, it's fun. It's fun. You want to spark the interest. But as a manufacturer, you have to say, all right, if we're going to invest in this, is it going to have a return? Because ultimately, a bad decision there can have colossal damage.
Well, I love how you brought up ammo, and that's one of those things. Everybody wants innovation. The ammo market is one of those things that can be quickly innovated. But as manufacturers, when do you pick up that caliber? Because is there ammo support available? Are the ammo companies going to push it? So when do you make that decision?
I'll defer, but collaboration, that's to me.
Well, I don't know, but I'm going to go into what we see as the biggest risk is lack of innovation and just being comfortable where you are. Because if you don't continue to innovate in this industry, somebody will overtake you. Because there are a lot of hungry companies out there, and there are a lot of companies that really want to overtake you. So if you're not innovating, you're not moving forward, you're going to die off. So lack of innovation, I would say, is the biggest risk in this industry.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, I think it's not that big guys can't innovate. It's just that it's irrational for them to innovate. So when you look at some of the large conglomerates in our industry, and you don't look at the small guys, it's completely irrational for them to innovate. They've got quarter numbers to make. They've got products to turn. They've got legacy products. They've got Gen 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And they just keep rolling. Because what does it do? It keeps putting money on their books. It's revenue, it's capital, they keep churning. Then their shareholders are happy, everybody's happy. I mean, I think the biggest thing in this industry is risk and repeat. You just do it again. You take risk, you move on. The caliber conversion is nutty. I mean, we could talk calibers for days and days and days. Guys, in the rifle world, I mean, 5.56, 300 blackout, don't talk me into anything else. There's no other caliber out there. And when you look at it from an industry, you have to have the caliber support, so we have to have the ammunition. If you can't buy it, if it's $6 a round, it won't be uptaken. There's just no possibility. It's not in the consumer's mind to do that. But again, with innovation, you have to support the smaller companies. And I'm not saying the big guys, you have to support them as well, but the innovation a lot of times comes from a smaller group. And then some of the big guys take up the innovation. They purchase it, they buy it, then they can make it a more efficient process, make it more accessible to more people. And that's one of the things we did with the Atrius group. Make the selector more accessible. Make it a platform, make it more accessible to more people, and get it out there into the public. So, I mean, that's what I would say on innovation.
A lot of times innovation takes a lot of time, a lot of patience. For bigger companies, I know I worked for a large company for many years, and they would grow impatient with the development of the technology, whereas if we'd stuck with it a little bit longer, I think it would have eventually borne fruit. So it's difficult from a business management standpoint to justify the investment a lot of times, and you really need to understand that when you're going for it, you'll run into roadblocks, and you've got to give it time to get through those. It's hard to put on a schedule.
Well, speaking, innovative products, a lot of people spend a lot of time designing something and things, and then there's the court of public opinion. So when you're throwing something out there, and we've seen companies throw out guns with curves in it and weird things like that, you put a lot of time, money, investment into something cool that you think is cool. When it goes to market, if it doesn't hit, how does that make you guys feel? Or, you guys got to be like, oh no, here we go. We think this is cool. So has there been one that you guys have come out with and you're just like, oh no, the court of public opinion is not liking this?
Why is everybody looking at me? This is the question I definitely want to have no part of, yeah. There's always going to be things that aren't everybody's cup of tea, right? But I think it's important as a manufacturer to put yourself in the shoes of the consumer. And if you believe in something to go to market with it, I think you have to stay the course and give it a fair chance. I really do. I think that's important because it may be a couple different things. It may be that it's just a dog, right? It may just be a crap product. It may be that people don't actually understand the validity of it yet. So now it's on you. It's as a company, as a gun advocate, as an enthusiast, to convey that message. Tell them why it was so important that men and women spent hours and millions of dollars to invest this product. And if you're not willing to do that, then you should have never brought it to market in the first place. There's always going to be pushback, like you said. It makes sense for big companies to stay the course. We're never going to have something new and innovative. Think about even something, it's older now, but the P90 or the MP5. If somebody had said, hey, we're going to do this, why? Why? Well, first off, because it's damn cool, but secondly, because there needs to be a level of innovation. And so to me, I think sometimes it's just, maybe it's ahead of its time, and then maybe it's a dog.
I mean, I think for us, with the FRS category, it's just getting on stage and telling everybody that FRS is legal, FRT is legal, it's 100% legal. You can buy the rifles, you can shoot them, you can own them. There's nothing wrong with them. And I think it takes people that have the ability to stand on stage and say the things that other people don't want to say. And anybody in the industry that's here in this room, we all sit at the Circle Bar at SHOT Show, and we all talk about everything that we want to do, and then nobody does it. You've got to have the people that are willing to do it. And you got to have the people that are willing to speak up and obviously be protected by these guys. But you've got to have the guys that are willing to get up and do it and release it and take the risk. And everybody on this stage at one point took the risk. I mean, even things as I say as simple as suppressors. But everybody took the risk. And even you use, I'm going to keep picking on dead air, but guys that have been around forever. And now you do see the hundreds of companies showing up to the doorstep. But these are the legacy brands. These are the guys that fought for this stuff early on. So I also say remember these guys when you go to look for products.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's, it's the job of marketers to really communicate, what the benefits are. In the silencer category, of course, quieting the shots and making a quiet product is very important, and I think across the industry we're all doing a good job of that. But we really at Dead Air we really look at the whole user experience. Does it reduce recoil? Does it reduce your flash signature? The materials that it's made of, is it going to last a long time? So we really look at that stuff, and sometimes if the conversation isn't going there with the consumer, it's our job to really bring that up. So if you're not getting your message out there, it is the job of marketing to do that. So,
well, now it is time for Q&A. So there are mics. If you'd like to go ask a question to the folks up here, please step up and ask.
So I have an opinion, and that's that from it's the firearm industry from the beginning of the cannon and the iteration on the cannon, which was ultimately resulted in the development of the mass production of the musket, which used to take a month to make, and now you can make it out of interchangeable parts. And what happened over the course of time was increased precision. And then in 1939, I think the Miller decision imposed the in common use test. And common use is an issue for innovators. And that's that if something isn't in common use, then it can be stopped. And so how are you folks working to get something commonly used so it doesn't get pulled from the market?
Make more and more and more. And then you guys have to buy it. So if you want common use, buy the products. That is the only way this gets done. and it is critical in this industry. It is critical for us, 100%.
My turn. Well, thank you for coming out. I was actually going to make the joke about the 10mm Canic, but I'm glad I didn't. And I want to thank One Horse. That's going to be on my next AR purchase for sure. But my question is will we see a TTI Combat with an FRT in it?
Oh, God. Sorry, we're out of time. Yeah. Man, you know, you and I are fighting in the lobby after this. Yeah. So, you know, right now, on the Canic side, we are willing to push the envelope on anything. I have to applaud men, patriots like this that are willing to take that risk. You know, it's so cool. As a gun guy, I sure as hell hope so, right? As a company, there's definitely got to be the evaluation, but my hope is that you're making this more commonplace, that it's now not as taboo, and I hope that as an entire industry, we stay focused on the fact that we're not doing anything wrong. So I hope so. I do. Thanks for getting me fired.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll take the hits. It's okay.
Well, I think that wraps up our Q&A, unless anybody else on stage has anything left to say.
Just thank you. Thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank you for being here. Without you, we're nothing. So, like you said, how do we make something commonplace? It's you. Ultimately, we can make 10 million of them. If you guys aren't buying them, we're dead. We're dead in the water, so thank you.
I agree. Thank you, and none of us would be here without your support. So thank you very much, everyone.
Stop by and see us too. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Big shout out to everybody watching at home, by the way. Collectively, yesterday we had over 220,000 views, and we are paying attention to the comment section, to the chat, and there's something that I want to address really quick as well, because even though it's still under investigation, we witnessed another tragedy take place yesterday. What we're seeing being commented about on the live stream, though the situation still unclear, still unfolding, from what we could tell, an ordinary citizen armed with a suppressed pistol stopped evil. What we could tell, of taking it upon himself, an armed and prepared citizen that obviously trains with a suppressed pistol, stopped evil. Evil exists, ladies and gentlemen, and how you respond to it, not if, but when it comes knocking, is completely up to you. We at Gun Owners of America are no compromise. We are all about arming and defending the Second Amendment and those of us that want to support it. Take it upon yourself to arm yourself with some of the best quality firearms. We heard from quite a few fantastic manufacturers today. Take it upon yourself, as you've heard from several great instructors as well this weekend, to seek quality training. Become an asset to society and not a liability. That's what we're going to say about that. Thank you again for everybody commenting. We are seeing you on the live stream. Thank you again to over 220,000 of you that viewed. Thank you to all of you that are here presently with us. And don't forget, too, as we like to arm Americans, we are giving away quite a bunch of cool things for every 250 tickets at the door, so you might want to pay attention to that also. I'm going to be introducing 5150 for a new product as well. So let's go ahead and get 5150 out here on the stage.
I have my lovely assistant here with me today. The Cliff Notes version on 5150, because I only have 2 minutes, and contrary to popular belief, gentlemen, 2 minutes is not a long time. 5150 got our start in the aftermath of 7/7/16 when the 5 officers got killed in Dallas. We started doing crazy one-off builds for veteran and first responder charity work, and year to date, we're almost at $500,000 for veterans and first responders. Through my work with anti-trafficking units and law enforcement, we developed the Delta IS. I had a unit, and I cannot mention the agency. They're currently getting into engagements from inside their vehicle out. So they needed something short, fast, light, and especially quiet. So after we demoed our existing rifle, they said, okay, this thing's perfect, but we still need quieter. So on my ride back to Austin from the agency, we said, okay, hold my beer, we're gonna make it quieter. So we developed the IS, integral suppression. So the initial stage coming off of the barrel is where all of the noise is really taken up. Once all the gas does a 360-degree loop, it comes out into the second stage of the can, and it is movie quiet. In 300 blackout, it is sub 120 decibels, which is hearing safe inside a vehicle. For me to tell you every feature of our platform in 2 minutes is going to be an exercise in futility, but listening to these fine gentlemen behind me while I was in the green room, when we got our start and officially launched to the public in 2022, we were answering questions nobody asked yet. But because we base our platforms on veterans and first responder input, we're able to bring the public the exact same firearm that we deploy nationwide for law enforcement, and this being one of them. We have multiple patents on this rifle because the AR platform has not been changed since 1956 when Stoner came out with it. So listening to the agents and the officers and the veterans, we eliminated the takedown pins. So we have a rapid action cam that unlocks the gun in seconds, but it has a byproduct that we did not intend. We changed the recoil pulse of the AR-15 so there's no muzzle rise. There's barely any recoil. This year we introduced our Synchro, a true ambidextrous control system that we do have a patent on. It's a mirror image for both left and right-handed shooters. And unlike other manufacturers, we actually take care of the lefties, and we have left-handed injecting uppers as well. Full-length Arca rail handguard, and if anybody's played around with T-nuts on accessories, you've either gotten carpal tunnel syndrome or you've just gotten mad and thrown the screws across the aisle. So on our full-length Arca rail handguard, we have threaded holes in between the M-lock slots. So if you're shooting SBRs, you can actually bridge the M-lock slot and direct connect with the same screw that they provide you in the package. The rifle that this gentleman's holding on to has a short throw safety we redesigned because of military and law enforcement requirements to have a 90-degree throw on the safety at fire. This one goes from 30 degrees to 90, just so we can still have that fast take-up, fast make-up shots while they're on the move, and it functions flawlessly. You'll notice that our mag well is a little bit different than everybody else's. Again, with that input, especially competition shooters, everybody knows that tactical flip, that silly thing you see on social media. Yep, he just did it, it was great. So we ended up shortening our mag well by 1 inch. And last year, if you were at the show, you noticed that our mag well was curved. We were getting input again from operators that was getting caught on their kit. Hold my beer, we're just gonna change it again. So we shaved it off and made it straight across. So you're still getting that fast lockup. Mags are dropping like a stone, even empty, and we're going from there. Again, this is actually the prototype that we developed for the agency that I spoke about earlier. So we added cable management along the top of our handguards, so anybody that's running clip-ons or lasers or any nonsense like that, it's nice and compact and clean. Ventilation holes, obviously, for heat and weight reduction. This rifle, as it sits in his hands, is just over 5 pounds. All of our stuff is made in the United States. Innovation is what we do. We are purpose-built and mission-driven. So the days of putting lipstick on a pig on a standard mil-spec gun are gone. If you guys have an opportunity, stop down and talk to us down at booth 2704. You can't miss it. It's a giant sheet metal booth next to Brownells. That way we can actually show you all of the features and benefits of our product. You can pick up a t-shirt and engage with our crew. We're always looking forward to talking with everybody that's here. And we appreciate Goals for having us. You guys are the organization that actually puts your money where your mouth is. I thank you all. Have a great show.
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually really cool, feeling that kind of stuff, like I said, excites me earlier. So I love guns. That's why I'm part of Gun Owners of America. Our next speaker, I'm excited to introduce. She's a nationally recognized political commentator. She's an author. She's the host of Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered on Blaze Media. Known for her fearless commentary and unwavering commitment to faith, freedom, and the Constitution, she's become one of the leading voices in conservative media. Please welcome the unfiltered Sarah Gonzalez.
What is up, Iowa? I am so excited to be here with you guys today. I'm also excited, I want to give a shout out to everyone who's watching the live stream on Rumble. Drop an American flag in the chat if you guys are watching right now and excited to be joining us virtually today. So I am so excited to be here because it's events like these that I'm just like, I know that I'm talking to my people. Like, you guys are my people, right? Gun Owners of America is my people. I fully support this organization, and I love being here because I know that I am talking to fellow freedom lovers, talking to fellow patriots, talking to fellow gun owners, unless, if it's the government asking. I lost all of mine in a terrible boating accident. It was horrible. I don't know where they went. But in all seriousness, the Second Amendment has always been important in my life. I mean, I think, when you're born and raised and you're lucky to have conservative parents, you just kind of inherently, that it's important, but you don't always reflect on how important it is. And so I grew up as a daughter to a hunter, and it was one of those things that I knew I should appreciate, but I never really put it into perspective until I had a crazy ex. And I don't know if any of you have had crazy exes as well, but circling my house late at night, parking in front of it late at night for long stints, digging through my trash cans outside, and it became very scary. And as a young female, I quickly realized the idea of a 6'3" man coming and swooping in the middle of the night was a very bad situation for me. Like, I would not stand a chance. And I remember asking my dad, I think I was, a couple years out of college, and I said, I really think it's time for me to look into buying my first gun to protect myself. And I bought my first gun, and I haven't stopped buying them since. I keep telling my husband, until the safe is full, we can buy more. And then you just get a new safe. But on a serious note, I know they mentioned it earlier. I want to talk about what happened in Twin Falls, Idaho yesterday. Obviously, I'm sure you guys saw the news. A bad guy with a gun starts shooting seemingly randomly outside of an In-N-Out restaurant in Idaho. Several people were killed, which my prayers go out to the families of those affected. How devastating. But what happened in Twin Falls, Idaho is really the prime example of why the Second Amendment exists and is so important in this country. Because as what was said before, evil will always exist. It will always exist. But what happened in Twin Falls, Idaho, what the media doesn't want you to know, what it will pain CNN and MSNBC to tell you, is that the carnage could have been far worse had it not been for a good guy with a gun. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that within seconds, a good guy came in and returned fire. And the details still remain unclear on, whether it was the good guy with the gun that ended up neutralizing the situation, or whether the shooter ended up taking his own life. But the facts remain, far more damage would have been done had it not been, for the Second Amendment and our right to bear arms. Had this man just waited on the police, it would have been far worse. And see, they don't want you to know that. Police are heroes, obviously, but they're not seconds away. They're minutes away, whether it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, depending on where you are. And here in this country, we have the God-given right to protect ourselves. And yet, the Democrat Party and the mainstream media will use this latest tragedy, mark my words, it's probably already happening. They will use this latest tragedy as an opportunity to take your rights away. Why? Because they've been overtaken by radicals who want to disarm the citizenry. This is not your grandfather's Democrat Party anymore. The Democrat Party that we all once knew is dead and gone, and it has been replaced by radicals. They even say it themselves, democratic socialists. Which I know, it's supposed to be like cutesy because it has the word democratic in it. And so they're like, we love democracy. Democracy is good. It's just democratic socialism, not the real scary socialism. How can it be bad? Let me tell you something. Democratic socialism isn't some like soft Scandinavian fairy tale where everybody gets free healthcare and rainbows and sunshine. It is simply communism with better PR and a pretty Instagram filter. That's what it is, and that's what we're up against. It is the same failed ideology that starved millions in the Soviet Union, that turned Venezuela from the richest country in South America into a dumpster fire where people were literally eating animals in the streets just to stay alive. Now, it is crawling through the veins of the Democrat Party like a cancer. Whether it's AOC, whether it's Bernie Sanders, whether it's the Squad, whether it's the new New York City Muslim commie mayor, Zohran Mamdani, you've got all of these progressive mayors in these blue cities. They're not hiding it anymore. They're out here saying the quiet parts out loud. Capitalism is evil, which means the means of production should be seized. Oh, also, we're going to give you government-run grocery stores, and while we're at it, we're going to be releasing violent criminals into your communities, making you less safe, and while we're doing that, your guns, they're going to have to go too. I think you guys all know why, right? The answer is simple, because an armed citizenry is the one thing that stands between them and total control. History doesn't lie. When you look back at every single communist regime, they all disarmed the people first. Mao did it, Stalin did it, Castro did it, Pol Pot did it. They know that if you can shoot back, their little dystopian experiment falls apart. And these democratic socialists here in this country, they're following the same playbook, but just slower, a little more incrementally, a little bit more methodically, so maybe you don't catch on to what's going on. They don't want you armed because an armed American is a free American, and they know that. Now, some of them were lucky enough, I guess, to have them say the quiet parts out loud. I recall from my home state of Texas, Beto O'Rourke ran and he was like, hell yeah, we're gonna take your guns. And we're like, hello? Could it be any more obvious? They're just saying it now. But others they'll feign shock. They'll gaslight you. They'll say, no one's coming for your guns. What are you talking about? As if Joe Biden's ATF didn't rewrite definitions so your pistol brace turned you into a felon overnight, right? As if all of these democratic socialists aren't introducing legislation every single session intended to chip away at the Second Amendment one reasonable restriction at a time. They say it's common sense after all. And some of you may be thinking, well, you know, we're living in Trump's America, everything's fine, we're fine. Here's the problem. We've got an election coming up in November, and they are running extremely radical candidates, and those candidates are winning. Just take my home state of Texas as an example. Our great Attorney General Ken Paxton is up against, I like to call him low-T soy boy, James Tallarico. And listen, I never miss an opportunity to make fun of James Tallarico for being a gangly little loser who can't grow a beard to save his life and cosplays as this masculine guy. I don't know if you guys have seen his ads. He's like, I drive a pickup truck that he clearly rented 5 minutes ago. And I can make fun of him for saying, you know, God is non-binary, and the fact that he's obsessed with trans kids, he's never met a trans kid that he doesn't love so much, and I'm like, hello, FBI, hard drive check, aisle 1. And so I'll make fun of him all day if I could, but the point is, he is a crazy radical lunatic who supports gun control, among other radical policies. And the scary thing is, this should be a reality check for everyone. If you're not from Texas and you think Texas is super duper red and will always be safe, more Democrats voted in the Democrat primary than Republicans in the state of Texas. So if we don't get out and vote, you can expect more candidates like that to actually be crafting the laws. And you know what that tells me, at least in the state of Texas? It's not that his views represent the majority of Texans. It's that our voters are lazy. They take it for granted, all of these freedoms that we have. And so my message to you is this: gun owners cannot afford to be lazy anymore. These are real life radicals winning in high places in the Democrat Party, and they must be defeated. And in November, we have an election that these democratic socialists do intend to win by any means necessary. These candidates, the same ones, by the way, who will call you a domestic terrorist for owning a rifle, they're counting on your apathy. They're betting that you're gonna take to X and complain online and buy some more ammo and then skip the ballot box because you're busy, or you feel icky about the war going on, or you just work and you have kids and you're tired and oh, my neighbor will vote, it'll be fine. No, actually, we all need to vote. We all need to go out there and make our make ourselves known and let these socialists understand once and for all, we reject them. This isn't optional, because once they take your guns, they take everything else. Your speech, your property, your children's future, and then it'll be too late to fight back at the ballot box because there won't be a free ballot box left. The Second Amendment isn't just a right. It is the right that protects all others. And if we let these communist cosplayers dismantle it under the banner of progress, we might deserve whatever tyranny is next. So get off the couch, get to the polls, send a message so loud that even the most deluded socialist in Congress hears it. You can try to come and take it, but you're not getting a damn thing. Thank you guys so much. Come November, go vote like your freedom depends on it, because it does. And thank you to gun owners of America. Without them, we would not have a voice. Thank you guys. God bless.
Well, hello, fellow patriots. This is Richard Hudson. I'm the congressman from North Carolina's 9th District. I'm one of the leaders on Second Amendment issues in Congress, and I just want to welcome you to Des Moines. I wish I could be there with you for your goals conference, but I want to thank you for not only understanding how important our Second Amendment is to preserve all of our other rights, but getting involved and showing up and learning and then engaging with lawmakers. Your support, your demanding your rights helps us move legislation in Congress that stops the gun grabbers, stops those who want to take away our God-given rights. So thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you to Gun Owners of America for 50 years of being in the fight.
And thank you, Richard Hudson. Hey, I just want to shout out Silent But Deadly 83. I see you on YouTube, and I'm glad you're liking the beard, bro. Thank you. Hey, next up, I just want to say our next speaker is one of the nation's leading Second Amendment attorneys with a long track record of challenging unconstitutional gun laws, which are all gun laws, and defending the rights of law-abiding Americans in courts across our country. His work has helped shape some of the most important legal battles protecting our constitutional freedoms, and I am honored to say that I've gotten to see his work. I've gotten to work beside him a little bit, and he's awesome. And I'd like to introduce now the machine gun lawyer, Stephen Stambolia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and take my glasses off so I can kind of keep track of what I'm doing. First, a massive thank you to each and every one of you for being a member of GOA. It is because of your unwavering support, your passion, and your commitment to freedom that GOA has the strength to stand up in the trenches and fight this fight every single day. Look around this room. You're part of the grassroots army that keeps this movement alive. Thank you for coming to goals, and thank you for refusing to back down. My name is Stephen Stambolia, and I'm an attorney with Gun Owners of America. Over the last several years, gun owners across this country have faced an unprecedented assault. Now, not necessarily from Congress passing new laws, but from unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats sitting in expensive chairs behind expensive desks in Washington, D.C. And if you need a reminder of what we lived through, the ATF weaponized its rulemaking authority to turn millions of peaceful, law-abiding gun owners into instant felons for having a brace installed on your pistol. ATF attempted to rewrite statutory definitions enacted by Congress to ban or restrict frame or receivers. ATF rolled out the engaged in the business rule, trying to choke out private person-to-person transfers by claiming that a single sale or even an offer of a sale could make you a rogue dealer. The ATF initiated a program that it called Zero Tolerance, where it further weaponized itself to go after FFLs who made small errors on paperwork. The ATF revoked the ability of individuals in some states to use their permits, their concealed carry permits, to bypass a NICS check at the point of sale. And the ATF, of course, banned bump stocks with the stroke of a pen. Hundreds of thousands of people were forced to destroy their lawful property without any compensation. Now, besides the ATF, what do all of these examples have in common? Well, GOA fought all of them. GOA received injunctions in the ATF brace case. They engaged in the business rule. was successful in challenging zero tolerance and sued on behalf of 2 of our FFL members who were able to keep their licenses after the ATF zero tolerance to them. Think about what zero tolerance actually meant on the ground. We're not talking about armed criminals. We're talking about small town gun shop owners who made minor clerical typo on a form, and overnight bureaucrats tried to strip away their livelihood and shut down their family business. When GOA stepped into court for those FFLs, we weren't just defending a license. We were defending a family's entire life work and the ability of the locals to be able to exercise their Second Amendment right to purchase firearms from that FFL. Now, GOA was also successful in forcing the ATF to rescind their revocation of Michigan's use of the concealed carry permit as the NICS waiver at the point of sale. Ultimately, GOA received final relief and won in their bump stock case as well. And not to mention, throughout the bump stock litigation, GOA was the first group to win in the Sixth Circuit. They were the first group to prevail. Of course, the Sixth Circuit messed that up on the en banc proceeding. Luckily, Cargill came afterwards at the Supreme Court and kind of settled the bump stock score. Keep in mind, these rules were not laws passed by Congress, by your elected representatives. Oh no, they were arbitrary edicts written by bureaucrats who thought that they could rule by pen and by phone. You remember Obama saying that he had a pen and a phone and could basically do what he wanted? Well, the ATF heard that and said, why didn't we think of that? And so then they did it. And let me cut to the chase here. GOA, I think, leads the fight pushing against ATF abuses. We're not solely an advocacy group, but a litigation powerhouse pushing back against federal bureaucracy and using the courts to dismantle attacks on the Second Amendment. GOA's legal team has really gone on the offense here. Across the United States, GOA filed and has been filing lawsuits to halt these unconstitutional power grabs in their tracks. We've teamed up with states' attorneys general, partnering with states like Texas, to secure multi-state injunctions and vacating ATF rules. It's music to my ears. We are holding federal agencies accountable in courtrooms because the rule of law still matters. And because we said so does not fly when we're talking about the Second Amendment. When the ATF tries to bypass Congress, GOA is there to remind them that the Second Amendment is not a second-class right. And when the ATF tries to hide how their disgusting sausage is made, the GOA is there with its massive Freedom of Information Act practice to shed some light on what the ATF tries to do in the dark. When we file FOIA requests, we aren't just asking for paperwork, we're dragging their secret manuals, their internal memos, their backroom political directives into the light of day. We force them to show us how they invent regulations out of thin air, and maybe catch them breaking the law they are sworn to uphold. Now, of course, I can neither confirm nor deny that is in fact happened, because a federal court has gagged me and gun owners of America when the ATF accidentally released a whole bunch of very naughty documents. Now, we argued that case this past January at the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, and we're currently waiting on a ruling, and I'd love to be able to talk to you about it, but the court says I can't. I will say this, when federal agencies know that someone is watching, they tend to walk a straighter path, except the ATF. Now, let me tell you, I love my job. Nothing is more fun for me than to sue anti-gun governments, state and federal. So let me give you a quick update on probably one of my most favorite cases, the One Big Beautiful lawsuit. After Congress zeroed out taxes on the majority of NFA items, GOA, joined by its friends in Texas and a group of other state attorneys general, sued the federal government saying that the NFA was now unconstitutional because it didn't raise any revenue with regard to the firearms that were now untaxed, like silencers, short-barrel rifles, short-barrel shotguns, and any other weapons. Remember, the NFA was passed in 1934 as a taxing measure to raise revenue. Back in 1934, Homer Cummings, then Attorney General, knew that he could not ban these weapons because of that pesky Second Amendment. Anyways, we just had an oral argument on this case in Texas a few weeks ago, and the judge was very interested in our arguments, asking both the federal government and our side very pointed questions. And of course, it's hard to predict the outcome of federal litigation with federal judges, but I have a very good feeling about it. And of course, we're in the Fifth Circuit with this case, which, if you remember your history, was the First Circuit to find that the Second Amendment preserved an individual right. It was also the First Circuit to find that the Gun-Free School Zone Act violated the Constitution. And if my memory serves me correctly, the Fifth Circuit was also the first circuit to hold that the government could not disarm you simply for smoking marijuana. And we all saw what happened with that issue just recently at the Supreme Court. You know, the victory in Bruin was a monumental foundation, but the fight didn't end there. In fact, that was just the beginning opening salvo. Today, lower courts across the country are trying to evade that standard, clinging to their interest balancing schemes that the Supreme Court explicitly overruled. I discussed yesterday how even circuit courts of appeals have joined the anti-Bruin bandwagon, attempting to, as the Second Circuit wanted to call it, narrow the Supreme Court from below. And I wish I was joking about that, but I'm not. It is a quote from a citation in the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. It sits over in New York. In GOA's case, in the New York Concealed Carry Improvement Act litigation, now New York passed this Concealed Carry Improvement Act. It improves nothing, but that's what they called it. GOA took them to court and won substantially. These courts need a reminder that they sit below the Supreme Court and have no power to narrow any of the Supreme Court's precedent from below. And let me end with this. Litigation is an essential shield, but our ultimate defense is a united, unyielding grassroots movement. The bureaucrats in Washington and in these anti-gun states want you to get tired. They want you to give up and quietly surrender your rights 1 inch at a time. Looking out at this room today, I know they're going to fail. Don't give up, don't surrender your God-given rights. America wasn't settled by the weak, and it won't be kept free by the weak either. Again, thank you for your membership, thank you for your fight, and thank you for being here and for representing the true face of the Second Amendment. Let's keep fighting to win back our constitutional republic and our right to keep and bear arms. I'm proud to be here with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Our next speaker has spent decades on the front lines of the Second Amendment movement. As Gun Owners of America's Executive Vice President, he's helped shape the organization's legislative strategy, grassroots efforts, and countless victories in the fight to protect and restore our constitutional rights. And when he first spoke to me to welcome me to the GOA team, I got a phone number from Springfield, Virginia. I wasn't too sure who it was. And he introduced himself as John Valleco with the ATF, which made my heart sink a little bit. But thankfully, he was there to say he was the vice president of GOA, and he was offering me a position with GOA. So though he did catch me off guard, I'm happy to introduce John Valleco.
Good morning, good morning. I'm so glad you're here, so glad to be in Iowa, and so glad for everyone who's watching online and everyone who's here and downstairs and taking part of this great event and this momentous occasion, our 50th anniversary. And you know, 50 years ago in this country, the gun control debate was centered around banning handguns. Some people here are old enough to remember that. That was the catchphrase, ban handguns, because they were so small and concealable. They were too dangerous. Then somewhere in the 80s and into the 90s, we had to ban assault weapons because they were too big and too scary. So it's like the Goldilocks of gun control, I guess. They're looking for the perfect gun to ban. But I'll let you in on a little secret. It's not a secret to anyone in this room, is they really want them all. And there is no doubt about that. And GOA has fought from the very beginning at our founding by Senator H.L. Richardson of California, a no compromise position, because we believe that when the Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, that means something. It means something in the legislatures, it means something in the courts. And we've had to fight and fight for decades for that to start to sink in, because really 50 years ago, the Second Amendment was practically a dead letter. The courts almost unanimously over the years except for the Fifth Circuit and the DC Circuit, had ruled that the Second Amendment applies to state governments, state militias. And it wasn't until the 2008 Heller decision that the Supreme Court said, no, this is an individual right, among other things. And that was such a landmark decision, and we're so proud to have Dick Heller. He's here in the audience today, and we're so proud to have him as part of the GOA team. And over the years, look at how far we've come. 50 years ago, Vermont had concealed carry, and that was about it. And GOA always fought for what is now called constitutional carry. Back then, it was called Vermont-style carry. So if you're old enough, you remember Vermont-style carry. But once we got constitutional carry passed in Alaska, and then Arizona, and then the floodgates started to open, and now we have 29 states with constitutional carry, where you don't have to go get a permit from the government to exercise what is supposed to be a right. Because if you need a permit to exercise it, then it could be taken away. So we're really proud of the role we've played in constitutional carry across the country, but it means we still have a lot of work to do. Stephen Stambolia, who you just heard from, talked about bringing the tax on suppressors and short barrel rifles and shotguns from $200 down to $0. We wanted it out of the NFA completely. We had a hiccup at the last, just before the finish line with the Senate parliamentarian that Senator Thune should really fire, because this is a parliamentarian who was brought on by anti-gun, the late Senator Harry Reid of Nevada. So, you know, if power means anything to the Republican Party, you got to use it and appoint the right people who believe in what we're supposed to believe in. And so now we've taken that into court. As you heard, we started arguing just last month in district court. So we're winning, but we have a lot more work to do because we want full autos, and we're working on that right now. And I'm so proud of our federal affairs team for planning that zeroing out of the tax for really 18 months before it even became known that we were doing that. And it was such an incisive, strategic plan that we implemented, and we got very far. We laid the groundwork, not only for our lawsuit, but also to bring full autos in compliance with the Constitution, because I believe, I don't rank guns at all because they're all protected from the biggest to the smallest, but, and bear with me, if you had to rank them in order of how they're protected by the Second Amendment, the full autos would be at the top of the list, because you remember what the Second Amendment is for. It's for us. It's for we the people. The government doesn't get special right. The government doesn't have any rights. The government has restrictions. The Constitution didn't grant the government anything. It restricted the government. And so that's what we're fighting for. And we've accomplished a whole lot. And I really want to say, on behalf of GOA, the entire team of GOA, from the bottom of our hearts and from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the support you've given us, because every time someone like Stephen Stambolia walks into a courtroom, every time our federal and state lobbyists walk into a legislator's office, it's only because of you. And we're honored to represent you in Washington and across the country. So thank you for that. And I've been living in Virginia for a long 35 or so years. And there's a Virginian who's not very well known. His name is Jack Jewett. I don't know if anyone here knows even who that person was, but he was known as the Southern Paul Revere. But apparently he didn't have a Henry Wadsworth Longfellow to write a poem about. But anyway, in 1781, Benedict Arnold had already defected. He attacked Richmond. The government left. The governor, Thomas Jefferson, went to Monticello. The legislator went to nearby Charlottesville. And Jack Jewett was at a tavern called Cuckoo's Tavern in Louisa, Virginia. And he overheard horses' footsteps. And General Cornwallis knew that the Virginia legislature, which had a lot of leaders of the Revolution, had them on the run. And so he sent Benestry Tarleton, who earned the nickname Bloody Ban, to go after Jefferson, Patrick Henry, Richard Henry Lee, and really decapitate the leaders of independence in Virginia. And remember, at that time, most of the fighting was in the North, very little in the South, so Virginia was pretty unprotected. So Jack Jewett, he got on his horse. He couldn't take the main roads because Tarleton and his army was heading that way. And so he drove through the woods in the middle of the night. He got to Monticello about 4:30 in the morning. Jefferson very calmly sent his family away, and he kept looking through his looking glass to see when he could see the British coming. And when he saw them, he got on his horse and got away. And Jack Jewett went a couple miles further and warned the rest of the legislature to get out of town, and they did. And think about what would have happened if things went differently, if Jefferson didn't get out of town. He most certainly would have been in a British prison camp for the rest of the war, possibly hanged. We don't know. But history would certainly be different for the first Secretary of State, the second Vice President, the third President. That might never have happened if it weren't for one guy who saw need and filled it. And so why do I tell that story or that history is, we all have time, talent, and money. Time is evenly distributed. That's up to the Lord. Talents, we all have our own talents. It could be writing and speaking or recruiting people, contacting the legislatures, being active. And some of us have money. And those things are, when you sacrifice your time, money, and talents for an organization like GOA, that's the fuel that drives this engine. And so what Jack Pruitt had was a horse and an ability to ride and a desire. And I think everyone here and every member of Gun Owners of America across the country has the same thing. We all have that drive to do. You wouldn't be a member of GOA if you weren't driven to protect our rights, not just for us, because some of us, we're not going to be here very much longer, but for our children, for our grandchildren, and for future generations, because the Founding Fathers, they didn't see all the benefits of everything that they did. Their lives were hard, and some of our lives are pretty hard, probably not as hard as theirs, but we all have a role to play, and we're all doing it. Look at the progress we've made, look back 50 years, and look at where we are now, and look at how far we have to go. And I'm excited about that future because I know together we outnumber them. We just need to pull together, do the simple things. Like Vince Lombardi would say, it's blocking and tackling. What's blocking and tackling in our world? Getting people registered to vote, and then getting them out to vote, and then holding them accountable. And you tie that election season to the legislative sessions and remind people of who put them there and who will remove them. And a prime example of that just happened in Texas when Attorney General Ken Paxton finally defeated John Cornyn, who has stabbed gun owners in the eyeball so many times. And we have a really good chance to get a strong Second Amendment supporter in the United States Senate from the great state of Texas. But as 2 speakers ago mentioned, that is not a sure thing, because there are a lot of anti-gun voters out there who are eager to take a state like Texas, because they know if you string together California, New York, Illinois, and a big state like Texas, then national elections for pro-gun conservatives are pretty much gone for the foreseeable future. So I'm getting the hook. So thank you very much for coming out. And everyone who's watching online, big thumbs up, and we will see you. Enjoy the show, and thank you for coming to Des Moines.
Thank you, John. We've got another exciting product launch here, something really cool in the back that's about to come on the stage. Let's turn our direction to the screens.
In a world where compromise has become the standard, we chose another path. Every rifle we build represents precision, reliability, and the freedom that defines America. From the first-time firearm owner to the seasoned professional, every Alabama 2A rifle is engineered with one mission: to perform when it matters most. Our commitment goes beyond manufacturing. We're partnering with the Liberty Sportsman Education Foundation. We believe every young person deserves the opportunity to learn firearms safety, marksmanship, and the outdoor traditions that have shaped generations of Americans. Through education and responsible training, we're helping preserve both a heritage and a constitutional right. This is more than craftsmanship. It's responsibility. It's our commitment to the Second Amendment and to the next generation of American shooters. Alabama 2A Armory, built for those who demand more.
Great. We've got Danny up here from Alabama 2A Armory. What do we got here, man?
Hello, guys. My name's Danny. I'm owner and founder of Alabama 2A Armory. We're kind of here not launching just one gun, we're launching 7 lines. We're launching our company to the world this weekend. We've been around about 5 years, basically working to perfect all of our guns. And we finally have gotten everything where we want them. The one you're seeing on stage here, this is our RA-15, that's our flagship. This is a precision competition rifle, 6 arc. She's designed to shoot out 1,000, 1,300 yards. On the other end of the spectrum, our JAG line is our entry-level gun. Our Corvus and our Canis lines are the mid-tier guns that good for home defense, good for some competition use, good for pretty much just daily everything. The Canis D line is our law enforcement and military only contract gun. Those come all SBRs and machine gun type things. Our Crux line is our AR-10 big bore. We get a 6.5 Creed, which is what you saw, the camo gun. We have, actually have it over in the booth, we have an SBR 12-inch 308, and there's a standard 18-inch hunting rifle. Our Pixis PCC, the little 9mm, of course, the one you saw on there was the FRT version, which is available. We have the competition 16-inch. Essentially, what we've done over the last few years is try to develop a very high-quality gun. Our quality control is second to none, and because of that, I have a lifetime transferable warranty on everything except the JAG line. Each gun, when it comes out, I'm a graduate of the School of the American Rifle. I gauge everything. Every gun gets a gauging sheet that you get with your firearm that tells you mil spec on every pinhole, every thread, everything on the gun, including the bolt carrier group. That tells you that the quality was there before it left the shop. Every gun is test fired. Every gun is made sure that it will perform for you when it gets in your hands. The work we're doing with Liberty Sportsman Education Foundation is kind of advancing the Second Amendment with youth sports shooting. We're working on building facilities for youth in our region, and our plan with them is to recruit high school clay teams, high school pistol rifle teams, and try to work toward building the second generation of shooters. And that's pretty well what Alabama 2A Armory is. Be glad if you come by and check out booth 106. Website for our guns is a2aamanufacturing.com. And we'll be glad to help you out in all your firearm needs.
It looks great, man. So what caliber is this one specifically?
This is a 6mm ARC. This gun was, I said, it is a Craddock precision barrel, finely tuned. This gun will center paper pretty well 1,300 yards. It's very low recoil. It's got a 1 pound trigger in it, which is kind of fun. But this gun, they don't all come like this. The last one you saw in the video, the black with the gold inlay, is this normal products coloring. This one we did for this show, which actually kind of drove my Cerakote guy crazy because it's everything is blurred lines. Essentially, I told him I wanted this gun to look like somebody rattle canned it 20 years ago and threw it in a barn. And that's what it is. This is a Cerakote job, not rattle can. But we're pretty proud of this gun. Like I said, this is our flagship line. And it comes in, of course, 6 ARC. It also comes in 223 Wild. This is the DMR version. The SPR version comes in 5.56, 223, usually about an 18-inch barrel on those. And that's what we got.
Looks great. And last thing too, I'm noticing the gas system on this, adjustable?
It is a rifle speed gas system. That one, it's kind of in the wrong spot because I messed up and ordered the wrong extension from rifle speed, which they're sending me the right one. But it's supposed to be out on the outside. That was my fault. But I thought I had a 15-inch handguard. I had a 17. But this handguard on this gun, it actually is Victor Arms. Heather Victor is here in her booth. Go check her out. This is an awesome Arca rail. All of the RIDMRs will come with this Arca rail on it.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Danny. Great looking gun. Do you need help carrying it back or you got it?
I got it.
All right. Thank you, Daddy. I appreciate it. Before I introduce our next panel, which is going to be a really good one, we've got some good friends in this panel, and we're going to be talking about the outdoors. I just wanted to call out a comment on Rumble from, I think it was Deuce Machina Prime. You said that you're looking about getting a gun rack for your car. My comment to you is quite simply, yes, you should, and if it can hold multiple guns, you know it's better than one truck gun is like 3. So you should do that. All right, now we're going to get into the Second Amendment Outdoors panel. For generations, hunting, fishing, spending time outdoors has been a part of the American way of life. These traditions teach self-reliance, conservation, responsibility, and an appreciation for the freedoms we enjoy. Whether you're a lifelong outdoorsman or just getting started, this next discussion is all about preserving those traditions and passing them on to the next generation. Again, we've talked about our gear event that takes place down in Texas, where we're merging the overlanding and the Second Amendment industries, so that way those of us that do like to overland, you've got your rigs, you got your cars, you like to travel cross country and state to state, we're fighting for national carry reciprocity, so that way you can still exercise your Second Amendment right, because your rights don't end at state lines. So, brought to you by Canik. For the Second Amendment Outdoors panel, please welcome Amanda Lynn Mayhew. I know they're back there. I saw them. There we go. Thank you, Amanda. We've got Carrie Earnhardt. There we go, Carly Bodeford. Lindsay Lopez, AKA Baby Yoda. She does have a really cool forerunner, by the way. We've got Matt and Kara McClellan. And moderator for this panel, our very own, again, Chief Outdoor Officer, Overlanding Officer, Monty Bowen.
Hello? All right, now they got me on. They muted me for a little bit. Guys, this is one of my favorite passions. This is one of our outreach programs when he talked about the gear. And this is one of the funnest parts about my job is getting to meet all these awesome content creators. They're the voice of what we do. We know that the media has shut down most of the Second Amendment hunt, and it is my honor to be up here with all these fine people. I have personal relationships with these guys. I see them all the time. I've wheeled with them. I've actually been out-wheeled by a few, pointing no fingers, and that's what makes this community great. So what I want to first do is we're going to start our introductories down here at the far end, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves because, as you all know, I've got a wonderful accent. I'm from Tennessee, and I butcher a lot of the words that come out of my mouth. So we're going to start down with you.
Hi, I'm Kerry Earnhardt from the Earnhardt family in NASCAR. Dale Earnhardt was my dad, and I'm with Earnhardt Outdoors.
Hi, I'm Amanda Lynn Mayhew, and I'm host and producer of That Hunting Girl on Sportsman Channel.
I'm Carly Bodeford from South Carolina. I'm a hunting education instructor and online content creator.
I'm Lindsay Lopez. I do a lot of creation in the firearms, off-road, and overlanding industries.
I'm Matt McClellan, full-time YouTuber and full-time traveler.
I'm Kara McClellan. I'm a two-time competitor in the Rebel Rally and co-creator of Ozark Overland Adventures with my husband, Matt.
If any man has never figured out or watched the Rebel Rally, we would never survive. They do this. This brings up a great first question because I don't think a lot of people understand like what little technology we have. And I know we have a couple of overlanders, but I'm even assuming our hunting and fishing people use a lot of technology. And go ahead and explain that for a minute, because never in the world will you ever see me at a Mandible Rebel Rally or whatever it would be called.
So the Rebel Rally is a strictly women's off-road navigation rally. We started in Mammoth Springs, Mammoth Lakes, California, and it's 9 days off-road checkpoints with only using paper maps and compass. They remove all electronics. We cannot have any outside technology as well, and that's actually where this firearm community really relates to me, because as a driver and as a navigator in your vehicle, and you also have your vehicle as a third teammate, you both need to know the navigation piece. And I had always been a firearm owner as far as having my concealed permit, but I did that to check the box because I was afraid that right would be taken away from me eventually. And I thought, well, my husband always carries. I don't need to do that. And I was very ignorant in that aspect because if something ever happens to him, I need to have that education. And it very is symbiotic in the off-road space.
Yeah. You know, and I think sometimes that's why gun owners kind of get, and I put gun owners because there's no specific type of person that can be a gun owner, right? But the educational part is what the media actually lacks. They always penalize the law-abiding citizen, and we always never really penalize the criminal aspect of it. I come from a law enforcement background, and I can tell you this: I have had a law-abiding citizen save me in a lot of situations. If it wouldn't have been for them, I may have not been up here butchering the English language. So it is important to educate people that may be on that far woke end of the deal, that we can educate them what the law-abiding citizen does. So I'm gonna go to down here to Kerry, and we're gonna talk about if you were to be asked one question about what is your favorite part of your outdoorsman. So if you only had one chance to pick something to do for the rest of your life, what kind of fishing or outdoor sport, or what would it be?
I mean, all of the above.
You can only pick one now, Kerry. Yeah. I mean, me, it would be getting to drive your all's cars. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Yes. I mean, I love elk hunting. The challenge of getting up on a bull without busting the herd of cows and stuff, it's just always fun. Plus being outdoors and climbing the mountains.
Yeah. So I want to bring up another question on that. So did you hear the craziness that Oregon was trying to pass? And luckily, people got to their senses about the hunting, but they were trying to pass a bill to outlaw hunting in Oregon. But it was so crazy that even if you had a farm, you could not raise animals on that farm. You could not even get rid of the mice that's in your house. Wow. This is a big threat, and I think that's kind of why we need to bring the hunter awareness in. And I mean, did you even know about that?
I've heard about it, but I didn't know all the details of it.
But that's the kind of crazy stuff that they're trying to pass in this this world.
Yes.
And you know, why we're on the hunting topic, you know, a lot of our hunters like suppressed hunting. I love shooting suppressed. It's one of the most favorite thing to do. And I know you have a great little thing about suppressors. Tell me what your opinion is on that and why they're effective.
So I'm from Canada, and we don't get to have that opportunity to use that. And I think suppressors while hunting, you're not sitting in a tree stand with muffs on all the time. So to protect your hearing. I shoot a lot of big game animals. I do a lot of shotgun hunting. I do a lot of big rifle hunting, and I think suppressors would benefit that in hunting.
So I have a question. Is a suppressor a firearm?
No.
Thank you. That's why GOA filed our big, beautiful lawsuit, because when they dropped the tax down to 0, that made it illegal to be on the NFA. And we all know that they put it on there because suppressors are scary and it makes it extra dangerous. Criminals don't go buy a $1,200, $1,500 suppressor to do evil things with. So that's one of the things that I love about Gun Owners of America is we fight these battles to bring our freedoms back, and that's impairment. So my next question is, and I'm going to ask our bow fisher, but I'm going to start out with my first bow fishing kind of thing. I had a buddy that came up and said, hey, we're going to go bow fishing. And I didn't know what he was talking about. He goes, we're going to shoot fish with a bow. And I said, I can't shoot a bow and arrow on flat ground. How am I going to stand up in a boat? That ended tragically. But tell me about what got you into bow fishing. And she showed me some pictures, ladies and gentlemen. She's bringing in some big fish. So take it away.
I will say that I will try just about any redneck activity, and my husband and his buddies, they've been bow fishing for years, and they were like, you want to go? And I was like, well, I got nothing better to do. I'm not going to stay at home by myself. So we went, and I was awful for like the first long time. It was very bad. And I will say that my first couple hits were not the best hits in the world, but we're getting better. But it's just a new experience because it's a new method. It's exciting. It's a way to help conservation in the lakes and in the waterways, and it's a good time. So if you've never been, highly recommend bow fishing at night. 10 out of 10.
So do you think bow fishing was brought up because somebody may have had too many beverages and grabbed the wrong box and went fishing and said, well, this is all I got? I mean, I'm curious about how the first guy said, let's just do this instead of using a fishing pole.
It was definitely some beer involved and some redneck innovation saying, well, my wife took my gun away, but she also took away my fishing poles. However, there's a bow and arrow over here, and we got a boat. Let's go make it happen.
And you know, I know rednecks pretty good too, and where there's a will, there's a way, right?
That's right.
All right. So now we've hit a couple of our hunting parts. So now we're going to get into the overlanding. Now, let me go ahead and explain real quick. During the pandemic, or whatever it's called nowadays, there's a thing called overlanding, which is basically, we used to say that overlanding, or, you know, it was basically car camping. But it was about going to a place and actually camping there, and that was the experience. Well, when everybody got trapped down and then we decided to move out, overlanding became a thing, which is basically being kitted out in a vehicle, and it's now more the journey than it is the specific destination sometimes, and they may have some different answers, but we have Baby Yoda here in the center, and what I want to ask is, what in the world got you into overlanding?
To be honest, my dad was a wildland fire for the Bureau of Land Management, so I grew up doing this as a kid. Like, he had his Toyota, it's older, much older, but he always came prepared, you know, for anything. And I think that relates into the firearms as well, is just making sure that you are prepared, not only, you know, if you get stuck or anything like that, but you're prepared should something arise, you could protect your family.
Yeah.
You know, because it can happen.
Yeah.
You know, you plan for the inevitable, you know.
Yeah, and I know, like we'll get to Matt and Kara here in a second, and they're kind of like a husband and wife team, which is really awesome. But now you travel with your children, right? So I know the answer to this question, ladies and gentlemen. So you obviously carry, you know, and endorse your 2A, so you carry firearms with you when you
Yes.
travel. So with kids, what is the most important thing like you do? Because a lot of people freak out with guns around children. So
It all comes down to making them comfortable around them to begin with, you know. Don't make it too scary for them. My kids are just around it so much that it's just something they see. They know better, you know, we do teach them, but it's important to get them not afraid of firearms, but to be involved with when you do go like practice shooting, teach your children's, you know, gun safety and everything like that.
And you know, and that leads in, you know, Tennessee just passed a law that it's mandatory gun training in our schools now. And that's one of the coolest things, because in my past career, one of the biggest problems is with accidents is the fact that it's education. And so I'm glad you brought up educating those children and teaching them it's not a secret, it's not something that's hidden and taken away. It's actually a part of your toolkit. Because let's be honest with you, have you ever seen a winch cable break or something like that? It's much more dangerous than a firearm, I can tell you now. So education is one of the things that GOA kind of base around, and we're proud of. It's that education, and that's what kind of led us into our program of the Gear Channel and bringing it into the outdoors. We have Second Amendment hunters, we have Empowered 2A, we have our 2A defenders, and it's bringing this education and awareness that's what keeps people safe. So Matt and Kara, who would like to answer the question, how in the world did you all get into overlanding?
Purely accidental.
Okay.
Being from Arkansas, avid hiker, we've got a ton of waterfalls in the state, especially in the springtime, and I used to love to go out and hike and to go photograph the waterfalls.
Yeah.
Had a sensible four-door family car, got 3 daughters, and I was limited by where I could go, what trailheads I could get to. So when it was time to replace that car in 2012, I wanted a Jeep. So bought a 4-door Jeep and had no idea what I was getting myself into. Bought it to get to different trailheads for hiking purposes, but I just fell in love with exploring the Ozark National Forest.
Yeah.
There were so many places that people never see because they don't venture off the pavement. And I became hooked. And then after Karen and I, well, actually before we got married, we made our first trip to Colorado. And that first experience of seeing the Rocky Mountains down in the Uray-Silverton area just blew us away.
Yeah.
And we thought, we want to see more of this.
Yeah.
And that sparked the fire. We then developed a goal of when the kids graduated and went to college, we want to travel full time. And so kind of got serious with the YouTube channel back then, just to, you know, as a means to support ourselves while we're traveling. And here we are.
And now you all are doing it full time now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, I know that's a lot of complications because I know you guys are firearm advocates. I know I've trained with you guys, so I know that by personal. What is your biggest problem? Because I know and I know you're going to probably reciprocity, but explain to them why reciprocity is so important to you guys. It's pretty simple, but you know, being able to carry your firearms from state to state.
Yeah.
You want this?
You can.
I got it.
can tag it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, being from Arkansas, we're a constitutional carry state, so we've had a lot of freedoms as far as firearms go in Arkansas. But we're one country, and my rights shouldn't change when I cross state boundaries.
Amen. I love that answer.
And my rights don't change when I cross state boundaries. Yeah. I will, you know, make sure I'm driving slightly under the speed limit, not going to do anything to draw attention to myself, but I don't check my firearms at the door when I cross state lines.
I don't blame you. I don't either. And I look at it like I'd rather be a statistic. I would rather not be a statistic and just take my chances with 6.
Yes, same.
Know, carried by 6 or tried by 12, I'll take my chances there.
Exactly.
Do you want to piggyback off that, Kara?
Well, my issue is just that the biggest struggle that we have is we like to see these new firearms.
You need to go, after this, I want you to go in why you're needing to see new firearms, because she's got a great story.
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and tell that,
Absolutely.
whenever I came to the gear event in Texas, it followed a weekend of Adventure Her where it was just women's off-road. I'm the MC for that event, and I'm a huge advocate in women getting out and becoming a driver, not just a passenger. You have more control as a driver, and that's a whole nother story. But at Gear, I thought, well, cool, I love this park. My husband can come, he can do the gun thing, because that's what guys do. I'm a rock crawler. I'm not necessarily an overlander. I like the precision of the rock crawling. 56 degrees off camber, though, is not that much fun, let me tell you. But I ended up going there to Gear, and I was there with Ursula Williams and Carrie Sloan of We the Female, and it's just incredible whenever you have amazing female instructors in the firearm community. And I guess I was so blinded by that because I just associate it to be a male, sport, and it carries over to the off-roading, so I should have not assumed that, and that was my ignorance, because then I started going under these ladies and learning that, like, oh, these are fun, and now it's a double problem for our checking account.
Yeah, because I think
First of all, we have 2 Jeeps, which is hella expensive in itself. And now we're double firearms people.
Yeah.
And it adds up.
Yeah, I think Matt actually told me I should have not brought Kara there because now our vehicles weigh even more because of all the gun purchases. So.
Well, the last speaker we listened to in the green room said, she was saying something about, I'm okay, we don't have enough firearms until the safe is full. And Kara kind of echoed that. It's like,
said, hey,
we live in a truck. We don't have a safe. I guess our limitation is when the truck is full.
I love it. So Kara brought up something that's kind of powerful. And when she talked about, she thought it was a male-only dominated area, which brings me into, do we all know that ladies are one of the fastest dynamics in firearm ownership, but also in the sport of the outdoors? And I would like, and I don't really know the question I'm asking, but I'll start with our latest female down here. And Amanda, what would your inspiration be? What brought you into what people think is a male-dominant sport, which I think we can see by our panel? I think the men are the minorities in it. So maybe express on some of that stuff.
To be honest, I grew up hunting and fishing with my dad, and I didn't know any different. So we were not, as a child, a girl, we weren't labeled as girl hunters or huntresses or whatever. We were hunters. I went out with my dad. He taught me how to hunt. I was a hunter. That was in Northern Ontario. When I moved down to Southern Ontario, honestly, I thought that's just what everybody did. I was very wrong. And I had, one of my first jobs was working in a gun store, and I was the only female behind the gun counter, and that was recognized and was allowing more women to come in, asking about rifles, pistols, asking me to teach them how to shoot, which rolled into Women's Range Days, and I created an event, and that helped educate women and girls. We took as young as 9 years old, and we shot pistol, shotgun, rifle, and archery, which rolled into, Amanda, I've come to your range days. What do I do next? I want to hunt. And that rolled into Take Me Hunting. So it's just been a natural progression of everything that I've done since I was a little girl.
So your Take Me Hunting, explain that to our viewers real quick.
So Take Me Hunting, whether you're a new hunter or an advanced hunter, if you're a new hunter, you don't know where to start. You don't know what socks to wear, what boots to wear, how to walk in the bush, what to look for. I set you up. We can do a deer hunt, a bear hunt, pretty much whatever you want. I take you out, I sit with you, and we go through the whole thing from going out first thing in the morning to butchering your animal. If you're an advanced hunter, you get to go on an opportunity that could be New Zealand, Africa, try something different. As well as I build my hunts around people that have medical issues, so disabilities, mobility issues, those types of things. We zero discriminate, so it doesn't matter what you want to do and what you want to hunt, I make it happen, or I try my best to do that.
Gotcha. And I'll tell you this, one of the things, I know you work with children a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
So kind of tell me a little bit like what brought your passion into on the child side from the children?
I'm a first-generation hunter, first-generation shooter, so I didn't get into hunting and shooting until late teenage years. So my thing for wanting to get more involved with training the children and educating the children is I want them to have a longer and a more fulfilling opportunity than I did. I want them to start earlier. I want them to start educated. I don't want them to go into the experience like I did where I was afraid to ask questions. Because at the time, it was a male-dominated sport because everybody in my area was only a boy that hunted. I didn't have any girlfriends that hunted. I've still never sat in a blind with a girl. So I was afraid of not belonging because I didn't want to ask those questions and make it seem like I didn't belong because they were third, fourth, fifth generation hunters.
Right.
And so now I'm like, okay, well, if I have this knowledge to myself now, I'm going to share it because one of my things is I don't like stupid people and I want our children to be educated so they don't grow up as stupid, uneducated adults. Yep. Because the more our kids know, the less opportunities will be closed because they'll be educated. They'll know that we will have the choice to pick our traditions, pick our paths. What type, do you want to be a rock climber? Do you want to be a hunter? Do you want to be a fisher? We as outdoors people and as Americans have to stay together and protect those rights and traditions so that our children get to decide which type of outdoorsman they want to be.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yep. And couldn't be well versed and well said because I think we all understand, we're all in agreement that education is probably the most important thing. And we'll be getting here in just a couple of minutes. We'll be getting to our Q&A part. And so we're going to keep this going on because I've got a question for Baby Yoda. So I know as an avid off-roader, I have broke a lot of stuff. And I want to know, number one, your favorite spots you've ever been at that has allowed you with your rig that you guys built that made it worth it. Because I used a cliche with my wife one time and I said, babe, a Prius can't get you here. And on my way down that mountain, I watched a Subaru pass me, and I was like, well, maybe a Prius could get you here. But what is your favorite place you've ever been that just made you so inspired to do what you do, just that first view? And then second, what was your worst, oh my gosh, we are in the heat now, whether it's a stuck, a brake, malfunction, or something like that?
Okay, this whole trip correlates with each other.
You must have flew?
Well, we were up in the Sawtooth Mountains in Idaho, and we were taking a friend up to see this beautiful lake at the top. And you could tell that it went from fall to winter really quick. Just you could see a line in the ground, and then it just went snow. So like you would see mud and everything. We got up there just fine, went down to the lake, and then when we were coming back, that's when we started having trouble. Everything was mud, and we couldn't get up this steep slope. And no matter how much I tried, and no matter how much he tried, we were just stuck. So we had to like humble ourselves and say, yeah, these rigs can't make it back up. We're gonna have to take the 4x4 trail all the way down the opposite side of the mountain. And we had to move so many logs. We've had to, cut so many branches just to make it even work. And there was, a time where I almost punctured the side of my 4Runner going back down. And man, that was humbling for sure. You think you can do it, but you gotta be prepared for everything.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of the vehicle-based, and sometimes I always say, I hope I don't break, but the minute that you're making a wedge because a tire fell off out of a tree stump or a high-lift jack, and you're physically and mentally, it's a challenge. And that goes for anything we're doing, because some of the things I think of when we're talking about, like, for instance, Carrie. I mean, let's be honest, your dad was a legend. There's not a person in this world that doesn't know his driving abilities and everything. So, did you do hunting with your dad?
Yeah, never done any big game hunting. We always done dove hunting with him. His schedule really didn't allow for a whole lot.
Yeah.
He did do a lot of hunting, but it was while he was traveling. Long story short, I didn't really know my dad until I was about 16 years old. And I went and met him for my first time as soon as I got my license. And the relationship we built from there is like, we never looked back. I did learn a lot about shooting and about gun safety with him. And that's what I'm trying to bring amongst with all the kids and stuff I work with.
Yeah.
The first thing is safety.
Yeah.
Every firearm is loaded. It's always loaded. You never always treat it like a loaded firearm. And then, the importance of how to handle a rifle or a handgun. And then I take them, outdoors where it's hunting or fishing, stuff like that. And having family members that are military or first responders, I've started working with the organization called Battle Scarred Outdoors, where we'd put on fishing tournaments to raise funds. In September of this year, we're taking 65 to 71 veterans and first responders offshore fishing in Outer Banks at no charge.
That's amazing. Guys, listen, we're at our Q&A part of the question, so if anybody has a question for anyone on the panel, feel free to make your way over to the microphone. I will ask opinions we can talk about for weeks, but a question we can answer right now. So if anybody has a question that you might want to make your way over to ask this wonderful panel, please feel free to do so. If not, I'll make one up and put them on the spot, and that's going to make everything a little bit more uncomfortable. But as we're waiting for somebody to walk up there, you know, number one, thank you guys for everything that you guys do, because without people like you, our hunting is a tradition. It's passed down from generation to generation. And I remember the first time my dad ever took me hunting. He didn't really explain the gun a lot. He told me the safety parts of it, and I looked through the scope. Little did he tell me there's an offset, so I thought the closer I got to it, the better I was. And then stitches, black eye, and a wonderful memory of that day, I started learning a little bit more about it. But I think we teach people a little bit better these days, don't we? But when it comes to, since we don't have a question quite yet, I'm going to ask a question real quick. Oh, I got a gentleman going over to it right now. All right, ladies, go ahead.
Just your favorite make, model, and year of your vehicle that you use.
Oh, good one. Hey, let's do that down the line, because that'll come into quite a bit. So, Kerry, what do you drive? What do you drive hunting and fishing?
I got a Chevrolet, Chevrolet family, so we got.
I would assume it was a Chevrolet. If you would have said Ford, oh my Lord,
I'm not gonna lie. I do own a Ford. Being in the rodeo industry, our daughter rodeos. I ran an organization for 9 years. Ford had the least problems. So her going 20 hours away, she's going to have a Ford. So I bought her a 450.
It's that government restrictions on everything that's ruined these diesel trucks.
Exactly.
All right, next, what's your favorite vehicle of choice?
Always Chevy. Dad was Chevy as well, and I drive a 2025 Trail Boss. Silverado.
The Trail Boss is also an excellent overland vehicle. I'm just going to throw that out.
Is it?
Yes, absolutely.
I have a question. What tires do you run?
Ooh.
Goodyear.
I run Netto.
We're going to get spicy on tires up here, because that's like one of our things. All right, what are we driving?
I'm keeping the trend with a GMC Sierra.
Oh, it's basically a Chevrolet.
Exactly. They're cousins.
Absolutely. We know what Baby Yoda drives.
I'll just be quiet then.
No. No, tell them what you drive.
I drive a 2022 Toyota 4Runner.
Okay. Lift kit?
Lasts forever.
Well, that's the truth. That's why everybody gives all the Jeep guys problems, because they say, oh, yeah, the Jeep guys, and then we're broke down and the Toyotas are going by us, and they're like, yeah, see what I mean? Matt, I know what you drive, but let's talk about, just go ahead. We got a few seconds, then we'll grab this other question.
My vehicle now is my favorite vehicle I've ever owned. It's a 2021 Jeep Gladiator, 3.5-inch lift, 38-inch tires, soon to be 40s.
Nice.
But back in January, I took it, and I have a 5.7 Hemi swap in it, and that thing is amazing.
Absolutely. Tell us about Ren real quick.
Yeah, I have a 2026 Purple Rain Wrangler. Her name is Ren, and she's on 40s, about to have possibly a Hellcat engine put in September. But I'm an advocate for any vehicle. Give me the keys, and I want to wheel it.
So if anybody doesn't understand, Matt's Jeep has a lot of power. Kara's Jeep is going to have ridiculous power. I think she's trying to one-up you all the time, Matt.
Always.
Awesome. I do have another question. We got a few seconds left on the clock. What's your question?
Well, I just want to say Kara probably needs it for the Rebel, the next one she's going to win. So.
There you go.
For the ladies, have you ever heard of Becoming an Outdoor Woman? It's a group that was put on in Wisconsin, but like in South Dakota, it's our game fishing parks that puts it on. And they teach you how to hunt. They teach you how to fish. I learned how to gun my deer.
Oh, wow.
Ice fishing. They tell you what to use. And then they also have like the camping, like,
Becoming an Outdoors Woman is clear across Canada.
Yes, it does go into
States.
Canada,
Yeah.
and they have trips up into like Iceland and all that as well.
I've never
that they
heard of
do.
it, but I want to hear more.
I'm pretty sure Arkansas does have one, because I met women from Arkansas that learned it there and then traveled to South Dakota and stuff, so they have them all over. Just go on to becoming an outdoors woman, and anyone can take it from brand new to been going for 50 years. So just something to look at. Yeah.
That's awesome. So I want to
Iowa has it. South
Okay.
Dakota has it. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah.
you. So, like I said, check out these things. If you're interested in any of this kind of activities that we've had on the panel, I would ask and stress you to go to their channels. Now, I'm going to do their like, subscribe, and pitch it move. So these people support GOA. Go to their channels, watch their videos, and like and subscribe to all their socials. Keep an eye on them, because these are the real people. These aren't actors. You can go watch exactly what they do. So I want to say an extreme thank you, and it's been an honor for me to be up here and be around all these great people and these extremely powerful ladies. And keep doing what you're doing. Keep fighting for the Second Amendment, because we know that without the Second Amendment, none of our other rights or amendments are anything. So please support GOA, support these awesome people on their channels, bump them up there, and let's make it to where YouTube is so big with these freedom fighters that they can't do anything to them, because we hold that power. So thank you guys very much. Give them all a round of applause. We appreciate you guys for being here. See you on the next one. All right, thank you. So awesome.
Hi there, my name's Riley Moore, Congressman from West Virginia's 2nd Congressional District. Want to welcome everybody to Des Moines, Iowa, to the conference. Congratulations on 50 years of GOA. We wouldn't be here without you and your advocacy. Please, I want to make a plea here to call your senator to please pass my bill on banning the merchant category code on guns and ammunition. This could create a backdoor national gun registry. It could prevent gun merchants from being able to process transactions. Please, please help me out here. We got to defend our Second Amendment rights. Call your senator and let's get this thing done. Thank you so much.
Thank you from Riley Moore. An awesome discussion here from the outdoor panel. Again, I am a big avid for celebrating all sorts of outdoor adventure. And again, I want to shout out our gear event. Ursula, Monty, Kurt, who have put that on, have done such a good job. They've done everything from pretty much like how to tow your vehicle and also doing nighttime shooting, low light shooting. It's really exciting stuff. What else is also really exciting is the next speaker I'm about to introduce. Our next speaker has earned a national reputation as one of Congress's strongest defenders of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. Throughout his time in Congress, he's worked closely with us here at Gun Owners of America to advance pro-Second Amendment legislation, oppose unconstitutional gun control, and stand firmly for our principle of no compromise. Representing Kentucky's 4th District, he's built a reputation for voting based on the Constitution and not political pressure. Please welcome Congressman Thomas Massie.
Well, thanks for having me here in Iowa. I appreciate the Gun Owners of America, the only no-compromise gun group in Washington, D.C. First of all, I want to tell you what the Second Amendment means to me as a congressman, but also as an individual. I appreciate this panel that was here before us. They're into outdoor sports and shooting and hunting and all of that. But if I see a politician run a TV ad and it's them in a duck blind, and then they get up and start talking about the Second Amendment, and they don't tell you what the Second Amendment means to them, and they imply that it's about duck hunting, I don't trust that politician. The Second Amendment is about keeping our government in check. It is about keeping the possibility of a tyrannical government from evolving, and if it does, giving you the means to enforce the Constitution. That's what it means to me. I appreciate that I've been able to spend 14 years in Congress. I'm going to try to anticipate some of your questions. I know you're all wondering about Senator McConnell, and you're worried about his situation and his health, and a lot of people have asked me, being from Kentucky, if I would go check on him and see if he could start showing up to voting and whatnot, maybe give us a speech. I say, why would you want me to mess this up? Look, I've got Senator Rand Paul, who votes, and I've got Senator McConnell, who doesn't vote. So I've got 2 senators that don't vote for war, they don't vote for gun control, and they don't vote for more debt and more spending. I've got the best situation ever, so I'm not going to mess that up. In fact, I think McConnell's Heritage score, Club for Growth score, and even his Gun Owners of America score has gone up over the past 50 days. I know you're saying, all right, now what are you going to do about this? We had a U.S. Congressperson, a woman who spent many months in a memory care facility and was still a voting representative of Congress. I've decided I'm going to introduce a term limit bill. Not based on age, because some of us age better than others. I'm going to base it on health, and I'm going to call it 3 strokes and you're out. Now, I'm not just picking on one party here. Fetterman's on deck. Let me get to some of the gun legislation that I've introduced over the years, and one piece of gun legislation that I just got passed in the House of Representatives. You'll be surprised they didn't cover it on the evening news. The first bill that I introduced to protect the Second Amendment in Congress was a result of R&D. You know what R&D stands for? Rip off and duplicate. I took a bill that Ron Paul had sponsored for many years, and that was the first pro-2A legislation that I introduced. And I've introduced it every Congress. It's to repeal the unconstitutional Gun-Free School Zone Act. Because I don't think the default situation should be to announce our kids as sitting ducks with no protection whatsoever. Gun-free zones in general are dangerous. Over 95% of mass public shootings happen in a gun-free zone, in a place where adults are not allowed, law-abiding citizens are not allowed to carry a firearm. And thank you to John Lott for proving that with the data and the statistics. So I think we should repeal the Gun-Free School Zone Act. And it's already been struck down once by the Supreme Court. Congress went in and tried to patch it with a fix. They tried to apply the interstate commerce nexus, and I don't think it makes it constitutional even with that patch. And states, school systems and states can override the Gun-Free School Zone Act within the borders of the school, within the confines of the school. And every school that's done that, that's empowered teachers and staff to carry firearms, there's never been a shooting in one of those schools. Imagine that. Criminals are shopping around and looking for victims who aren't protected or would be victims. But here's what happens. You still, even in the school systems that override the federal law and allow teachers or staff to carry, there's still a zone around the school. Remember, it's the gun-free school zone, and it's a zone around the school. And it could extend to sidewalks and private streets where people are driving by or walking by, exercising their Second Amendment. And that's a problem. We end up with a patchwork of sketchy, gray area laws that the police can use to, if they want to cause trouble, they could use it to prosecute you for simply exerting your exercising your God-given right, which is protected by the Second Amendment. The other bill that I've introduced, I call it the Safer Voter Act. And this makes the left a little bit upset. Safer Voter, it stands for Second Amendment sorry, I'm from Kentucky, Second Amendment for every registrable voter. Now, what does that mean? I'm tying the Second Amendment to the voting age because the left always wants to lower the voting age. I can tell you voting is more dangerous, way more dangerous than carrying a firearm. You get to determine who gets to carry a firearm if you get to vote. And so I think that the age that you should be able to buy a firearm from a licensed dealer should be 18, not 21. And right now we have a federal law. Thank you. I think even the people over the age of 21 are clapping for that. Look, you got situations where a guy joins the military. He's got a wife and kids at home. You can sign up to die for your country when you're 18, even 17. And you go overseas, and then the wife can't even buy a handgun if something comes up while the husband's at home. And something could come in the news, like that person is deployed, and they could be doxxed. And then they know there's a woman at home with kids that has no protection because of our federal law. So that's one that I would like to get passed. A bill that I did get passed in the House recently, bipartisan, overwhelming majority. And I brought this up in the Judiciary Committee, where all of the good and bad gun laws go, is the Judiciary Committee. I serve on that. Jim Jordan is the chairman. I won the debate over the years on this issue. The NICS background check system. For the years that we can get data, we find out there have been over 100,000 denials in a year. How many, and why are you denied? Ostensibly because you lied on an application about whether you were a felon or a drug user or something else. But there have only been like 12 convictions in a year when there's 100,000 denials. Why is that? Because most of the denials are false. Somebody has been falsely deprived of their Second Amendment rights because their name was conflated with the name of somebody who is a criminal or who has been convicted of a crime punishable by a year or more in prison. And so what I discovered, thanks to John Lott, again, is that if you look at the data, people within certain races and ethnicities share similar names. If you're black and your parents are black, you're likely to have a name that you share with another black person. And the same if you're Hispanic, and the same if you're white. But it turns out if you're black, you're 3 times more likely to be falsely denied the purchase of a handgun by the NICS database system, or gun in general, because you share a name with somebody who's been convicted of a crime, maybe went to prison for a year or more. And when I pointed this out to the Democrats, that the NICS background check system is so sloppy that it's racist, they want it fixed. They want it to be more precise so that there are fewer false denials of minorities. By the way, if you're Hispanic, you're twice as likely to be falsely deprived by the NICS background check system. So when I brought that to the judiciary, we got it passed. I brought it to the floor. It passed unanimously. And we need to get that passed through the Senate. What will happen is it requires them to publish the data, and we're going to find out that the way the system does work, that it is inherently biased against minorities because it is sloppy. And we're going to get better, more precise system that deprives fewer blacks, Hispanics, Asians, and Caucasians from having their Second Amendment rights. Finally, the bill that I'm most excited about is national constitutional carry. This is long overdue. For many years, we've been fighting to get constitutional carry at the state laws. I've been around long enough that the fight used to be to get shall issue for permits in the state. But then the front moved to, well, let's just acknowledge that you don't need the permission of your government, state or local, to exercise your Second Amendment, that the Constitution is your concealed carry permit. We've achieved that in 29 states, thanks to GOA, fighting in the state legislatures, and Kentucky is one of those. Again, thanks to John Lott. He came and testified. He testifies in all of these states. He lays the facts bare, and then the legislators either have to choose the truth or not the truth. And remember all the apocryphal predictions that, oh my gosh, it'll be the Wild West. It was never the Wild West in Vermont. And it's never been the Wild West in any of the jurisdictions that pass constitutional carry. So the puck was, and maybe still is, in trying to get reciprocity between the states. But I think we're not asking for enough. We've got 29 states who have constitutional carry. We need to bring the other 21 states and the other territories in line with that and get constitutional carry. Every state needs to recognize that the Second Amendment impinges on them. Since we had DC versus Heller in 2008, and then the one that really mattered with respect to the states was McDonald versus Chicago, because DC versus Heller was in DC, it didn't apply to the states. So 2 years later, the same attorney, Alan Gura, had found a litigant who could bring this case against Chicago, and what the Supreme Court ruled is that the Second Amendment applies to the states. And so this is not a violation of the 10th Amendment to say that states have to abide by the Second Amendment. I think this would be a wonderful piece of legislation, and in the 5 months that I have remaining in Congress, I am going to push this very hard. I'll talk about a few other pieces of legislation that I'm working on or things that I'm fighting. How many fans of flock cameras do we have in here? I heard a few boos. I didn't hear any claps. The government, yeah, we could all be safer if we all wore body cameras and head cameras and we had them in our living rooms and our bedrooms and on the street corners. It might make us safer, but in another way, it's going to make us less safe. And we cannot be trading our freedom of movement, our freedom of privacy for a little false promise of security. And these flock cameras have already been abused, just like the FISA program has been abused by the FBI. I mean, the FBI goes in there and looks up people on Tinder, some of these FBI agents, or looks up girlfriends that they've had to see if they're in the files. Well, you get the same thing going on with flock cameras. We don't elect angels to Congress. I guess you already knew that. But neither are the people who run these systems. And so we're far better off having our privacy. And so I'm going to introduce a bill that says that we're not going to give any federal money in order for it to be constitutional. I don't think I have the ability to ban flock cameras in any given city, but I sure do have the ability to say we're not going to give you money for the flock cameras. And so my bill will basically, as they say, follow the money. If you get grants for your police department or your municipality, whether it's a city or a county, to enforce safety or to provide protection of your citizens, we are not giving you that money to buy flock cameras or if you use flock cameras. And I know there are other brands of cameras, so we're going to write the legislation so that they can't change the name of the camera and get out of this. FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, I brought that up just briefly. That's supposed to be used to spy on foreigners. It's being used to spy on Americans. And in ways that you don't even know about, and I can't even tell you about from this podium. So they have a law that's on the books that you can go read, but there's a secret interpretation of the law that only I can see. I have to go into a skiff 3 floors underground and leave my cell phone and all cameras and all electronic devices outside of the skiff to read the secret interpretation of the law for how they spy on Americans using a bill that's meant to spy on foreigners. And I think we need reform there. That's the program is about to expire again, and we have a chance to do it. Some people ask me, why did you lose your election? How did you lose your election? I've been there 14 years. By the way, it's a blessing to me now. I can't wait to return to the private sector. I've got 5 months left. I'm going to give them hell every day. But I had these artificial intelligence-generated ads run against me. And they showed me on a 3-way date. It said I've been caught in a throuple with Ilhan Omar and AOC. Showed me checking into a hotel, putting a do not disturb sign on the door, flowers on the pillows, taking them out to dinner, getting in and out of cabs with them around DC, and a lot of people fell for it. A lot of people fell for it. They spent millions of dollars, $30 million running those ads. So, I felt bad for the 2 women that were impugned by being with me in this throuple. So I went up to AOC. It's a true story. I swear it's true. I went up to her on the floor of the House and asked if she had seen the ads, and she said, yeah. I said, those are despicable ads, aren't they? I said, I would never be caught dating Ilhan Omar. It's a joke. She got it, fortunately, and no harassment charges were filed. What is my call to action to you all here today before I get off the stage? I see I'm at 0 time left, but I got one important thing to tell you. GOA, whoever, they've got a staff. I feel sorry for the ones that draw the short straws, like Aiden, who has to go to Washington, D.C. to the swamp and actually pay attention to what's going on and stay up at midnight and try to catch my colleagues passing anti-gun legislation. But they're really good at it. They watch things like a hawk, and a lot of times I learn things from GOA, from Gun Owners of America, that I didn't even know were happening, that my staff didn't see coming. Maybe it's coming out of left field. Maybe it's coming from the Senate and we're in the House. Maybe it's coming to the floor without ever going through our Judiciary Committee. Maybe it just got put on the markup schedule for our Judiciary Committee. So the GOA has been really helpful. I know they're helpful to you to tell you what we're doing, but they're also helpful to us and have been. By the way, I'm the chair of the Second Amendment Caucus. My co-chair is Lauren Boebert, and she's going to carry on that responsibility. So I hope you'll support her in her next election. But the one thing that you could do in the interim is make those phone calls. If the GOA sends you a call to action, please make the phone calls. I think it matters way more than emails or even handwritten letters. They don't matter as much as the phone calls, because what happens is the phone rings in a congressional office. And it typically only rings 10 times a day in my office. I represent 750,000 people. If you can get 50 phone calls into one congressional office in a day, the congressman is going to say, what the hell is going on? Why are these people mad at me? Did I do something wrong? No, sir, but you're about to do something wrong. You're about to vote for this thing. And if you think this is a lot of phone calls, wait until you vote. And I've seen it matter. I've been on the floor of the House, and people ask me, how many phone calls did you get on this issue? And so I know it's a cliche that congressmen don't listen, and a lot of them don't listen to anything but donations and money. But I think they all do listen. They're all afraid of their reelection. Use that to your advantage. Make the phone calls when GOA asks you to do it. And finally, I want to close with this. I want to thank you all for being part of Gun Owners of America. I want to thank them for having this event in Iowa. There's no other place I'd rather be, maybe New Hampshire or South Carolina. Just kidding. Some people got my joke. But thank you all for being members of Gun Owners of America and just for exercising your rights. I think the most important thing you can do is to carry a firearm, to exercise your constitutional right, your God-given right to self-defense every day. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Thomas. Our next guest unfortunately couldn't be here in person with us, but she did send a video, and she's also responsible for suing some anti-gun states in support of President Trump's Second Amendment executive order. She heads the Civil Rights Division of the DOJ and is the Assistant Attorney General. Please welcome Harmeet Dillon.
Today, I'm honored to stand before the Gun Owners of America. And I stand here not just as another Washington bureaucrat or a legislator bent on civilian disarmament, but as a fellow gun owner and fellow defender of our cherished American birthright, the right to keep and bear arms. As the head of the Civil Rights Division at the United States Department of Justice, I am very proud to be leading one of the most seismic civil rights shifts in decades, an uncompromising commitment to protecting the Second Amendment as a cornerstone of civil liberties. For far too long, many of our state and local governments, as well as our courts, have treated the Second Amendment as a second-class right, paying it only lip service, but no longer. Under this administration, we are defending the Second Amendment with the full power of the federal government across the nation from sea to shining sea. President Trump has encouraged the creation of the first ever Second Amendment section of our Civil Rights Division, and this section exists for one purpose: to protect all law-abiding Americans' rights to bear arms for lawful purposes. States, districts, territories, and cities have all been put on notice. We stand ready to protect our citizens' Second Amendment rights. This is not just a plan or a theory. It's not just a gleam in some Washington bureaucrat's eye. As we stand here today, the Civil Rights Division is fighting back and defending the rights of law-abiding Americans to possess, purchase, and carry arms for self-defense. Just this year alone, we've targeted law enforcement misconduct in implementing state and local regulations that criminalize commonly used rifles, magazines, and suppressors possessed by millions of law-abiding American citizens. We have targeted state and local bureaucratic obstruction and Byzantine mazes designed to make it near impossible to bear arms legally in some jurisdictions. We have filed amicus briefs reminding lower courts and the Supreme Court that the landmark Supreme Court cases Heller and Bruin are the law of the land, not merely helpful suggestions, and much, much more. In fact, we submitted an amicus brief in support of the Second Amendment in the case we now all know as Cheeseman, and I'm happy for the role that we at the Department of Justice played in helping to secure one of the most epic Second Amendment victories since Bruin. Cheeseman was a historic victory for all Americans who care about these rights. Our work and our goals are nonpartisan. Constitutional rights, such as the right to keep and bear arms, belong to all Americans, not just a privileged few. Our work reflects a simple yet fundamental truth. The right to keep and bear arms is not a mere relic of an ancient past. It is the cornerstone of American liberty today. To you, the gun owners of America, we salute your eloquent advocacy and your unapologetic defense of the Constitution over the last 50 years. You helped keep the defense of liberty alive through dark days when those in power wanted to toss our Second Amendment into the dustbin of history. Well, thanks to the tireless work of patriots across the country, those despots have failed and they will continue to fail. Or as President Reagan once said, here's my strategy. We win, they lose. May liberty and our Constitution endure, and may these United States of America remain the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you for all your hard work.
Hunting isn't a hobby. It's a natural right in action. It's one of the oldest expressions of freedom. That freedom isn't granted by government. It's protected by the Second Amendment. The right to keep and bear arms exists so we remain free, capable, and self-reliant. For hunters, that right isn't an abstract principle. It protects more than the tools we use. It protects a heritage built on responsibility and respect for the outdoors. When the Second Amendment is weakened, the future of hunting is weakened with it. Hunting puts food on the table. It supports conservation and wildlife management. It instills patience, discipline, and independence. And we carry our hunting heritage forward through a shared respect for the land and the freedoms that make this way of life possible. That's why Second Amendment Hunters stands to defend our constitutional rights in the courts and in the field. Because protecting the Second Amendment means protecting the future of hunting for generations to come.
That's great. It's awesome to hear from Harmeet Dillon, too, and her work for the Civil Rights Department and the DOJ. Our next speaker, I'm really excited to introduce him. He's lively, he's fun, he's a 10-year combat medic veteran, passionate advocate for the Second Amendment, who has dedicated his work to educating and empowering the next generation of gun owners and FFLs through our Caliber Club program. He works side by side with representatives in West Virginia and even the governor, Governor Morrissey himself, to help facilitate West Virginia's machine gun bill, which if you are unaware of that, you're obviously not following us at Gun Owners on Twitter. Thank you to all of you watching live right now. You need to keep up to date with us because we believe that if the government, the state government, can arm citizens with machine guns, that's pretty awesome. Look into it. Please welcome the West Virginia State Director and the finest citizen, Alex Shea. One more thing, Alex. Not only is it 50 years of no compromise, we're also celebrating, what is it, your 22nd birthday?
I believe so. Maybe for the second time, but yeah.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Alex Shea with GOA. That's who I am, and that's what I do. And I want to tell you a little bit about me so you have some context for this, because you probably either really recognize me or have no idea who I am and what I'm talking about. But I was born and raised in Beckley, West Virginia. That's where I'm from. Shockingly as that may appear to you all out there, happens on cruise ships. So I'm here today because growing up in West Virginia made me realize how much community is important and how much we need to be there for each other and how much we need to help. And when 9/11 happened, I joined the military. And in joining the military, I wanted to be all I could be, so I joined the Army, and I am colorblind. So they needed me to be a medic. And that was the best way for me to get where I needed to go and go there and do the things that I needed to do. After serving in the United States Army for 6 years, I wanted to stay for the next 14 years so I can get my retirement, and I wanted to be that career person. And I get my shiny deployment orders 2 weeks before I have run out of time. So this is a thing called stop loss. Doesn't matter. Look into it. It's like the draft, but better. And so I get deployed. Wonderful for me. Always wanted to go. Always wanted combat. However, in that time, we had an election. An election, I believe it was between McCain and Obama. And when Obama was elected and I attempted to re-up, they told me, tough luck, guy. You're out. There's no re-enlistment. So I'm in Iraq serving my country, and I'm too important to let go, but I'm not important enough to stay. And that's the first time that politics touched my life in a way that basically shattered my career at the time. I could have been a career statist. I could have not been the freedom-fighting, valiant person that I am today who relentlessly pursues freedom. So I get out, I go to college. I'm thinking, just keep my head low, become an officer, go to college. It'll be easy, 4 years, easy peasy, bro. He's not gonna get elected twice. Get to college, get into my second year, into my first year, the Affordable Care Act comes up. It's a dogfight in the Senate and in the House, and this fun thing called the sequester happens. Shuts down the government for months. And when the government shut down, guess who doesn't get to eat? Guess who doesn't get to do anything other than try to provide for his family instead of focusing on the college that I fought in a war to obtain? All the veterans. One of the first things that went was the Montgomery GI Bill and the post 9/11 GI Bill. And that was another time that the federal government genuinely destroyed a career path where I could have become a statist yet again. I could have been someone who just believed in following orders and went through the indoctrination processes of not only the military, but then of college and then back into the military. But they just kept messing with me. So I became a professional DJ, which led me to event planning, which led to a multi-million-dollar gun range, which is how I got in touch with Gun Owners of America. And I found out that there is a way. There is a way to become calm, cool, collected, and confident in your ability to articulate the ideals of freedom, individual liberty, and the American way of life. And that's what grassroots activism is. Grassroots activism is when you, the citizens out there in TV land, I know this is streaming out there to all you, this is where you have to take accountability for your government. It came after me again and again, and I have more stories about it coming after me again and again. But then, who do I have to blame? Who here has ever watched television before, right? Who here has ever seen your elected official do something that you don't agree with? You got any hands out there? Yeah? Now, this crowd probably has done something about it, but for those of you out there in TV land, have you ever contacted your congressman, your senator, your governor, your president, whatever, your mayor? So you're going to stand there or sit there and you're going to be mad. They don't have ESP. They need you to communicate with them. We live in a constitutional republic. They are your representatives. They are not your leaders. They are your public servants. But they can't do what you don't ask them to do. And that's what GOA taught me. That's what reading confrontational politics taught me. That's what reading what makes you think they read the bills taught me by our founder, H.L. Richardson. I now know and possess something that anybody in this crowd, anybody out there in TV land can know and possess. I know that you have the potential to be the change that you want to see in the world. You can do it. You can be the smartest man or woman, and you can actually organize it. Get out there, get on the phones, get on the emails, go to gunowners.org and hit that join button or sign up for the free email, because we're going to break it down Barney style just for you based off of your zip code so that your city, county, state, or federal representative can hear it from you. And you can put those in your own words, because we never want to put words in your mouth, but we do want you to be well informed, and we want you to know what to do. So with that, I'm Alex Shea, and that's how I got here today, and that's why I'm here advocating for SB 1071 that was introduced by Senator Chris Rose in the West Virginia Senate, and we're going to get the Office of Public Defense established, because once we do, we'll be able to transfer post-1986 machine guns to the general public. And it may sound crazy, but it ain't something that we bent the rules or squinted our eyes or changed it. That is 18 USC 922-02A, and it is the law of the land. So all I'm asking is for us to follow the Constitution and for us to follow the federal law. And if they're going to enforce this side of it that says that it's prohibited, then it's going to also enforce the side that says it is permitted. And that's who I am. And thank you all very much for listening to me and my craziness. Once again, I'm Alex Shea with GOA. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Alex, and again, happy birthday. Our next speaker is a highly decorated Force Recon Marine veteran, Semper Fi man, best-selling author, love the energy, thank you. Best-selling author, founder of the Mighty Oaks Foundation. Through his service on the battlefield and his work helping veterans, first responders, and their families, he's become a powerful advocate for faith, resilience, and the warrior spirit. Please welcome Chad Robichaux.
Thanks, everyone. So I think I'm the first person to come up and speak about the Second Amendment, right? So look, what a moment to celebrate it, because as tragic as what just happened in Idaho, we seen a good guy with a gun put down a bad guy with a gun because of our Second Amendment and because of the courage of the American patriot. And by the way, I'm friends with the owners of In-N-Out Burger. I sent him a message this morning and to say that we have thousands of American patriots here in Iowa praying for the family of the In-N-Out employee. If you think about the Second Amendment, it's a crazy thing that of all the things that our founders could have chosen when drafting our freedoms and liberties, the second thing they decided to write was our right to have a gun, right? It's pretty wild. I mean, of all the things they could have chose, the right to have a gun was so important that they made it the second thing. The first thing was you could say whatever you want to whoever you want, but if you're going to do that, you probably want to have a gun. So in all seriousness, though, you should ask, why would they think it's so important for that to be the second thing in our Bill of Rights? Because history teaches us that genocides, occupations, and tyrannical governments always follow a familiar pattern. Armed governments and invaders prey on unarmed citizens. And when there are targeted populations that are armed, the first step is always disarmament. And they often do so by regulatory means. It's not always by force, it's by regulatory means. Even the Germans, and after World War I, the Germans implemented strict firearms licensing and registrations. They had a plan. And then after they got all the control of all the weapons, then in 1938, they picked two classes of people. They said, if you're a loyal German to the Nazi regime, then you could have certain guns. If you're the targeted group, the Jews, then you were prohibited from possessing any guns or ammunition. And we all know what happened after that. I want to share some personal experience with you in this topic. Outside of being a Force Recon Marine, I was a DoD contractor. I went to JSOC Task Force. I did 8 deployments to Afghanistan, came home, and have spent my life forming Mighty Oaks Foundation. We've served over 500,000 active duty service members and veterans, first responders through the work that we do at Mighty Oaks programs. In addition to that, I started doing humanitarian work with special operations veterans going all around the world. My book, Saving Aziz, highlights the largest civilian rescue in American history, where we rescued 17,000 people out of Afghanistan by the ordination by God. It just orchestrated a miracle through us doing that. In addition to that, we went into Ukraine. And Ukraine was just a crazy, crazy place. I've been to 60 countries. I've been to lots of war zones, both in combat and humanitarian rescues. And the most biggest atrocities I've ever seen has been in Ukraine. Regardless of what you feel about Ukraine, innocent people are dying there every day since February 22nd of 2022. Mostly women and children. It's horrific. Over 2 million people have died there. And what a lot of people don't know about Ukraine is before the Russians pushed across the border, the Ukrainian citizens had no Second Amendment. they had no right to bear arms. In fact, if you wanted to own a gun, you might be able to get a hunting rifle or a shotgun for hunting or sport, but it was very, very restricted. You had to register, you had to apply, you had to get medical screening, all these things just to get a hunting rifle. No pistols at all, unless you're a government official. And so these civilians, innocent civilians in Ukraine, had no ability to protect themselves. And now you have an invading nation coming in. They quickly tried to distribute guns to all the men and but those guns went on the front line with the men. So now at home, in their homes, innocent women and children were left defenseless as a Russian occupying force went through their neighborhoods. Elderly communities, apartment buildings filled with women and children, with no men to protect them and no firearms to protect themselves. I got involved early on. A week before the invasion, we had a teammate there because we knew what was going to happen. We knew Americans were going to get left behind by the Biden administration. It's exactly what happened. A week after the invasion, I was in Ukraine. I did 10 trips to the front line, extended trips rescuing Americans and vulnerable people on those front lines and supporting the civilian fighters trying to defend their families. Some of the stuff I've seen there was incredible, but it's been like I said, some of the most horrific thing that I've ever seen. Rolling into Kharkiv, Ukraine, it was like I remember going in and we were driving through, and one of our we had the lights off because if you had a light on, you were going to get hit by the Russians. So lights are off on our vehicle. We're just creeping in, and it's so eerie because the apartment buildings are knocked down to rubble, and everyone was quiet as we were rolling in. And one of our Ukrainian teammates came over the radio and he said, "Welcome to Kharkiv. The only thing that lives here is Will Smith and his dog." If you've seen the movie I Am Legend, it's that apocalyptic feeling. But that was the civilian population of Kharkiv. People like apartment buildings just leveled to rubble. Elderly communities where no military base in sight leveled to rubble. And Russian troops were coming through there and killing civilians, and still are to this day. There was another moment I was in an aid station, and I was talking to this doctor about some people who were moving there to get aid, and I could just hear this horrific screaming coming from a curtain right on the other side. There was one woman was screaming so horrifically, you just felt like compelled, like I have to do something. And I asked the doctor what had happened. And he told me about the woman on the other side of the curtain, and how her and her husband were in their home with their 5 children, and Russian soldiers came into their home. A small force of Russian soldiers came into their home, not in the military, not for military reasons whatsoever. And they murdered her husband right in front of her. And then for 5 days, they raped her in front of her children. And then when they were done, she was able to leave and drug her children to safety across the snow and the rain. And when she got to that aid center and her children were safe, she just broke down and was screaming in that horrific cry that I'll never forget. If she had a firearm, could she have prevented that? Could her husband have defended their home? I don't know. But at least they would have had a chance. It would have been up to them, and they would have had a chance to do so. Another moment in Ukraine was going into a town called Izum. Izum had been occupied, small country town, been occupied, it's so beautiful there, for about 6 months by the Russians. And I was going there because if you read my book, Mission Without Borders, my buddy and I, Seaspray, were going to rescue this Marine who's a United States Marine. He'd volunteered with the Ukrainian Legion, and he had been shot in the stomach, captured by the Russians, and he was going to he was in captivity, and we had a pathway to get him out. And so when we were driving there, we got a call from the Solo, which is Special Operations Liaison Officer for the CIA. And he called us because the White House wasn't allowing Delta Force, our JSOC element, Tier 1 element, to go into Ukraine to rescue individuals. In fact, my team had to rescue Fox News reporter Benjamin Hall because the White House wouldn't allow them to go do it. And we got him to safety, handed him over to our military, and got him home to his wife and 2 little girls. And it was the same thing for this Marine. And so we're talking to the Special Operations Liaison Officer who's in Krakow, Poland, and he's telling us about all the information we needed on this Marine. But he also told us that the Ukrainians had reported mass graves in Izum as it was being liberated. It was currently being liberated. And so we detoured and we went to Izum to identify these mass graves. And when I got there, it's very hard to describe unless you see this in person. First of all, the smell of these graves were just the smell of rotting flesh, and then to go look into the holes of these graves and see that they were probably accurate in their numbers of 1,400, but who was in those graves was the most horrific thing. It was women and children. A few elderly we saw in there, and most of them were bound with their hands behind their back. These people had no ability to defend themselves because Ukraine had never given them a Second Amendment right to defend themselves. And when the Russians came in, Their men went to the front line to fight and defend their homes and freedom, and they were left vulnerable. And the Russians exploited it and executed them in a muddy hole and pushed their bodies in. And as I was there, I remember thinking, like, could this happen to us? A lot of times as Americans, we think this can never happen to us because of where we live. But the truth is, this is a first world nation. Ukraine isn't Afghanistan. When you go in Ukraine, when you're in Kyiv, there's pizza parlors, there's movie theaters, there's malls, there's bookstores, there's coffee shops. It's a first world nation. And so you think they would think the same thing. This could never happen to us, but it did. And so what's different between Ukraine and America? Why can't this happen to us? Well, because America is different because we somewhat maintain our right to self-defense for nearly 250 years. Why? Because of our Constitution, because of our Bill of Rights, and because of patriots who are willing to stand up and defend it, just like those from the Gun Owners of America who are going to stand up and raise their voice. We have approximately 500 million privately owned firearms in America, and that's a good thing. People make fun of it, mock us around the world, but no one's walking into this country and taking over and pushing out women and little girls in ditches with their hands tied behind their backs. That's roughly 1.5 firearms per American. This is the world's largest civilian firearm population, not in the world, in the history of the world, right? The next highest country is Yemen. It's 0.5. They don't even have a lot of people. It's 0.5 per person, right? We are by far the most armed population in the history of the world. And that's the reason that the Second Amendment is a constant topic of debate and under attack. And that's the point, right? The point that our founders intended and wrote it was that we would be the most armed. We would be unoccupiable. This is what they wrote it for. This is why it was so important that it was a second thing they wrote, because they knew. Look, they're going to make compelling cases of why we don't need guns for certain things, what we need, what we don't need, what needs to be registered, what doesn't need to be registered, where we can carry this and where we carry that. And they'll write laws and ignore the obvious point that murder is actually against the law, and the only people that follow laws are law-abiding citizens. And slowly but surely, regulation by regulation, they're going to try to take away our right to bear arms. But our Second Amendment isn't about hunting. I love the hunting video, by the way. But it's not about hunting. It's not about sport. It's for protection. It's for preservation, and it's to remain a free people. And through our voices and through legislation, we have to stand up and continue in that fight. Because if we don't, it'll be gone. And that's why I came here today, to do my part, to share my voice, and to thank the Gun Owners of America for leading in that fight for 50 years. And to thank each of you here presently, in person, and those online, to thank you and urge you to continue to stand firm and demand our freedoms not be taken away so that we will live as free people. And we can pass on a future to our children, a free future, illustrated by Thomas Jefferson and our Declaration of Independence when he said, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain and inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Ladies and gentlemen, these rights must be preserved, and they must be preserved by us, by we the people. And I thank you. I'm so thankful for leaders and organizations like the Gun Owners of America that continue in that fight. I'm on Capitol Hill all the time on veterans policies, and I'll tell you that all of our representatives from around the country, they will respond to where the voices are loudest. And this is one area that we have to be loud, and we have to continue to push that fight should we remain a free people. Thank you all. God bless you.
Appreciate that, Chad. And again, Simplify. Our next speaker has spent a lifetime defending the principles of individual liberty, limited government, and the Constitution. As a longtime congressman, physician, and one of the nation's most influential advocates for freedom, his voice has inspired generations of Americans to stand firm in defense of their rights. Joining us by video, Dr. Ron Paul.
Hello, Gun Owners of America. Congratulations on your anniversary, 50 years. I remember it well. I was first elected to Congress in 1976, and Gun Owners of America were there to make sure I obeyed the Second Amendment. They were great. Larry Pratt, I got to know, a very good friend of mine. And one thing I learned soon, that there was a lot of people that flip-flopped and were arbitrary, and they did not last and basically believing in principle. Gun Owners of America always had the answer that I could depend on the issues, any place in the Constitution, but especially the Second Amendment. And I was always pleased with that. And I'm amazed that 50 years goes by so fast, but that was the first year, and I made use by following what Gun Owners of America has done so many years, which has been excellent, activity. And they're known for principle. Well, you might be able to find somebody else. Maybe they declare they have 10 more members than the Gun Owners of America, but they don't have the philosophy that you can depend on. And that's what was great and is great of the Gun Owners of America. So this is something that I think is so important. The Second Amendment, is important. I think all the amendments are. I wish more people would think the Constitution was important. I recently, have spent some time emphasizing the First Amendment, but believe me, the Second Amendment is the bottom line. When push comes to shove, you got to know about our rights, and that founders were very thorough in making it very clear. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And this, I'll tell you, is very strong. I don't think it's complicated. Why would they ever have a debate over this? That is just absurd. So this is something that is wonderful, but the big thing is, after you spend time in Washington, you can become cynical pretty easily, And a lot of time people, individuals, members of Congress would come in and they change their attitudes rather quickly. I think that's well known. But the one thing is, gun owners stuck to their guns. They stuck to the message, and they stuck to the Constitution. Congratulations for 50 years of wonderful participation. Gun Owners of America, keep it going.
Thank you, Dr. Ron Paul. And yes, we at Gun Owners of America like to stick to our guns, pun intended. Our next speaker is a veteran and the founder of Task Force 70, a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing high-level tactical and constitutional training to small-town law enforcement agencies by equipping officers with the skills, knowledge, and mindset they need to better serve their communities. TF70 is helping strengthen the relationship between law enforcement and the citizens they protect. Please welcome John Chappie.
Good afternoon, GOA, and to everybody watching on the internet. My name's Chappie. I've been a cop for a long time, and I know that that's not always the most popular position to be in from the citizenry. So I'm here today to talk about GOA's 50th anniversary and to also talk about how we can improve the relations that are absolutely necessary for your rights to be respected on the street as you're out driving around. So the question I get the most is, have the police actually been militarized? And unfortunately, I have to answer that question by saying yes. However, the reason or the way that the police were militarized is not the way that you think. It is not the fact that we wear heavy vests or we're carrying rifles or that we're driving around in Bearcats. It's how we have been inculcated and educated over the years, particularly the last 60 or 70 years. The Constitution, as the framework that protects the Declaration of Independence, is very rarely, if at all, taught in police academies across the United States. That is not an unintentional consequence of the institutionalization of law enforcement. Law enforcement is a long tradition in America that comes from the preamble of the Constitution. Our authority as peace officers comes from the preamble in the words, ensure domestic tranquility. And what we mean by that, or what the founders meant by that, is laid out very clearly in Federalist 17. The federal authority is not designed to directly enforce the law on individual citizens. That was not a popular view of progressivism in the 19-teens and 1920s. So they decided to make a conscious effort to change it. That effort involved institutionalizing the leadership of law enforcement so that the federalization of the police was unnecessary, because they could indirectly control how law enforcement or peace officers perform their job by controlling the bosses. And we have seen some pretty terrifying and not real good outcomes for the American people in that over the last 50 years. Most recently during the giant national medical emergency, when law enforcement officers were ordered to do things that they did without question. That is a problem. Law enforcement officers are not privates. When I say that we have been militarized in the function of being inculcated with the concept that we just follow orders. Whatever the policy says, that's what we must do, or we're going to lose our job. And losing the job seems like a simple solution for a constitutionalist like myself. Walking away from the job is well worth the sacrifice to not violate the rights and responsibilities of the citizens like you. Unfortunately, for a lot of guys, they're not in that position because of a combination of the public education system teaching them to just do what you're told, be quiet in class, up to the police academy and teaching the level of discipline necessary to perform the job as a team. And then through the policies and inculcation of knowledge to rely so heavily upon case law. Case law is not law. Case law is case precedence. And law enforcement officers being encouraged to only follow the law and not being taught the Constitution that underpins the law creates the kind of unfortunate situations that we see way too often, both on social media and in mass media. So, what do we decide that we can do about it? The vast majority of law enforcement officers in the United States don't receive a constitutional education. So that's something that we can do. As we're researching this, working with Hillsdale College to help them push out their constitutional course designed specifically for law enforcement, we found some pretty scary statistics that even I, having traveled across the country for over 30 years teaching law enforcement officers, didn't know. Over 70% of the agencies in the United States serve populations of less than 10,000 people. Those guys get very little of the training or education necessary to do it constitutionally. And the Constitution is functionally ignored as a concept. And it's not because of the individual officers, it's because of the training systems that they live within. So that's why we found it necessary to start the foundation. Somebody has to train these guys. Somebody has to build the culture from the ground up, built around the Constitution. President Lincoln expressed it very well. The Constitution is a frame of silver that protects the apple of gold that is the Declaration of Independence. And we, domestic law enforcement officers, are the thing that is holding that frame in place. So, we find it necessary, unfortunately, to do this ourselves because we don't think that the government at large, the federal government, or state governments find it important when it is the critical component in what we do. So, this also creates an opportunity for us to help educate officers on what people who carry guns need in order to trust us better. It is not unreasonable in some jurisdictions for the public to not trust their police. That is not unreasonable. If you're carrying a gun and you work in a jurisdiction where you have questions about the officers who work there, that's not unreasonable. There are two parties to this relationship. There's us, the peace officers, and there's us, the armed citizens. In order for us to work effectively together, which is absolutely necessary, we must develop a strong level of trust, and that is only done on the individual level. So I would encourage GOA members to get to know the cops where they live. It doesn't mean you're running an intelligence operation. It means you're just trying to develop relationships with the cops that you know. The other thing that we as armed citizens have control over is developing the capability and the judgment to be able to properly apply the responsibility of the Second Amendment right. Every right comes with a matching set of responsibilities. And as armed citizens, we have the responsibility to be capable. We have the responsibility to be able to make good constitutional judgments based on the facts in front of us, because we, peace officers, are not the first responders. You are. For you to be an effective first responder, you have to be capable of developing the situation in a way that is what's best for you and your family first, and the community in general second. That gives us time to show up. And assuming that we are constitutionally coherent and well prepared ourselves, then we can come help you. So we would encourage you to not just carry a gun, but be effective with making good decisions with a gun in your hand or in the holster. So guys, my name is Chappie. I'm from the Task Force 70 Foundation, and we want to thank the GOA for their long-term support for the foundation, and we are here to serve you by serving the small town and rural officers who otherwise don't have access to any resources at all on the training side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chappie. Being a resident of a small town myself, I definitely appreciate that. I also work closely with my law enforcement, because in a town of only 6,000 with only 6 cops on duty, talking with them, getting to know them some, especially in the gun world, is pretty, I guess you could say, advantageous. Our next panel is going to be going over courts and culture. You're going to be seeing some faces here that are probably familiar to a lot of us. They are extremely knowledgeable about what's happening in the courts and how that directly affects us in culture. We like to call it gun culture, but quite frankly, I like to kind of consider it just American culture. This country was founded on the principle of, I guess in some ways, tax evasion and guns, and you got to love that, right? So the fight for the Second Amendment isn't won only in legislatures. It's also fought in our nation's courtrooms and, again, in our culture. Every legal challenge, every precedent, and every constitutional victory helps shape the future of our rights for generations to come. This next panel brings together some of the leading legal minds and advocates in the Second Amendment movement to discuss the cases, the challenges, and the opportunities that lie ahead. So please welcome the armed attorneys, Richard Hayes and Emily Taylor. Mark Smith of the Four Boxes Diner. Mr. Tom Grieve. The armed scholar, Anthony Miranda. And our moderator for the Courts and Culture panel is our very own Director of Federal Affairs, Aiden Johnston.
Alrighty, everyone. Well, thank you for being here. Why don't we just start by going down the line here, and if you want to give the 30-second to 1 minute, bio of how did you get into Second Amendment law and YouTubing for the Second Amendment?
Yeah, so I guess I'll start. I really got into firearms culture because in undergrad, I went to UC Santa Barbara, and there was a school shooting at the time, which led to California passing their red flag laws. And at the time, I didn't want to just adopt the narrative that was going on in California, so started researching gun laws and all that by myself. And then going through law school and all that stuff, still was very much into firearms and gun law and all that. Started working for a private firm in my hometown, but obviously living in California, I had to live under a lot of their restrictions. And kind of got tired of answering a lot of one-on-one questions because everybody knew I was that gun guy in California, like all my friend groups. So one day I just decided, I'm just going to put up a video on a whim. And yeah, the rest is kind of history. It just kind of started taking off, so yeah.
Yeah, I did not grow up in a gun house. My mom's from New York City. She was not anti-gun, but just guns weren't on the menu. And but being a red-blooded American guy, they were on my menu. And so I had a chance to do some shooting as a teenager, but I got really freaked out when I was in this big incident in Milwaukee, and there was this big riot, and we got caught up in it. And then afterwards, I realized, yeah, the police aren't going to be able to protect you. And it's one thing to kind of understand that on a thinking through it level. It's another thing to experience it on a very real kinetic level. And ever since then, I've just been climbed through competition and instructing, and just one thing led to the next. I was a state criminal prosecutor, also was known as the gun guy after I got out of the district attorney's office. And there's not a tremendous amount of attorneys who are in the Second Amendment world, but when you compete and you get to know lots of people and store managers, they just start sending you cases, and next thing you know, you got a YouTube channel, and I'm sitting in front of y'all. So thanks for having us.
I wasn't always old and conservative. I was once young and conservative. I was a big law firm lawyer on Wall Street for many years, but my parents were World War II veterans. I've always been a true American patriot, was pro-Ronald Reagan, was pro-Bush, all of the above. And when it was apparent that Bruin was going to be decided in the spring of 2022, I realized that there needed to be someone that was familiar with Supreme Court practice and sophisticated legal world stuff in federal courts and whatnot. And I thought that I could contribute to helping people understand the reality of what's going on with these judges. A lot of these judges I know have worked with, they were at my law firm, things like this. So I wanted to bring that sort of inside information to the Second Amendment community, because at the end of the day, if you don't have the right to keep and bear arms, then you're a subject, not a citizen. And this is the most important right, period, in American life, or in civilization as far as I'm concerned. So I wanted to make sure as an American patriot, this part of the chessboard was covered correctly, and that's why I started my Four Boxes Diner YouTube channel.
Richard and I were both state level prosecutors in Galveston County, Texas. It was very apparent there that although there were many lawyers who knew a lot about DWI laws, a lot about drugs, there were very few who actually understood the firearm law intricacies in Texas, which, believe it or not, Texas is not as free and was not as free 20 years ago as you might think it was with firearms. So we founded a law firm that is fully focused on firearms and self-defense. And then why did we start a YouTube channel, Richard?
Well, I was going to say, first we get wrapped in with GOA. They came to us and said, hey, you want to write a constitutional carry bill? And I said, why not? And that's ended up becoming the law in Texas. And then as far as just, we're real practical application because, yes, Second Amendment, extremely important. Downstream of that, being able to defend yourself, preserve your life when you're forced to, that's really what our focus is. But making life easier for gun owners, because the thing we do not want is for folks to not carry, not protect themselves because of, the intentionally created gray area by the government. And so we became very passionate about answering questions. We were getting 200 questions a day about carrying while wearing a mask. I don't know who started that Facebook rumor. It was terrible. But we decided, hey, let's make a video and just get the information out there. So it was kind of a public service, kind of necessity, but that's how we got involved.
Alrighty, well, thanks everyone. So we've got a slew of awesome Second Amendment attorneys here. Why don't we talk about one of the things that I'm sure is on everyone's mind when you think about Second Amendment law right now, the Supreme Court. And we just got a grant in one of the biggest cases that might ever come before the Supreme Court on Second Amendment rights, and that is Viramontes dealing with assault weapons bans. So can someone tee it up and explain to everyone just what the court is going to be hearing a case on and what the timeline is on that?
Yeah, bottom line is, in June of 2027, the U.S. Supreme Court is going to rule that semi-automatic firearms are fully protected by the Second Amendment, whether they're handguns or whether they're rifles, and that is going to wipe out all the bans involving semi-automatic rifles in America. That's the bottom line. The question is going to be, and just by way of background, the Viramontes versus Cook County cases arises from Chicagoland, Cook County, their restrictions on AR-15s. The Second Circuit case of Grant versus Higgins comes out of the Connecticut quote-unquote assault weapon law ban. Those are the backgrounds of the cases. I think the U.S. Supreme Court was very interested in taking the AR-15 case this term, ending just last month, but there were so many Trump-specific issues, birthright citizenship, tariffs, the Voting Rights Act, huge cases this past term. It was just, I think, too much for the Roberts Court's bandwidth to take on the AR-15 case this particular term, which is why you saw that statement made by Justice Brett Kavanaugh a year ago saying, you know, we're not taking the AR-15 case now, but I think we probably need to resolve this in the next term or two. That was a signal that we knew what was coming. And if you read the Wolford case carefully, you basically, if you read Wolford, you basically see that it's really an AR-15 opinion, even though it's dealing with the Hawaii vampire rule that you can't bring guns into a laundromat without permission of the owner of the laundromat, all that stuff, which was knocked out. If you really read the Wolford versus Lopez case, you really realize it's written for an AR-15 decision. And if you look at footnote number 1 of the concurrence by Amy Coney Barrett, it's pretty clear that's where that's going, where she says that what is an arm is a definitional game at the plain text level, the in common use test, the dangerous, unusual, all is at the historical level where the burden of proof is on the government. And all that stuff is laid out beautifully in Wolford. That is going to be the essence of the opinion we're going to see in June. And yeah, they're going to rule in our favor big time. I don't think there's any debate about that. The question is it going to be 9-0 or 6-3? And how broad will the rationale be? But this is a very good news. And again, I think they would have done it this term if this term wasn't already a blockbuster term, which is why they pushed it off the next term. But I think it's going to be very good news for the Second Amendment.
Can anyone talk about what the court might talk about in the case as it regards to common use? What does that even mean? Why do we talk about common use? I don't see that in the text of the Second Amendment. And what might be some of the pitfalls that come with the court addressing that term?
I mean, common use has been baked into, you could say, the history and tradition of the Second Amendment, and it's something that's been highlighted by the court as far as what is a protected firearm. A protected firearm is one that, among other things, one that's in common use, right? AR-15s, we know that the lowest statistic that we have out there, the most conservative number, is that there's about 32 million AR-15s currently in circulation. If that's not in common use as America's firearm, unofficial firearm, I think we need to do something to make it the official firearm. But if we are talking about the most common purchased, manufactured, and owned firearm in America, and that's not in common use, and if that's supposed to be the test for what is going to be protected or not, then there's really nothing that is going to be able to be exempt. But going back to what Mark was talking about a moment ago, and did a great job of capturing it as he always does, we have to recognize the fact that the Second Amendment cannot be and should not be a political football. This is not a right-left issue. It should not be a right-left issue. This should be an us-them issue, right? At the end of the day, the uncomfortable truth, but the truth that we need to reconcile is that, yep, owning a firearm for defensive purposes, absolutely. But defense against who? Defense against the robber breaking your home at night? 78% of self-defense firearm uses take place at your home or on your property. Yep, that's a big reason. But ultimately, it's about defending liberty against the government. That is the litmus test issue that we need to inject back into the cultural discussion about the Second Amendment to try to take it out of the political football status to make sure that everybody recognizes that it is a we the people issue.
Yeah, and just to kind of springboard off of that, also with the common use analysis, it's going to be interesting, like Mark mentioned, is it going to be 9-0, 6-3? With the dissenters, let's say if we get the 3 liberal justices that dissent, we kind of seen the common use analysis play out in the lower courts, where you'll have some, for example, in the Ninth Circuit, that'll talk about, well, is it purely common use for self-defense purposes, or is it a pure number game? Also, is it a national versus locality analysis? You can see some of that playing out potentially in the dissents. So it's one of those things that we've seen, again, play out in the lower courts. It's just, you know, when it gets in front of the Supreme Court, especially with the liberal justices, what analysis are they going to latch onto? But I think for the majority, regardless, it's going to be that these firearms are clearly in common use. They're one of the most widely selected firearm in the nation that people use not just for self-defense, but other purposes surrounding the Second Amendment, recreational use, defense against tyranny. Hopefully we get some language like that also out of the majority, recognizing that that is one of the main purposes of the Second Amendment is to fight back against tyranny. So it's going to be interesting to see really how some of those lines are split again on common use, which in some ways is also concerning to see, you know, what could the fallout be, whether it's a broad discussion, a broad decision, or is it going to be a very narrow decision that comes out?
And I believe it's going to be 6-3. And one of the liberal justices, Justice Sotomayor, is on record as identifying the AR-15 as the most common firearm in America. So I don't think that the three is going to try to stake their ground based on that. They're going to try to do their best to push open the dangerous and unusual language that's out there, which is so often misinterpreted and grossly misapplied and over-applied. And I think that that's another hidden feature that we anticipate, that I anticipate, I'm sure everybody on the stage anticipates, that's going to be the quiet, really big deal about this case, is that the justices are going to be really forced to grapple with that subject to hopefully try to rein it in, because even though it's in common use, we know that the anti-gun courts in federal circuits have almost exclusively shot down AR-15s as being protected by the Second Amendment, and they've in no small part been doing that by saying they're just too dangerous.
It seems like when the Supreme Court does a Second Amendment opinion, they'll do something awesome like Heller or Bruin, but they'll also throw in there some dicta where they sort of bless some gun control that they don't want to strike down. And with an assault weapons ban case, it seems like a prime opportunity for them to sort of mess things up again. And like you just mentioned, the lower courts really like to lean into that and say, oh, well, in Bruin footnote 9, you said, you know, permitting and permitting schemes are totally constitutional. I think we were talking behind the scenes before we started about some of the things that we might expect to see if the Supreme Court isn't very clear in their language. Can anyone talk a little bit about where the Supreme Court might go wrong if they use the term dangerous and unusual and they're a little bit careless? What we might see from anti-gun states?
Well, the U.S. Supreme Court is going to throw machine guns under the bus in this decision. And they're just going to do it. And if you watch the Four Boxed Diner channel, which, as you know, as I like to say, you don't turn into my channel for rainbows and unicorns. I tell you the way it is in the real world. It's not the world I want to live in, by the way. Don't confuse that. But the reality is we do not have 5 votes on the U.S. Supreme Court to say machine guns are protected arms in the Second Amendment. What's going to happen here is the Supreme Court is going to embrace the 1994 case, I think, of Staples versus the United States, where they drew a distinction between semi-automatic weapons and fully automatic weapons. And that's how they're going to draw that distinction. They're going to say on the one side of the equation, you have machine guns, grenades, those sorts of things, you know, ballistic missiles, whatever. They're going to kind of say those are the sorts of things that are dangerous and unusual in society. They can be banned. In contrast, the sorts of things that you would bring to modern day militia service, which you would have done in 1792 under the Militia Act of 1792, where you brought your own guns to militia service. What would Americans bring to militia service today in 2026? We know the answer. You'd be bringing semi-automatic 9mm, 45s, whatever, to militia service, as well as AR-15 style firearms, maybe some bolt action rifles, maybe some lever action rifles, but that's what's going to be protected. And that's how the Supreme Court's going to draw that distinction between fully automatic and semi-automatic. And that's what we need right now, because again, as I've explained on the channel before, we want to do what the gay rights movement did, not what the transgender movement did. You want to be incrementally step by step by step by step, precedent by precedent by precedent, to get to where we want to be. The next step is to win semi-automatic rifles, then we want suppressors, then we want magazines, and then we can talk machine guns. It's a method like that. Like gay rights didn't go out there and say we want to get married day one. They did a process and got to gay marriage. In contrast, the transgender movement, you know, immediately says, let's rush to the Supreme Court in the Skermani case and try to say that minors have a right to, you know, these operations to change their gender. And the Supreme Court, of course, said no way, no how. You have to read the room. And right now, machine guns are going to be thrown under the bus, but I would not stress about it because, again, it's an incremental step. You win one island at a time. Right now, it's semi-automatic rifles. Down the road, we can talk machine guns when Tom, Anthony, and Richard are on the Supreme Court. But right now, you cannot talk machine guns at the Supreme Court because we don't have the votes.
That's President Emily.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was going to, but I was going to say, and we didn't talk about this beforehand, but you know, we see challenges. There's a Temple Gun Club case in Texas challenging, and you know, we were looking at this machine gun ban. Virtually Commerce Clause grounds only. No Second Amendment language in any of this lawsuit. And we didn't talk about this beforehand, but I am interested in y'all's opinion on this. because dicta goes both ways. When we see signals from Clarence Thomas about, hey, the Commerce Clause as currently interpreted isn't in a place that's tenable. So what do you think about that?
And I will say, I'll jump in and say, we've spoken to the lawyers. We're not litigating that case, but we've spoken to the lawyers who are litigating that case because we talked about it on our channel. And, I, as a, mostly self-defense criminal litigator, said, I don't understand why they aren't challenging it on Second Amendment grounds, why it is only a Commerce Clause challenge. And the lawyers actually called us and said, listen up, dummies. We want to tell you why we did it that way. And it is because they truly believe this is the way. This is the step that is going to bring machine guns out of the NFA and into our realistic world here is through the Commerce Clause, not through any Second Amendment challenge. And I'll defer to them. They litigate these things. They're smarter than me. But I'd be fascinated to hear what you guys think about that.
I'd add a little bit to that really quick. I think there are some interesting things happening in the Fifth Circuit on Commerce Clause, not just that case, but I believe, and maybe someone else can talk about this, there was a 1930s ATF as an alcohol restriction that just got struck down under the Commerce Clause, and you had Democrat-appointed federal judges that also joined that opinion, and there was also a recent denial of a machine gun appeal, but the court seemed to suggest that maybe that just wasn't the right vehicle. So can anyone talk about all that?
Well, the cleanest Commerce Clause challenge for our side is to embrace the then Judge Alito, now Justice Alito, dissent in the United States versus Rybar case when he sat on the Third Circuit and found that the Hughes Amendment 922-0 violated the Commerce Clause, right? So because there's no connection to interstate commerce, it's simply an outright federal government banning a gun with no jurisdiction hooked to Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. As you know, Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution gives Congress enumerated powers. It's not an unlimited government, and there's no real connection to banning guns in Article 1 when it comes to Congress. And that's what Justice Alito said when he was a judge. That is the cleanest case, and I think that's where our best chance is. It's not to say that machine guns are protected arms under the Second Amendment. We're not going to be able to win that in the near term, but I think we can win that the Hughes Amendment is unconstitutional as a matter of no power by Congress under Article 1. And never forget, there is a distinction between power and authority. A kidnapper can have power over a kidnapped victim, but he doesn't have the authority over the kidnapped victim. And I think Congress has certain powers, but that doesn't mean have the legal authority. And I think Justice Alito would agree, and certainly Justice Thomas would agree with what I just said. The question is going to be, when does that case get to the U.S. Supreme Court? And that can only get to the Supreme Court after we've won the semi-automatic rifle case, because we don't want to deal with machine guns until we've won that critical case, which we're going to do, I think, in June.
And that's, just to be clear, that's what we're talking about, in case there are any individuals out there who did not make the life-altering mistake of going to law school. Of Commerce Clause, we're talking about what is the authority of the federal government under the Constitution to be able to regulate things like machine guns, right? That's what we're talking about here. So when we're talking about the Commerce Clause, we're talking about, guys, you don't even have the power to be talking about this. You're not allowed to be regulating interstate commerce. You're not allowed to be doing this. It's just playing that card back at them. And I'm going to add another thing to the fire that we all intuitively know, but it hasn't come up yet, which is the fact that, yes, I 100% agree with everything that Mark said about what they're going to be doing with the Viramontes case in the Supreme Court when it comes to AR-15s. I do think they're going to throw machine guns under the bus. Folks, I'm not cheerleading for that. I'm just preparing you for it, okay? But one of the things that always comes up is, yeah, why are they going to do that? Well, they're going to do that under two different paradigms. One, they're going to call it dangerous and unusual, perhaps. But they're also going to say, both baked into that, but they'll probably call it out separately, and they'll say, well, look, there's only approximately 175,000 plus or minus transferable machine guns in civilian hands across the country. And everybody knows what you're thinking, because anybody watching this and everybody on stage is thinking it too. We only have 175,000 because you guys did this, and for folks at home, I'm watching half the audience nod their heads like they're in church right now, right? I'm pausing so you can say it to yourself as well. You only have it this way because you made it this way. You made it this way back with the Hughes Amendment, back in 1986. The federal government, it's the people who said that you are not allowed to have any more civilian transferable firearms entering the civilian market. So ever since then, we've had this dwindling number because they're lost to destruction, they're lost to rust, they're lost to whatever else you name it, right? Almost never crime. To my knowledge, the only 2 instances of a lawfully, we're not talking Glock switches over here, okay? One of Richard's favorite subjects at the end. But we've only had, to my knowledge, 2 instances of a lawfully owned machine gun used in crime, both by off-duty police officers, okay? If guns were the problem, you'd think that at the time, about 200,000 machine guns would have, shown us that that's the problem. But the bottom line is that we only have 175,000 and less every single year because the federal government created this situation. So you can't create the situation, then point to that and say, well, they're not in common use. They're dangerous and unusual. They're unusual and they're not in common use because the federal government created the situation to begin with. So we have this carousel of logic that goes around and around and around, and it's super frustrating to everybody who has followed the plot that they're now going to use this carousel that they built to try to ban them. But folks, that's likely to see what's coming up.
Yeah, so a couple things. I mean, one thing I want to address is the Commerce Clause issue. I mean, as Mark said, I think that is a big bite at the apple at this juncture. I mean, especially when it comes to a machine gun case, asking for any court right now to completely strike down machine gun bans using the Commerce Clause and opening the can of worms that is the Commerce Clause is probably at this juncture a little bit too much for a lot of courts, and especially the Supreme Court. So that's just my opinion on that as it stands right now. I think we can potentially get there, but again, incremental steps. And we talked about this a little bit backstage as far as the response in Vermontes, and we can kind of maybe elaborate on this a little bit, especially when what we saw with Bruin, the response immediately from states, it's not like they did not have a response. Almost 8 days after Bruin, New York passed their new concealed carry ban. I have no doubt that you have these AGs in California, Rob Bonta and everybody else already dreaming up, kind of reading the tea leaves about what response they want to have. And we were talking backstage, most likely what that's going to look like is probably a registration process. They're going to lean on footnote 9 of Bruin, shall issue permitting saying, well, okay, yeah, you can have these rifles that are semiotic, but we're going to then put you through a registration system. And maybe, Mark, you had a great point on the registration system, and I agree that although I do not agree with a permitting process, especially as someone who lives in California that would be subject to that, probably almost automatically, I do not agree with that. But it does open a can of worms for a lot of those states.
Anthony, could you, you sort of touched on this, that after Bruin, there was a response, and then we had to have the Wolford case. Bruin was a case about being able to carry in public and get shall issue concealed carry, and then we had to have a follow-up case with Wolford that dealt with everywhere being a gun-free zone. Could you explain what happened in the recent Wolford case?
Yeah, so Wolford was a direct response, again, just like New York, California, Hawaii did the same thing. And it was kind of a twofold where you had these broad, sensitive locations. It was coined the vampire rule, where essentially you could not walk into any place open to the public without express permission from that property holder to enter there with your firearm. Hawaii was a little bit unique because they permitted you to enter either by the business holder posting a sign or to give you verbal consent, which I do not know if any property owner in Hawaii was actually giving people verbal consent to come in. Like, oh yeah, you have a concealed carry, come on in. Especially if you know the spirit of aloha that they love to lean on there and point to a lot, where they tend to be very anti-gun. So yeah, that was the response immediately from a lot of those states. They also had express sensitive locations that they had named, again, very clearly in their various laws. Again, California has a lot of them outlined. For example, in California and a lot of these states, anywhere that sold alcohol, you are not allowed to conceal carry, even though you were a lawful permit holder. You cannot enter into those locations. So, example for me, I was not able to go to a gas station in concealed carry because they sold alcohol, which you would think if you're going somewhere like a gas station, especially late at night, you probably want to have your concealed carry permit on you. So you were left with options of, okay, well, do I leave this home or do I violate the law? So Wolford was, came out of the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit heard multiple cases together. In fact, one of them I was a plaintiff in as well. But the Hawaii one was unique because it had that kicker of the Ninth Circuit allowed that because Hawaii also had the express permission aspect, the verbal consent tied to that. So they upheld the law, made its way all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court struck that down 6-3. I mean, the dissenters, if you read Ketanji Brown Jackson, she wanted to make it a property rights issue, which I fundamentally disagree with. It was not a property rights issue. It was a pure Second Amendment issue. And the majority essentially said, no, again, under Bruin, you cannot have these types of restrictions on the Second Amendment. We made ourselves very clear in Bruin. And so, yeah, that was a big victory for us. It's going to be interesting to see, what the response of that is going to be now from a lot of these states. And the Ninth Circuit case, the case I'm a plaintiff in, is going to get going again as well, flushing out some of these things too, and with the ramifications of Wolford.
I just want to follow up on one thing Anthony said. That when you read Supreme Court decisions, we often talk about, right, it's not just who wins the case, it's how they win the case is equally, if not more important. And speaking to Anthony's point that a lot of these states after Bruin passed laws that say you can't bring your concealed carry weapon into a place that serves alcohol. If you read Wolford, right, guess what? And also Homani in particular, they talk about how the founding fathers always drank a lot of alcohol. So there is simply no way they're going to say that if we took the modern day law and applied to the founders, they would all be convicted of having guns and alcohol. It's not going to happen. So again, that's like a little Easter egg that you will find in these decisions of Homani and Wolford that we're going to be able to use moving forward. The other interesting thing is in the Wolford case, they cite by name, this is very interesting, they cite by name arguably the most pro-Second Amendment judge in America, Lawrence Van Dyke. And they didn't say a lower court judge said or they didn't do some vague language. They literally said, Judge Lawrence Van Dyke on the Ninth Circuit said, and that to me is a signal as to where the court's mind is, because if they're citing you by name and you're good on the Second Amendment, it tells you that they are listening carefully to what, for example, Judge Van Dyke has to say about the gun issue, which is frankly very good for our team.
So do you guys think the lower court has got the message that, the Supreme Court's going to come in with a Bruin, you can't undermine it, or we'll take up another case and do Homani? Do you think the states have got it, or?
Well, Virginia has, right? Isn't Virginia, the court has basically shut down the assault weapon ban, the assault firearm ban in Virginia, and they've stated pending the outcome in the Supreme Court. So obviously the judges in Virginia says, well, we see the writing on the wall. We're going to get kicked on the DUPA if we don't do this. And therefore, we're going to enjoin the law and stay it until next year because these Virginia laws are going to go bye-bye when the Supreme Court decides it in June. So some judges are getting it. The real rabid anti-gun, and by the way, remember in the Third Circuit, we have 2 Biden appointees ruled for the Second Amendment on the New Jersey quote-unquote assault weapon ban and magazine ban. So absolutely some judges are getting it. In particular, the Biden appointed judges that were public defenders definitely get it because they've suffered the wrath of prosecutors putting people in prison for malum prohibitum crimes. And Emily and Richard, you guys are the super experts on malum and say malum prohibitum and prosecutors overreaching. So you may want to even speak to how that happens.
Well, I mean, it's the issue with so many of the gun laws that we see. It's a gotcha crime, and who is the person who suffers the most from this? It's folks who have things to lose. It's not criminals. And so that's us. That's regular folks who have a job, who have a house, who have kids. And so, I mean, that's one of the big frustrations with a lot of what we see with infringements in the Second Amendment is it's restricting good people, it's not restricting bad people. And so these, just because the government says, right, we don't want those types of restrictions on firearms, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't flow from any type of logic. And so, I mean, that's the exciting part of seeing all of these challenges.
What do you guys think is the next step after Wolford in terms of gun-free zones? What is that? Okay, we've won in Hawaii. We're going to secure those wins in California and New York. But does anything come after that? Are we done with the issue?
No, there's still going to be probably individual battles on because Wolford was primarily focused on the broad vampire rule. You're still going to have a lot of litigation on the statutes and how they were formed, identifying certain locations. We already know that the Supreme Court, is very much against any federal buildings or anything like that. But then with a lot of these specific state laws, you have things like libraries, museums, like I said, anywhere that serves alcohol. So you're going to have litigation and battles about those specific sensitive locations and trying to roll that back, because a lot of these lawsuits, when they first launched, they kind of went at the low-hanging fruit, which was the catch-all vampire rule. So you're still going to see a lot of that, but Wolford does help us, who gives us a lot of language to then attack those.
I think at some point after you.
I was going to say, Richard loves to describe litigation, and I think it's perfect. The courts as a pressure release valve. And so I think it's important for all of you here to know that GOA on a state-by-state level is really working hard to solve that sensitive places issue with legislation so that we don't have to get to the pressure release valve where we can. I mean, I can tell you in Texas, that is a big push this coming session. It's been a push in sessions past. So, I mean, we have a lot to be grateful to GOA for in trying to keep us from the place where we're litigating this in all of the states where we can.
Legislation, laws, politics, it's all downstream of culture. And so long as there is a well-funded attack on the Second Amendment that is supported by culture, those billionaires and these groups, they're all part of that culture, right? There's an almost unlimited horizon of gun control. Don't blame me, okay? What's one example I can think of what I think will happen next? I can imagine an easy world where anti-gun states, laboratories of anti-Second Amendment, there's about a dozen, give or take, where they go to this multi-tier licensing of, well, if you want to go to this particular place, that's going to be $5,000 annually in a 2-day class, and so on and so forth. And they create all these different tiers of places you can go and things that you can do with your firearm, and they're going to then guardrail that and gatekeep it with costs and expensive this and expensive that. I mean, there's an almost unlimited horizon of where this can go, unfortunately. And again, that's why, to me, I'm very passionate about the fact that we have to win the cultural war over the Second Amendment. That's the only way that we stop the pressure and the funding.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Tom. I mean, what we also saw in the immediate reaction to Bruin with the laws that got passed, targeting sensitive locations, we also saw many states like California fundamentally alter their permitting system at large. For example, California, they increased their training requirements, the renewal process. Luckily for California, we just walked back some of the renewal process, so we get 3 years where our permits are good instead of 2 years. But we did see a lot of states jack up the fees, jack up wait times, fought against wait times because they were supposed to be issuing fairly fast, but they were slow walking the processing time. We saw some counties in California go to psych evaluation, so anti-gun states are going to try every little trick that they can to say, okay, yes, you can have a permit, you can now carry, but we're going to make it so cost prohibitive, and we're going to make it such a headache on you that the average person doesn't want to go through the process. And they'll come up with new ways to frustrate you in that process.
And if the average person doesn't carry, do they care if we're going to lose gun rights?
And we want to keep in mind, to me, I've said this on the channel many times, the fight for the right to keep and bear arms is actually not a Second Amendment fight. It is much broader than that. We are fighting for Western civilization, right? If you disarm us, we're no longer citizens, we're now subjects. And that's why other issues like whether it be voting rights to make sure only Americans get to vote, not foreigners, mass immigration of people that come from cultures that have zero connection to American heritage, to American history, to the private right to own guns, to the use of guns for self-defense. These people come from cultures that the only people that touch firearms are corrupt government officials and criminals and cartel members. And to import tens of millions of these people in the United States en masse without any kind of assimilation, you're simply asking to be outvoted. So that's why the Second Amendment is a critical part of this big picture, but it's not the only part. If we lose these other big issues, our Second Amendment will go away because Ketanji Brown Jackson will be the Chief Justice of the new Supreme Court. That will be the outcome, and that's why on my channel I talk about things like immigration, these other issues, because it all works together. It's a big spider web. You pull one strand on the spider web of civilization, the entire civilization moves, and we can never forget to not be so myopic, to just talk about the Second Second Amendment, which is a very important issue, but it's not the only issue that speaks to our right to keep and bear arms, because these other issues will take away our rights as well.
So there was one more big Supreme Court Second Amendment case this term, and it's also sort of paired with another one. We had the Hamani case decided about whether or not the government can prohibit individuals from possessing firearms if they're also unlawful users of controlled substances, namely marijuana. And that was sort of a follow-up on a previous case in U.S. v. Rahimi about domestic violence restraining orders. And Rahimi was 8-1 against the Second Amendment. I think that Justice Thomas was the only one who got that right, and the court upheld the gun control law. But in U.S. v. Hamani, it was 9-0, and no one agreed that this law was constitutional. It was struck down as applied. Can someone talk about what that case means? Why did the Supreme Court uphold the gun control in a very similar case and then strike it down here?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what we're looking at is the prohibition for unlawful users or folks who are addicted to controlled substances possessing firearms. And I think the court did a very good job saying, hey, as applied in this particular case, this is not something that would have been upheld at the time of the adoption of the Second Amendment, 1791. That's where we have a discussion of drinking tankards of whiskey, and there's some drinks there I don't think people have anymore. But we look at this and we see, all right, what is the court actually signaling for, elements of dangerousness? It's already been discussed. The tie, when we think about behavior that would have been restricted, we look at things that are harassing, we look at things that are threatening, that are disruptive to society. And I think that's what the court was really honing in on there is, hey, there is no tie here between the consumption of any substance that, might cause someone to become intoxicated and, hey, this causing violent disruptive behavior. And so I think the court got it right. I think there's a lot of, unfortunately, I think a lot of folks kind of groan when they hear as applied, okay, because folks are still going to get arrested for this. They're still going to get put through the system. It's still going to be very disruptive. But I think it is instructive, especially for folks trying to enforce this prohibition, that they have to have more than just, hey, this guy, vet, retired, uses marijuana because it's the only source of relief. He shouldn't have a right to defend himself. And so I think it is helpful in that regard.
So I think as a gun owner watching the Supreme Court after Rahimi, I was pretty disheartened that, okay, like this is going to be an uphill battle. Maybe the court is going to water down its Second Amendment tests in order to uphold certain gun control laws. But I think there's a lot of hope that you might get from Hamani, where the Supreme Court did faithfully apply that Rahimi test, and it's going to cut somewhere in the middle of where maybe I would want them to go on the Second Amendment, but also certainly where the gun grabbers would want to go. Can anyone explain what happened? I don't think that Mr. Hamani is a particularly attractive plaintiff. I think there was some level of the character assassination that the Department of Justice attempted to engage in. And this is the Trump DOJ. So I think that's an important sort of part of the story for someone to explain.
All right, well, I was on the other side. When Rahimi was decided, I made it clear, even in the Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy in a major law review, I literally said, do not stress about Rahimi. It is a perfectly fine decision. I might have been more sympathetic to Justice Thomas' dissent, but the reality is all Rahimi stands for, let me be very clear, this is all it stands for, is that if you are found by a court after a hearing and due process to be a violent danger to other people, you can be temporarily disarmed. That's it. BFD. That's it. Okay? The Hamani case speaks to that issue because what Hamani said is that the statute where you could be disarmed for using marijuana on a regular basis ties into the Federal Controlled Substances Act and the various schedules. And when the FDA puts together the schedules of the various drugs, which is Schedule 1 drug, which is like cocaine, a Schedule 2 drug, which is, Tylenol with codeine, a Schedule 3 drug, which is, Bayer aspirin or something. The considerations that the FDA considers is basically, is it medically effective, right? Are there bad side effects? It never asked the question of, if you take this drug, are you a violent danger to other people? So the Supreme Court says that you cannot be found in Hamani, this is what they said in Hamani, you cannot be found to be a violent danger that we can then disarm you, as we mentioned at Rahimi, unless there's an adjudication. And simply using marijuana where there's not been an adjudication that you're dangerous is not a basis for disarming you, which also is very good for us on the red flag fight, because both Rahimi, where he went to court, admitted to be in violent danger and he had his due process rights and waived it essentially, and Hamani had no due process rights because they disarmed him for using the drug without due process. This is very good for the red flag issue, because the issue with red flags is they take away your gun on an accusation without due process, and the court is clearly not going to go there. So at the end of the day, where we're, just to summarize this so you understand it, Rahimi and Hamani teach us two things about where the Supreme Court's going, and it's clear where they're going, and it's good for us. One is, if there are laws on the books that say if you actively misuse a firearm, you can be punished, and that's consistent with the Second Amendment. And the other area is if you are found to be a violent physical danger to yourself or to others, not a danger to democracy, a physical violent danger to yourself or to somebody else, you can be temporarily disarmed. Those are both propositions of law the Supreme Court was 100% in support of. That's what Rahimi and Hamani stand for, and it's something we should all support, because the last thing we want in the Second Amendment community is wackadoodles going out there and shooting up a school or a restaurant or something like that, because that gives rise, in addition to being evil, it also is the biggest proponent and support catalyst, if you will, for new gun control laws. So we want criminals locked up, and we want wackadoodles put away in mental institutions, because they are the biggest argument supporters for gun control, because they do the sorts of things that gets the public upset and asking for more gun control. And that's why I think the Supreme Court is right in what they're doing with Hamani and Rahimi, and it's good for us.
Alrighty, thanks, Mark. Well, we're going to take some questions from the audience. So there are two microphones there if you want to come up. And we only have a few minutes here, so if you could be brief and make sure that you ask a question and not make a statement, that'd be great.
Thanks for being here. In talking about the anti-gun laboratory states, New York just enacted a ban on certain 3D printer features. Is this an opportunity to bring another community along with us, with all the backlash there's been from the 3D printing community? And is there a possibility that rulings would come down that could potentially do away with some of the other problems, like with desktop CNC machines and defense distributed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you need the First and the Second Amendment to work together, right? And the most obvious constitutional issue dealing with the 3D printing question is whether or not the algorithms of the computer code is actually free speech, right? Because the way for those of you who aren't familiar with, usually the way you instruct a computer how to function is with what's known as source code, which is basically just a language that the computers understand. You tell the computer to do something in forms of algorithms and whatnot. So the issue is, can the state of New York essentially ban certain speech, i.e. algorithms, i.e. computer language, that if you put into a book, you could never ban, right? If I write a book saying this is how you can do X, Y, and Z, right, the anarchist cookbook, this is how you make bonds in the anarchist cookbook in the 60s or whatever, that's protected free speech. The question is the speech that we communicate as computer programmers to a 3D printing machine, is that algorithm, is that source code, is that speech protected by the First Amendment? If it is, in the same way, well, then, you have the First Amendment defense, which protects, again, the Second Amendment, if that makes sense. That's how to think about it, though. If I can instruct the computer to do X, if I put that information in that instruction in the form of a book and sold it on Amazon, would that be protected by the First Amendment? Yes. So why would it be any different if I'm communicating it to a computer to generate an object with a 3D printer or CNC machine or whatever you want to call it?
Awesome. You want to go ahead?
So my question is, what are you guys doing to get ahead of this situation, or what can be done to get ahead of this situation, that someday we have health care for all, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it, socialized medicine, and they say, look, I'm not regulating your 2A rights. I'm just saying if you want to go to the doctor for this, that, and the other thing, you can only eat at McDonald's so many times a week, or you better not have any guns at your house. So they turn it into a health-related issue, and then the insurance company says, we don't care what you do, we're just not going to cover you. One of the biggest things affecting Iowans right now in the gun world or the gun rights world or what have you, is an insurance company is controlling an aspect of what goes on in the schools. So I want to know what can be done to get ahead of this situation where this health thing is tied into people's gun rights.
I think the answer is make people care. Make people care so that they push back. Make people care so that they understand, like what Mark was articulating before. Whether you own a gun or not, that's not really the question. We all have a vested stake in an outcome in what happens with our country, what happens with our liberty, what happens with how we think about all those things. both now and in the future. And if people don't own a firearm, they may not see themselves as being in this fight, even though they are, because to Mark's point, all these threads are so tightly interwoven and connected. You can't pull one over here without losing something over there, and then you just kind of start this downward spiral. So I think when it comes to what are we doing on stage, I think we're all doing at a minimum the same thing of trying to raise and galvanize awareness, something that obviously Gun Owners of America, GOA, and Goals is amazing at, whether it's on Capitol Hill, state capitals, lobbying, lawsuits, you name it. And then of course, both in our individual capacity and in our capacity as, I hate to use the term, but influencers or whatever, making sure that people understand what's going on and what the stakes are.
Alrighty, well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions in this panel. I will try to wrangle at least a few of these guys to come stand out back and try to answer some questions, but thank you everyone for joining us today, and thank you guys for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Across America's college campuses, the future of the Second Amendment is being shaped. 2A Defenders is a nationwide student organization dedicated to educating and inspiring college students to defend the Second Amendment. We work to reach campuses across America where the Second Amendment is often attacked. By equipping students with the knowledge, resources, and community they need, we prepare them to confidently stand for their inalienable right to keep and bear arms. Through this student-led movement, we are building the next generation of informed defenders of liberty. These students are more than tomorrow's leaders. They are today's 2A defenders.
I've talked about 2A defenders before and the significance of educating and informing the future generations of this country about the significance of our Second Amendment. So if you've got that young student in your life that might be getting manipulated by some indoctrination in some college, tell them to check out 2A Defenders, because we are also looking to visit college campuses, get out there, again, spread the Second Amendment, do range meetups as well, get some guns in hands of these students, get them educated on it. I think it's a good time. I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. He's a good friend of mine. He's a, like myself, United States Marine Corps veteran, and the founder of the Second Amendment for Everyone, an organization dedicated to introducing more Americans to the shooting sports and helping people from every background exercise their Second Amendment rights safely and confidently with his 2A Diversity Shoots. Through education, outreach, and mentorship, he's expanding the Second Amendment community one new shooter at a time. Please welcome the pound for pound heaviest gun bunny in the firearms industry, Tony Simon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello to everybody who's watching online. My name is Tony Simon, and I'm here to tell you I am not a law-abiding citizen. I don't want to be referred to as a law-abiding citizen, and let me explain why being a law-abiding citizen is anti-American. My name is Tony Simon. I started the Second is for Everyone Diversity Shoot in New Jersey in 2015. Why? I grew up like many of you. I grew up on a farm in Virginia. I'm a Christian, went to church, believed law and order was something we all were supposed to aspire to and pay attention to. Joined the Corps, got out, moved to New Jersey. Tried to abide by their stupid-ass gun laws. I made a phone call before I went to the state from Virginia to New Jersey. I called every state between them. Hi, my name is Tony. I'm moving to New Jersey. How can I legally transport my firearms through your state? Everything made sense until I got to New Jersey. Your gun has to be unloaded. The ammo has to be separated. Your gun has to be locked up in your trunk. Well, I own an SUV. How's that work? Oh, you shouldn't be able to reach it. You know you New Jersey, right? You know what your crime rate is, right? Whatever. I abided by the law. That was in '93. As I lived there, they made it more and more difficult. In 2012, I decided I wanted to be a firearms instructor. I took the classes, I did what I had to do, and I started teaching people at the range. Not because I wanted to teach tactical classes, but because I wanted to teach your kids. I wanted to teach people to be safe with firearms. The basics, that's it. All of a sudden, Sandy Hook happened, and New Jersey had 78 new laws they tried to put in effect the next day, as if they stayed up all night writing them. They wait for tragedy to happen so they can slice our rights away one piece at a time. Well, that motivated me to actually become an advocate and start speaking. I spoke in the New Jersey Senate. I spoke in the Assembly. I tried to actually follow the law. I tried to do the things they taught us to do in civics class. For young people, you need to Google that. That was a class they actually taught you about the government. Yeah, they stopped doing that because the last thing they want you to do is understand how the machine works. So I did what I had to do. I made speeches. From 2012 to 2015, I showed up at events and I tried to follow the law. 2015, they went from 15 rounds to 10. I didn't do anything. How did you just make all of my magazines that I paid way too much money for? By the way, 15-round AR-15 magazines cost more than 30-round AR-15 magazines. So I had to pay more money to have less capacity. And then they changed the law again. I spoke. They didn't pay attention. They were playing video games while I was talking to them. They were ordering food. They actually asked us, could they vote first and we testify later? That's when it started getting to me and I started realizing something ain't right here. So in February 2015, I started the Second Amendment is for Everyone Diversity Shoot because I wanted people that looked like me to actually see how the sausage is made. I wanted them to understand that they're being played by the other side and that we need to stand up for our Second Amendment rights regardless of party. Then, Bruin happened. And all of a sudden, we had a right to carry in New Jersey. Then they changed the rules again to make it more difficult to carry in New Jersey. And then, Rage Against the Hate came out with a FOIA request with my friend John Petrolino, and they found out in New Jersey, even after you qualified and had your firearms already and passed every background check, but if you're black and you apply, you're 10 times more likely to be turned down than someone that's white. And in Ocean County, you're 50 times more likely to turn down. And that's when I realized they only care about you following the law. They don't care about them following the law. Well, last Friday, we got our freedoms back. The entire 3rd District got together and was like, yeah, your assault weapons ban is unconstitutional. Not only is the assault weapons ban unconstitutional, magazine limitations are unconstitutional. They lost. Well, frickin' Friday, they asked for a stay because they want to take it to Supreme Court. And that's when I said, no, I am done. I am no longer law-abiding. My magazine is going to be full capacity in everything I own. So no, being law-abiding is anti-American when the laws themselves are anti-American. So thank you for coming out. Please support the work we do in New Jersey because the fight never stops. Thank you very much.
That's Tony Simon, ladies and gentlemen. He's a good friend of mine. He's an advocate. He's obviously a die-hard advocate for the Second Amendment. Our next speaker, also a veteran. I've noticed we've got our past several speakers I've noticed have been pretty veteran heavy. And I think that's because a lot of us, we serve. A lot of us serve overseas, and a lot of us come back home and we start to see the infringements and the tyranny that spreads throughout this land, and we say, hey, we saw it in foreign countries, we don't want to see it here. We want to protect the rights now here at home, the same ones that we were fighting for overseas. So God bless our veterans. Thank you. Thank you if you're out there. Our next speaker, veteran, journalist, host of Real America on One America News. Through his reporting and commentary, he's become a trusted voice for millions. He's covering the issues that matter most to our country, our Constitution, and our freedoms. And while you're here at Goals, you can visit the media row right outside the stage here and visit the One America News team. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dan Ball.
Good afternoon. How we doing out there, folks? Let me first and foremost say thank you to our veterans, active duty, and first responders. As a veteran, that's how I always like to start my speeches. And thanks so much for coming out to Goals, 50 years of defending our Second Amendment. When I was preparing for this speech, I was talking with my wife. She is a big Second Amendment gal and carries all the time as well. And I said, you know, honey, I usually just wing these things. She's like, no, 2A's under attack. This is important. You need to write a speech. So I did. So here we go. By the way, welcome to the thousands at home watching right now online as well. And we at OAN are broadcasting these speeches on our network as well. That's how important we take and seriously the Second Amendment, and I know you do as well. That's why you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, patriots and defenders of the Constitution, thank you for coming to the annual GOA event, where we stand up for liberty and fight back against tyranny. We're all gathered here this weekend because we share, I hope, a profound bond. We share a deep love for the nation, a sacred reverence for the Constitution, and an unwavering commitment to the timeless truths that have made our republic the greatest beacon of freedom around the world for 250 years. When I look out on the crowd, I don't see an audience. I see the heartbeat of America. I see the very people that our founding fathers relied upon to keep the flame of liberty burning bright. So let's get after it. We're not here to play politics. That's what politicians do, right? We aren't here to exchange pleasantries with the other or pat ourselves on the back, because you've heard from speakers the last 2 days, the battle is far from over. We're here because our nation is locked in a cold civil war. That's what I believe. And the Second Amendment is the ultimate battleground. And let me tell you, folks, you sitting out there, you watching right now, you're the heartbeat of that American liberty. You're the single most terrifying nightmare to tyrants who want to crush this country. A little about myself. My journey to this stage began in a small Midwest farming town called Archibald, Ohio, a few hours east of here. For those of us that grew up in the heartland, the American way of life isn't a political slogan, it's a daily reality. In my hometown, owning a gun was pretty common as owning a toothbrush. My brothers and I had guns in the glove box, under the seat, in the gun rack, because back then, exercising your Second Amendment wasn't so controversial. I guess because years ago, people didn't treat firearms like a tool of fear. They didn't demonize the device that we use in everyday life. In fact, 2A patriots and defenders treat this God-given right more like a responsibility. It's part of our American heritage. That's why we made it second, right? Gun owners and America go hand in hand, and for good reason. They're what keep us from becoming like other governments who've taken firearms. When I was just 5 years old, my dad put a gun in my hands. He taught my brothers and I how to shoot, how to respect the power of that weapon. He instilled in us the understanding of a firearm, that it's the ultimate equalizer against evil and your government. If someone comes at you with a bat, grab your gun. They come at you with a knife, grab your gun. The government comes knocking, say it with me, grab your gun. That respect and foundation of firearms in the Second Amendment stayed with me through adulthood. It led me to wear the uniform, proudly serve in the United States Air Force. When you take that solemn oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, those words get seared in your soul forever. You quickly realize that that parchment paper that our laws are written on are only as strong as the conviction of the people willing to defend it to the death. Look at the Constitution. First Amendment, undeniably, that's our crown jewel, right? It protects the right to speak freely, worship the God that you want, gather peacefully, and petition your government peacefully. That's for you lefties out there watching. It also gives us freedom of the press, something I hold near and dear for the last 33 years. But a voice without protection, as we know, can be silenced, right? So while the first is our most important amendment, we have to have the Second Amendment to defend the first. We need to safeguard every single God-given right in this republic. And let me be clear out there to the haters. The Second Amendment is not about hunting. It's not about sport shooting. It's the cold steel spine that keeps the entire Bill of Rights standing erect. As we sit here today, that sacred right is under attack. It's coordinated by liberals and by the Democrat Party. Let us be entirely clear about their motivations. They don't want to stop crime. They want to stop you. They want to take total control over the American citizenry. They know that a dependent, disarmed population is a compliant population. The millions of law-abiding armed Americans standing shoulder to shoulder across this country represents the final, absolute barrier against a tyrannical government. We're the last line of defense, folks. I think you know that. And they hate us for it. Our sacred right is under vicious and coordinated attack by the Democrat Party. And now they're calling themselves the Democrat Socialist Party. So let's stop pretending that they care about gun safety or saving lives. That's a pathetic damn lie. History shows us what happens when you surrender your steel. Look across the country. Look across the globe. Let's go to Venezuela. Decades ago, prosperous nation. But then in 2012, the socialist government said, let's buy back your guns. Once the citizens were defenseless, the mask came off. For years now, the people of Venezuela had suffered under a brutal dictatorship, starving, unable to protest, powerless. of course, until Trump took out Maduro. Go to Australia, where a massive mandatory gun buyback in the 1990s severely restricted people's abilities to own firearms there. Decades later, the global COVID pandemic, we watched in horror as government authorities down under locked their citizens in their homes, arrested people for walking on the beach, and crushed public dissent. Beyond the number one priority of resisting tyranny, the Second Amendment also serves a vital, vital role every day. It's the ultimate foundation in personal and home defense. It empowers a mother to protect her kids when a predator breaks through the window in the dead of night. It enables the immediate elimination of evil people who want to inflict terror on the innocent. The Second Amendment gives us the power to become not a victim, it enables you to become the hero. The firearm allows us to protect other citizens who can't protect themselves. It ensures that good, decent people have the power to stop wickedness in its tracks. When seconds count, we can't always rely on cops. Police do a great work, it's heroic work, but they can't be everywhere at once. That's why you can't wait for somebody to get across town to save you. You could end up getting killed. The Second Amendment makes you your own first responder. It guarantees you have the immediate capacity to take action with your firearm, neutralize that threat, and see it tomorrow. Our founding fathers were geniuses. See, they didn't experience tyranny through a textbook like we do today or on social media. They actually fought a bloody revolutionary war against it. They knew why they placed the amendment at the top of the list. Thomas Jefferson said, "No man shall ever be debarred the use of firearms. The strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against a tyrannical government." You see, they understood human nature doesn't change. Power corrupts, period. We know that. And to prevent a new monarchy from rising here in America, those amazing men, these are patriots, with steel nerves and some cannons and muskets, penned 27 words. If you remember them, say them with me. "A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right to the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." What's that mean? Shall not be infringed. Does that mean that we're subject to a background check? No. Does that mean unless it's an AR-15? No. Does that mean until a politician feels safe? No. Shall not be infringed is absolute. It's uncompromising. Yet, despite this clear command, anti-gun advocates and deceptive leaders are trying to chip away at our right to bear arms, folks. They do it through red flag laws, you know what I'm talking about, ammunition bans like where I live in California, unfortunately, and registry schemes. See, they want to wear you down. They think you'll get tired of fighting. They think you'll accept compromise after compromise. And then we'll have nothing but empty holsters and broken promises. So, join me today. I got a message for all the crooked-ass politicians who are out there every day saying, "Lay down your arms, it's okay, you'll be fine." No, our rights didn't come from those politicians. They didn't come from a court, they didn't come from a legislative body. They were granted us by the Almighty, and nobody can take those away. George Washington said this, "Firearms stand next in importance to the Constitution itself. They are the American people's liberty teeth and keystone under God." You see, folks, those guys 250 years ago, this summer, right, we became a nation. They said we must fight for those liberty teeth. We must defend the Second Amendment with every single ounce of our being. Because make no mistakes, folks, if we fail, if we falter, if we allow the compromise, the American Republic will fall. And we're the last line of defense for the whole globe. I think you all know that. But there's good news. I look at the folks in the room, I look online at the thousands watching, and I know we're not going to fail. So keep your powder dry, your faith strong, and your hands firmly on freedom. Thank you guys for coming out. God bless you all, and God bless America. Take care.
Thank you, Dan Ball and the One America News Network. All right. Our next speaker, I think maybe a few of you have heard of him. You probably heard about his YouTube channel. He's built perhaps one of the largest audiences in the firearms community by combining engineering, history, perhaps a healthy dose of humor on occasion. Whether you know him as the AK Guy from his YouTube channel or from his advocacy for the Second Amendment, or perhaps when he announced his congressional run at goals last year, he's inspired millions of Americans to get involved in our community. He's also taken that fight to the political arena as a candidate for Congress in Texas. Please welcome future Congressman Brandon Herrera.
How is it going, gun owners of America? Oh, it's a privilege to be here in front of you again. I always try to make it out here to stuff like this because it's so important, and it's so important that you guys are here as well. So it's a pleasure to be speaking in front of all of you. It's a pleasure to be speaking in front of all of those who are watching us live right now. No pressure. I've been told there's quite a few of you. But no, I appreciate it because last time, I mean, it's been a crazy year. Who's had a crazy year? Last time I was speaking before you guys, for one, we were in Knoxville, Tennessee. Now we're in beautiful Des Moines, Iowa. Man, not a lot of enthusiasm for Iowa out there, huh? But no, last time I was speaking in front of you, I decided to make a very important mistake in my life, which was announcing that I was running for Congress a second time. Now I am, the first time that I'm speaking in front of you since then, I'm able to make the announcement that we've officially won our primary, and I am the nominee for Texas Congressional District 23. And it is with your support that we were able to pull that off. And the support of all the lovely people, the amazing people in the district, but also all of you, gun owners coming together and saying, we actually have a chance to make a difference, and being able to put that together. So I'm hoping next year at the GOA convention, I'm able to announce that I am the sitting congressman of Texas District 23. Yeah, let's go, Brandon. I like that. Somebody should use that as a slogan. But I think one of the things that I've learned along this trail, because I ran for Congress first. I first announced it in 2023. I ran last cycle against an incumbent who was a Republican on paper, made a lot of bad votes, including some anti-gun votes, including voting with Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi on the Safer Bipartisan Communities, or Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which is an oxymoron, and all the gun owners knew that. It doesn't make our communities safer, and it's not bipartisan. It was Democrats with a handful of turncoat Republicans. And that's the only thing that the Democrats need to actually move things forward and move an anti-gun, anti-Constitution agenda forward, is just for a few good men to do nothing. And that's the way it's always been. But when I took up that race, we barely lost. It was we took him to a runoff, a sitting incumbent congressman with millions of dollars in the bank. We took him to a runoff and lost by 400 votes. But then we came back a second time. With your help, we knocked it out of the park. But one of the things that I learned in that process was just how important it is that just anybody can get involved, right? Whether it's a college student, whether it's somebody who's got a couple hours on the weekend, whatnot, door knocking, block walking, doing little things like that, even just going to your friends and saying, hey, let me talk to you for 2 seconds about this guy, and this is why we should support him. Anybody can do that. And it does make a difference because I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. And that's why it's important. People say, well, Brandon, I can't run for office. I can't go out and do all these things. I don't have millions of followers on the internet. You don't have to. It is so important that we understand that anybody can get involved at any level because this is a group effort. And I don't think anybody understands that more than people like you here at GOA. We've been pushing forward some meaningful stuff. I mean, we've had some big wins over the last few years. We really have. Is it everything we were hoping we would get? Never, and it never is. But we've pushed forward some really good stuff. I mean, I've talked about this before, 15, 20 years ago. The idea of nationwide constitutional carry was a pipe dream. You could hang it up. If you introduced that to your state legislator, they would laugh you out of the room. Now, in 2026, far more states in the United States have constitutional carry than those who don't, and that's an amazing win. We knocked that out at the state level. On the federal level, you got things like the new ATF director. We're reeling back, the Joe Biden, the zero tolerance policy, that's gone. Brace rule is gone. Import restrictions are being lifted. We're getting machine gun barrels back. That's really awesome. Especially if you're a guy like me that loves, building parts kits and collecting parts kits that he knows he'll never build. But these are all good things, and we're making progress. With the big, beautiful bill, we wanted to take suppressors and SBRs off of the NFA. We didn't quite get there, but we got it down to $0. which is a win in the temporary, in the short term, but with the help of people like GOA and people that are pushing that, hopefully we can take that to the Supreme Court. Because the entire reason why the NFA, which, who here is a fan of the NFA? The NFA is, yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, let's say, yeah, unconstitutional. NFA's gay. The only reason it was ever deemed constitutional by the Supreme Court is the idea that the government doesn't have, or Congress does not have the ability to regulate those firearms, but they do have the ability to register the tax. And so now that the tax has gone on those, they have no leg to stand on as to why that's constitutional. So these are things that we need to keep pushing forward, and that's why it's so important for everybody to be involved in this fight, which is awesome. And nobody knows that more than people like you all, the Gun Owners of America, people that have put your money where your mouth is, to say, I'm going to help not only myself, join in this fight, but I'm going to give resources and time and energy to those people that are fighting on our behalf. And so that's awesome. Give yourselves a round of applause. Everyone can be involved. And now some people think that getting involved in the fight means leaving snarky comments on social media. And don't get me wrong, there's a place for that. I've done a fair bit of that myself. That being said, there's a lot of people, it's very easy to sit around and bitch about the things that other people aren't doing. It's very easy, that's not advocacy. Being able to volunteer your time, and again, you don't have to run for office, you don't have to have a big following, just being able to do things like get involved in the fight, supporting people like GOA, or going door knocking, or block walking, or volunteering your time, anything to get involved in the fight, at testifying, if new things are coming forward, just showing up. Because there's a friend of mine, Wes Friedel, he's a state legislator in the state of Texas. Used to I think oversee a lot with the GOA in the state of Texas. Something he said to me a long time ago that really resonated. I'm paraphrasing because I have a terrible memory, but he said, people think this country is run by DC, and it's run by the lobbyists, and it's run by the special interests. The truth is, this country is run by the people who show up. Their money doesn't matter as long as you show up. And that's the most important thing. So thank you all, on that note, for showing up here, for coming out to these things, for supporting GOA, for supporting some amazing people, some amazing speakers. You are the ones who show up, and for that, I thank you. Now, we are going to do something that I've never done up here before, and I'm trusting you guys to not screw this up for me. Remember, this is live stream, and I am running for office. We're going to open up the floor to a little bit of Q&A. And so if there's any questions that you guys had, I would love to be able to answer for you. So I think we've got these microphones here. If you guys would like to start lining up, if there's any questions you had on really anything, I'm happy to be here. But let's try to keep it like more firearm focused. Otherwise, GOA is going to get very mad at me.
Are we good? I'm good?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay, so...
Also, I love the shirt.
Thank you.
He's got the fat electrician shirt on, and
yeah.
He's an Iowa native, and I can't let him be happy.
Also fellow Iowan, so... Anyways, on topic. Change actually related to firearms since, there's going to be a YouTube channel. A lot of people say consistency, etc., stuff like that, marketability, being unique. It's great to get out there for that. How, as someone in the gun space for YouTube, try to, navigate all the, top of the, coming to talks here, your political campaign, etc., navigate the culture of YouTube, I guess. It's its own microcosm.
Okay, well, what do you mean by that, I guess?
So, because I'm an up-and-coming YouTuber myself,
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, God, I barely upload, honestly, but I do pseudo-firearms-related content. Not guns directly yet, but Nerf, airsoft, shooters, stuff like that, video games. And I've noticed that, among similar channels, stuff like that cover similar topics, and then also, on the gaming side of things, and, then you guys on the firearms, the approach seems to be radically different. As someone that wants to kind of compartmentalize and kind of do all like gaming, you know, toys and like kind of like, you know, shooting sports and then real steel, how would you see about compartmentalizing all that and like making it all blend together seamlessly?
Well, I mean, if you haven't really, if you don't have a following yet, like a big following, you get to experiment. Honestly, you get to have a little bit of fun and see what your audience actually likes.
Okay.
So that's the fun part on that. But I will say the one piece of advice that I've learned to give people that I wish, you know, I would have known when I first started out is before you make something, just because you make a video or you make a piece of content doesn't mean anybody, like, you're entitled to have people watch it. You know, the question that I tried to ask myself, you know, once I started, you know, getting a little bit of a following and everything like that, the question that I used to ask myself was, why would somebody watch this? And so, like, why would somebody be watching this kind of content? You know, if I made this piece, is it funny? Is it informative? Does it tell a story? You know, why would anybody watch it? And if you can answer that question, then you're doing good. As long as you can answer that question, you'll be just fine.
Hey, boss.
Dig the shades.
Thank you. I was just wondering, who or what inspired you to run for Congress?
Spite.
Fair enough.
I genuinely.
Thank you.
I got very tired, to answer your question a little bit more legitimately. I mean, it's a real answer. I got tired of politicians saying one thing on TV and then doing another. And specifically where it hit my industry, but not just that, it was in immigration and a bunch of other things, where I just didn't believe my congressman had my best interest in mind. He was playing a conservative, but when it came time to vote, he just wasn't backing it up. And I was getting tired of getting lied to, and it was where I lived, I mean, he was my congressman. And I just looked at, you know, well, this guy's coming up for election. I'm sure somebody's gonna be running against him. And it was just, I looked at the crop of players, and I'm like, I was worried that he was gonna continue to get away with it. And I couldn't stomach that. So legitimately, while I had never had interest in running for office of any kind, it's very clear if you watch my YouTube channel, which the Democrats have very clearly started doing, I have never had any intention of being a public official. But I think, like I said earlier, you know, all the enemy needs to succeed is for good men to do nothing, and that's the way it's always been. So I stood up and I did something. And now, with your help and the help of, again, all the wonderful voters in Texas, we were able to get him out of office.
Hey, thank you.
Just want to say thank you for helping me to get out of my my internal space and come here. This is my first time coming to GOA. I joined yesterday. My question to you
It is my pleasure to help you out with your internal space.
Thank you. Thank you. But my question to you is, what about the everyman with, like, concealed carry? Because 3 weeks ago, I was assaulted in lieu of my job, and my company's policy is no firearms whatsoever. Yet we go and pick up about 100 guns a day right over there in Altoona from one store every day. The hypocrisy to me is astounding. Would you stand with Thomas Massey in expanding national reciprocity to be end of shall not be infringed?
National reciprocity is something that I've definitely been very interested in. That's something I would want to push forward. I would want to go a little bit further, though. I want to see nationwide constitutional carry. That, I think, is where we should be going for. But again, it's incremental. It's moving the Overton window. Can we do that right now? I'm really not sure. But let's just keep moving the needle in the direction we want it to go, but that's where we ultimately want to end up. Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming to Iowa. It means a lot. My question is, when can I buy an AK-50?
The real question on everyone's mind. So, well, that's something we would need to, Angry Cops is here? That's something that we would need to find a good dance partner for manufacturing. And that's something, you know, we've had a wonderful relationship with people like Titans of CNC, help us with prototyping and whatnot, but as a smaller shop, you know, we're a bunch of idiots in the garage half the day just messing around with stuff. while we've gotten to the AK-50 to a point in the project, we're very happy with it. But we're constantly tweaking, constantly learning, constantly tweaking the gun. We're not constantly tweaking. But when it would be, if we were ever to do a mass manufacturer, we would need a good dance partner that we trusted to do it right. So that's kind of the hinge pin on that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Of course. Yes, sir.
I was going to say, what advice would you give to a 2A advocate who unfortunately doesn't have Second Amendment rights in the city I live in?
Like, are you a felon or?
No, I live in New York City, where the Second
I see.
Amendment doesn't exist at all.
Which is such a shame, because New York specifically seems to be very bad at actually following through and listening to what the Supreme Court has told them they have to do. So I feel bad for all the brothers and sisters that are behind enemy lines in places like New York. But the truth is, like, and I was with, the Cape Gun Works guys and, places like that in like Massachusetts. They have to hold a stand, or they have to take a stand. They have to hold their ground, because at the end of the day, you live there. Like, that's your home, and a lot of people can't leave, and a lot of people don't want to leave. And why should you have to leave your home city in order to practice your God-given constitutional natural rights? I think it's a travesty. So my answer is keep up the good fight, because especially, and this is why I spent so much time going to places like Denver, Colorado, and fighting their assault weapons bans. Am I from there? No. Do I have friends there? Yeah, but it's not my state. And the answer with that is it's an American state. It's part of the United States. And as soon as the Democrats or the anti-gun crowd or whoever is pouring money into the assault weapons bans in states like that, you think they're just going to be happy and go away once they've gotten what they wanted there? No, absolutely not. No, they're going to keep pushing. Once they're done with all the blue states, they go to the purple states. Once they've got all the gun bans they want in those states, they're going to move to the less purple, more red states, until they've gone all the way through to where they got accomplished what they wanted to from the start, which is the total disarmament. So, yeah, no, the best thing I can tell you is just keep up the good fight, brother. Really, truly.
All right, thank you.
As someone who has recently turned 18 years old, I'm looking into getting my first concealed carry, and I was wondering what your recommendation would be for a first concealed carry gun.
Well, a SIG P320 makes a pretty good alarm clock. It'll wake you up periodically throughout the... No, I'm kidding. Kind of. I carry a Glock 43X. Stuff like that. So I think I'm actually getting the hook a little bit. I appreciate you all. Hopefully that was insightful. But really, if I could just leave with one message here. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a wonderful opportunity to be back here. But man, we really have to come together. This is going to be a very, very important, historic year for the country. The enemy, the anti-gun crowd, is trying to make their move this time. And if we lose the House and we lose control of Congress, we will not be able to continue with these wins we've been getting. All right, so if we want to continue to do this, gun owners have to mobilize. We have to go out there. We have to keep fighting the good fight. We have to fight it in the courts. We have to fight it in the streets, in public perception. We have to fight it in the halls of Congress. We have to fight it everywhere the enemy is and everywhere the enemy isn't. And you all, everything you're doing with GOA is a part of that. So thank you all so much. I appreciate you. I'd love to see you back here next year, and God bless you. Thank you.
That is the next congressman for Texas District 23 right there, Brandon Herrera, ladies and gentlemen. One more round of applause for the AK guy. Next up, our friends over at Commando Store have a pretty exciting product launch. Let's go ahead and get them out here. Commando Store, ladies and gentlemen. I think they're here. Commando Store, and that's Commando Store with a K.
Welcome, guys. Thank you. Y'all take it away.
All right, cool. Hello, everyone. So back in 2013, as a senior in high school, I started selling military surplus out of my parents' basement. Since then, we have moved into a warehouse, and we now employ over 30 people in Rapid City, South Dakota. Thank you. So alongside surplus, we sell and produce our own original products, merch, and reproductions from military history.
Commando Store's mission is to find interesting kit and gear from throughout history and bring it to life. Things you just can't get anymore or that are extremely hard to find on the used market, such as the Adventure Tech reversible parka from the war in Iraq or Niemöller webbing worn by the elite recce units during the South African Bush War. We also have a passion for unique camouflage, resurrecting patterns that have been overshadowed by multicam. In fact, this year we took a risk and launched a camo that didn't even exist in real life. The red Spetsnaz camo from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Now Thanks, guys. Now you might be asking, who's buying all this stuff? Well, it's anyone that thinks it's cool. So if that sounds like you, we need your help. Most of our products are driven and directly inspired by our community. We rely heavily on the input and feedback. So please jump on our mailing list, follow us on socials, and tell us what you think we should do next.
To celebrate gun owners of America's 50th birthday, we made a t-shirt. The Sue 'em All Tour shirt commemorates 5 decades of no compromise in defending and expanding America's Second Amendment rights. The back lists 13 GOA cases by state, laid out like tour dates.
50% of all the profits will be donated directly to Gun Owners of America, and you can pre-order the shirt right now at commandostore.com. Thanks, guys.
We're getting set up for our final panel, which is an important one because we've heard some talks from all these different speakers about influencers, and that's sometimes a term you hear that might have a negative connotation on it. And quite frankly, I think that's a badge of honor in some cases, because if we're influencing people to defend and restore their constitutional rights, to perhaps exercise their Second Amendment right, if that's what I'm influencing people to do, then yeah, I'm going to be proud to be called an influencer. I'm excited to welcome up here some pretty familiar faces within the firearms industry from all sorts of varying backgrounds. Protecting the Second Amendment takes more than passion. It takes action. Whether it's fighting unconstitutional laws in the courts, advocating for change in our legislature, training responsibly, or building stronger communities, every one of us has a role to play. This next panel brings together leaders from across the Second Amendment movement to discuss the biggest challenges facing gun owners today, and more importantly, what we can do about them. This panel is brought to you by the U.S. Concealed Carry Association, otherwise known as simply USCCA, and for the 2A Action Alliance. Please welcome William Kirk of Washington Gun Law. Zach of Tactical Advisor. Braden Langley and Katie Stone of Langley Outdoors. Elizabeth from Casual and Tactical. And the one, the only, Print, Shoot, Repeat. Moderator for the panel is our very own Minuteman, Ben Sanderson.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, guys. As you heard, I'm the host of the Minuteman Moment, but today I'm joined by a bunch of great people in the space, making a difference, talking to people online. So if you guys could just introduce yourself, starting at the end.
William Kirk with Washington Gun Law.
My name's Zach with Tactical Advisor. Braden Langley now.
Katie Stone, Stone Second Sense.
Elizabeth Bienes from Casual and Tactical.
I'm Print Shoot Repeat, aka PSR.
So every one of us, I think, has a different experience, and I wanted to ask this first, is what really inspired you to get into making 2A content?
I fell into mine on accident. It was a vanity project during the pandemic when I had nothing better to do, and by the time the world went back to normal, I had about 100,000 subscribers, and I said, to hell with it, let's keep doing it. But I've gotten to know this community. If you would have asked me 5 years ago that I'd get to run around the country and meet folks like you, I would have thought you were crazy. So this has been one of the best things that's happened to me both personally and professionally in my life.
I grew up in it with my family, but what really got me involved into it was when I had a wife and kids, and that really got me more passionate into the Second Amendment.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, the thing that really bothered me was all the things that were happening to take our rights away. I mean, I'm not trying to be too, high and mighty on it, but it just kind of irritated me that a lot of people seem to think that things were going to happen without any type of logical backing at all. It's like, you guys know there's like 900 different steps that we have to do before this actually happens, right? And there's ways to stop them in all of those. And that was a big thing for me. It's just spreading information out there and carrying on the fight that we needed to carry on, and then understanding all the different pieces of how we were, basically kick some butt, pretty much.
I was working at Classic Firearms, and a ton of new laws came in around the Biden era, and we were having trouble keeping up with all of the new gun laws and the new restrictions. And then Braden kind of looked at me one day and he was like, "You tired of selling guns and want to do something about it?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" And just took off from there.
I started an Instagram account to teach women how to conceal carry in, their regular outfits without changing, and it took off almost overnight. I wasn't real serious about it at the beginning, and it took off, and I got real serious about it. And at the same time, in the state I live in Washington, they started on their, it's been 42 gun laws in the last 7 years that have done nothing for crime, and it started going faster than I could keep up with, so I realized that it was going faster than people who were way outside of the gun industry could keep up with. So that's when I was always aware, but I started getting serious about how can I figure out how to distill this information down into 30 seconds to a minute for regular people who should care about this to get their attention, and it's just gone from there.
That's awesome. My story is I was also quite bored during COVID, and in a combination with all the other stuff that was happening during COVID, I gained a curiosity while quite bored into 3D printing, and I just thought, oh, this is a very cool technology, and you can 3D print guns. And I was like, wow, okay, this sounds like a fun project. So I just got a 3D printer and just started printing my own stuff, and I was like, there's not really anyone doing content on 3D printing on YouTube, and guns, of course. There's plenty of 3D printing content. So I just said, you know what, we're gonna just post a little video, see how it does, and it just kind of just got a bunch of views, and I was like, okay, this is something people want to look at. So that's kind of how I got into it, and then it just exploded, and just was super fun to enjoy the hobby and then share it with people and have people enjoy that. So yeah.
Follow-up question on that is, did all of you start off, I think I heard from you that you said your family was involved in the gun world before, but when did you guys start it? Because personally for me, I shot shotguns when I was 15, 16 with my grandfather, but I didn't buy my first AR-15 until I was 18, and I really had some great mentors around me that pushed me in that direction. But, I just wanted to hear from everyone's personal side of how did they get involved with firearms first.
I bought my first firearm when I was a prosecuting attorney prosecuting drug dealers, and my boss advised me to do it, and I've been a Second Amendment guy ever since.
I got into it young, early. My grandfather took me hunting a lot. My father got me into firearms, and then from there, that just really grew my passion with it.
I mean, kind of same story as you. I didn't really have that influence until I was about 18. My grandfather always showed me guns and had guns, and it was kind of a family thing, but my first AR was when Obama got elected, so it was like, got it. That was it, and then look back, and now I build them, and now it's like, I'm addicted now.
I actually had a very, very protective father. And believe it or not, he did not actually teach me anything about guns. I actually didn't even know he owned guns until I was cleaning his truck out one day, which I drove to basketball practice every single day. It had a handgun under the front seat and a shotgun behind the seat. And I was like, what is going on? And he's like, don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. I had this weird boyfriend. It was a bad time, but I literally had a terrible first experience shooting a shotgun. It was not good, like so bad. Scared me, did not shoot again until I was literally working for Classic Firearms shooting guns. Like it just overnight, it was like, hey, I just got this new job, this is cool. And they're like, you wanna go shoot guns? And I was like, I'm actually really scared of guns, but sure, I'll try anything, you know, a second time, let's do it. And then I got really addicted. So here we are.
I did not grow up around guns. There were guns around. Grew up in a very Italian-American family, and guns were for boys, not for girls, and I was the only girl, so I didn't get to shoot any of the guns. The first time I shot a gun was my husband had gotten out of the military, wanted to buy his first carry gun, Glock 19, everybody's first experience, or a lot of our first experience. I actually went to the range with him as just like a thing that you do for your marriage, like, yeah, I'll do it. I wasn't for or against it. About 3 rounds in, I was like, wow, this is really cool. And I shot casually for about a decade, and then, he started acquiring more guns, and I started getting into it, and anything beyond pistol is great. So that's been my experience for, I guess, the last 2 decades now.
Awesome. My story is I never got any, there's no positive sentiment about guns in my household growing up. So they were not very into guns. They were very against guns. And to the point where I couldn't really even play with, like they wouldn't buy me Nerf guns. That was too violent. That was too much. There was no G.I. Joes, no violent video games. And I can tell you, if you're a parent out there, I'm sure you're pro-gun over here, but if you're trying to prevent your kid from doing something, making it completely untouchable is probably not the best move. Or at least, you can't keep them from it. They're gonna wanna try it. So I guess you just gotta, as a parent, I think it's important to, I was always curious, and it didn't help that they kept it so, far away from me that it just made my curiosity more and strong, right? So I got to shoot my first gun probably when I was like, it was just a friend of mine's. That's how I always used to get around things. I wasn't allowed to ride dirt bikes. Went over to my friend's house, rode dirt bikes. Wasn't allowed to play GTA. Went and played GTA with my friends. But yeah, so I got to shoot like a Glock and an AR for the first time with my buddies when I was probably in my early 20s. And then, I got a skeet shooting shotgun was my first gun. And COVID, honestly, is really what really stepped it up for me, where I was like, I had a very strange neighbor who was just saying some very scary stuff to me and my girlfriend at the time. So I got some firearms just to, in the worst case, happen. It didn't happen, but just to protect myself. So that's kind of how I got into it, and then it exploded when I started 3D printing them. They multiplied somehow. So, and my family's come to terms with it now. We've reached a fair middle ground. They're supportive of me, but yeah, we don't share the same views politically on a lot of things.
I think I'm right there with you with my family and guns.
Yeah.
So we talked about how you guys got into guns. Now we're going to flip the question a little bit. What do you think is the biggest barrier stopping other people from getting into guns?
It's misinformation. It's everything that the group those on the other side say. It's naivety. It's those that are unwilling to take a chance and learn. And I think it becomes all of our duties, and anyone else out there, all of you, I think it's your duty as well, to advance the Second Amendment, and the way we do that is through education.
Yeah, and going along with that, I think also once they take that next step and are curious about it, I think that sometimes this community can be a little abrasive and not as welcoming as it should be. So I think a lot of times us is like, I understand. That's wild, isn't it? Yeah, but I think that's a big step, is us being able to welcome those people and be able to take them under our wing, because people get curious, and then sometimes they don't have a second chance where they're like, I'll do it one more time. Maybe I'm done.
Oh, this is about to be fun. Okay. I think it's a few things. I think misconception is absolutely a piece of it. I think misinformation is another piece of it. I think there is a bit of a turnoff factor in some cases. Like, there's lots of things. It's not just one individual thing. It's an overall perception. So you're either being lied to and misinformed. I mean, like, actually, can I share like a 2-minute little anecdote right here? So Katie and I were actually in one of the environments where we had there's a crossover of a few different conventions. Actually, was it yesterday?
Friday night.
Friday night. And the person literally said, what are you here for? And I was like, well, this is going to go really great or really bad. I don't know how this is going to go. And I said, I'm here for the gun thing, because I'm not going to there's no reason for me to get too detailed. I want to kind of gauge it a little bit. And we had a 30-minute conversation, and at the end of it, they literally were anti-gun to go into it. And I was like, you guys realize that all the stats that you're quoting right now are all talking points from the left. They're also incorrect, and here's where you can find them that are correct. And they actually said, I'm going to fact check you right now. And I was like, let's go. Literally, what did he say when he left? He's like, this actually changes things a little bit.
Yeah.
It's about being able to communicate, right? You don't necessarily want to scare somebody away. You don't want to beat them over the head either, but just have a conversation. If you can keep your cool, even if they're not keeping their cool, you're going to overcome those objections. But it's a natural, if something scares you and you're not used to it, it's going to be easier to scare you away from it. Just chase that fear away, kind of with information, understanding.
Well, let me jump in there for a second, because what Braden gave you is a classic example of what I think we all need to do, which is people are always going to be more invested in their decisions if they've gotten there themselves.
1000%.
Right? And you didn't tell them how to think, but you gave them all the stuff to think about. And
it was a little bit of a mind ninja situation.
Well, I get that.
I mean,
But ultimately, they came to that conclusion on their own, and now they are more invested in that decision. They're going to be more curious, and they're going to follow up more. So that's an excellent job, and that's an example of what all of you could be doing with all of your either anti-gun friends or those that are just naive and they're just drinking from the the mainstream media trough.
Well, I'll tell you, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take too much time. The big thing, though, Bill, and this is the interesting part about that, I wasn't trying to get them to become pro-gun.
No.
I didn't invite them to the convention. I'm not going to, you're clearly in a previously established position. That's fine. I got them to ask the question, why? That was the big question. Why have I been told something that is verifiably not true? That's all I want to show you. Why is someone telling you that an entire population of 400 million people can't have something based off of the statistical fact that 42,000 people die at the hands of a gun every single year, 65 to 60% of them are suicides, and the other portion are homicides? Well, that brings down to about 15,000 to 17,000 people in a nation of about 400 million people. Why have you been lied to? Are you going to change 400 million people's experience over 15,000? Where are those things coming? When you start that ball rolling, that's all you have to do. Because what I've learned over this experience is I'm not going to be the closing sales guy. But I will be the beginning of the conversation, and someone down the road like Bill or someone like Katie will have that conversation. And now you're building on a previous experience, which gets you to that point. That's my thought on it.
No, I completely agree, because I think it's the same way with all of the gun laws. A lot of us are I think everyone in this panel can agree. We want to eventually abolish the ATF and get rid of the NFA, right? But we all know that it's not happening tomorrow. So you have to plant the seed, you have to do the work, you have to put in, you have to make sure that you're highlighting all this stuff in a positive light to where the next time they come across this, they'll actually be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Because there's a lot of people, and one of my favorite things, and I know this is terrible of me, but I'm very sarcastic, okay? So I monitor these gun control groups like they are my family, or as a creepy ex-girlfriend. I am stalking their stuff, right? So I'm going in and I'm watching their stuff every single day, and they contradict themselves so much. So I just go in and I highlight where they're contradicting themselves, and I'm like, hey, even a blind man can see that these people are completely brainwashed. And I encourage you to not take my word for it. Go look it up for yourself. I don't ever want to tell anyone how to feel or how to think, because it's not my responsibility. You had parents. I'm not your mom. I have a son. I'm going to be his mom, but I'm not yours. So I want you to think for yourself and do your own research. And then at the end of the day, if you don't do that, that's your responsibility, but you have been given the opportunity and your eyes have been opened to the fact that some people are just lying to you flat out, using your emotions to push their narrative. And that's just disgusting to me. But anyways, I think that's one of the biggest reasons.
People hate when I say this, but hear me out. The other side is doing a much better job at their fight than we are doing at our fight. And it's not to take anything away from anybody up here or anybody out there. They have more people They have more money. They are pushing it harder. They are making it their literal job to take gun rights away, and they are using emotional manipulation. And as a woman, I will say that women are more susceptible to that than men are. And it goes to what Bill said about, misinformation and that sort of thing. We have to do a better job, but there's a certain way to talk about it. But we have to know that I don't think that the conversations are happening in our circles on this side as much as they're happening in the circles on that side. And that is something that is an easy fix, because there are a lot of pro-gun people. When I say they have more people, I say they have more people fighting. They don't have more people on their side. And the same thing goes with money. There's tons of money on this side. It's just not necessarily getting funneled into it, but it is on their side. And we have to have conversations. I have talked to people in restaurants who are sitting at tables that I got a vibe from in our local elections, for example, and asked them, who are you voting for? Hey, my friend is running for this district. Hey, my friend is running for attorney general. Like, you should check this out. So again, we can give them the information and let them make the decision, but never forget that those people are using their time, money, and energy to destroy our side, and they're doing a pretty good job of it.
I think what I can offer as far as my perspective is I just want to reach as many people as possible so I can have the opportunity to show them a positive experience with firearms, whether it's through like some memes that I make, the pink Glock, me shooting the pink Glock, really very silly, very silly, that's my contribution, because I think when we see someone having fun, particularly with guns, if we're not in the gun space, it's kind of a different perspective to see it from a goofy, silly space, and of course being safe, of course, but rather than this crazy macho tactical stuff, which there's obviously a place and time for that. Like, I love training, I love actually, doing serious shooting competitions and everything, but sometimes that could be a turnoff for some people, or it can feel kind of intimidating. It can feel kind of more like the stereotype of what a gun owner is, right? So I think it's important to kind of go beyond these stereotypes and try to get these people that maybe, are curious but are turned off by that kind of stuff. And I think the more people we can reach, the more people I can reach through my memes or my videos, I think the better chance we have of just kind of taking that initial hook and just saying, hey, come check this out. It doesn't matter what your politics are, but check this out, and maybe you might have some fun shooting a gun, and maybe you want to try it. So I think it's just really about getting those people that are, maybe not, not gun people, but maybe a little curious, and that's the first step. And the more people we have on our team, the better.
So we went over all the biggest barriers to this. What's the biggest way that you guys think that you as content creators can help your audience get more involved in the pro-Second Amendment movement, in the political process, fighting for their rights, not only by just watching your videos and being informed and talking to their family members, but also on the national, the state, and the local level?
Well, I do think that you have to push for advocacy, and everyone needs to get involved. But what I would caution to a certain segment of content creators in the sphere that I operate in is that I think we need to be much more conscientious about what types of emotions are we trying to inflict with our content. And I get that for 4 years under the Biden administration, we had everything in the world to be pissed off about. But now things are different, and things are moving in the better direction. And when people say that there's never been a better time for the Second Amendment than right now, they're not BSing you. That's actually what's going on. And yet we, for whatever reason, can't seem to operate outside of any emotion other than anger and rage. And the problem with anger and rage is, and any of you can relate to this too, is that there are several emotional states that you can be in. You can be in happiness, you can be in sadness, and you can think clearly in both of those. But when you're angry, you never think clearly. And for dudes, we never make any smart decision when we're angry, do we? Never made a smart decision once when we're angry. And so I would like to see more people in the content space, one, recognize that there are some good things going on, and let's enjoy the moments, because sometimes they're few and far between. This is like a baseball season. You win a game tonight, great, celebrate it, because tomorrow you may lose again. Okay, so let's enjoy these moments. Let's take a look at the opportunities that sit in front of us with Vera Montes coming before the United States Supreme Court. Let's consider the fact that the United States Department of Justice now is the big bully on the block out there fighting for your Second Amendment rights. That's huge, because that's a law firm that doesn't have a budget, right? They got the deepest pockets in the world. So there is a lot of positive energy going on in the sphere. There's a lot of great work that groups like GOA, FPC, SAF, everyone's out there. You guys are kicking ass. And so let's enjoy that moment, and let's get people in a better emotional state so that they are more capable of learning and then more capable of effectively communicating that message to the rest of the people. So that, to me, I think we need to tone down the anger. There'll be plenty of stuff to be pissed off about, but let's, guys, it's okay to be happy and joyful once in a while, and let's do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we push the fear-mongering thing a little bit too far sometimes, where we push that on emotion to make people want to be involved and do more. But what we need to do is make them realize that your voice is important. There was a time a handful of years ago where I thought, why do I even try? Why do I say something? It doesn't really matter what I say. It's not going to change anything, but it does. And you can't do it out of fear or frustration. You have to do it with a level head and be able to communicate it openly to those people and be able to give good information to them. So I think it's important to be able to do that and let them know that their voice is important.
Oh, I love this conversation. I'm going to hug you later for bringing
Well, you and I have had this conversation
only about
before.
1,400 times.
I know.
I'll kind of stack on both of those really quickly. People are not going to follow you because you're angry. People are going to follow you because you offer hope and inspiration, a plan, and then a better forward. It's that simple. I mean, you're not going to follow anger into a tough time. It might activate you in the individual moment. You might click on a video. You might donate $5. You might do this one thing. But that's not the carry through. That's not the payoff. The payoff is the consistent push. They took our rights away in the Second Amendment field specifically for 100 years. This is not going to be a overnight thing. This is a fight. You are part of something. And the kids that come behind us are going to be part of that same fight. This is a continuity thing. And to the point that we're bringing up around focusing on anger as a motivator, anger is a very good motivator in the short term. But in order to have anger, you have to have fear, and you cannot lead something from fear. You can lead from hope, you can lead from courage, you can lead from strategic agility, you can lead from a lot of different things, and fear is a part of it. But you don't let it become it, right? And I think that that's something that's so crucial, because when you're looking at the contrast between in the moment fight and the long-term fight, if you lose the long-term fight because you won the short-term fight, and actually something that you just said, PSR, a second ago, which was fire, what's the perception of what's being shown right now? Well, is the perception someone who can sit on a conversation or on a panel or in a bar or wherever you are and have a conversation with you in a reasonable fashion, or is it someone who's going to pump at you all these different memes of high energy, full autos, and Rambo? You're going to turn people off immediately. And on the other side, what's the end result of anger? You just hit on it. It's apathy. I'm not even going to try. I'm angry. I'm upset. If you're saying this is not going to work and this video is pointing out that this is a bad issue, well, I'm angry. I'm just going to throw my hand. It's pointless. They're tyrants anyway. I mean, how many of you have heard that? Well, a lot of you have heard, there's no point. We just hate everything. No, respectfully, screw that. The people that came before us they didn't motivate through fear. They motivated through courage. They built an entire country against the greatest military and an empire at the time. That wasn't because they were afraid. That's because they grinded. They literally put everything they had on the line. And it wasn't from fear. It was from hope. If you want to build a motivating movement, if you want to build the next piece that's going to take you to the next step, it's got to be from something larger than anger and fear. It has to be motivation and continuity. That would be my thought on it.
No, I'll agree, and I'll add to that. I understand that there was a time where we were all angry. The Biden administration, they were doing everything they could to take away our Second Amendment rights. But newsflash, guys, and I know some of you are going to be mad at me, but this is, in fact, the most pro-2A administration since I've been alive. And I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but it's been a while, okay? And so we have to understand that, yeah, we were angry. There was a time for that. We had to make sure that people were here. We had to, I get it. But now we have the upper hand. We have the DOJ that's willing to fight for the Second Amendment. And we have to get people, again, get the word out for people to jump on board and help support things like that instead of just being like, oh, we're still mad about this. Dude, we're winning. Stop being angry. There's no point in being angry. We're winning. Why would you be mad when you're winning? And you have to grow from that, because you're not going to grow being angry. Like, we asked for this administration, and now we have to help this administration. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I agree with all that. And this is coming from someone who lives in a state right now where I'm involved in local politics, and voter apathy is probably our biggest challenge that we have right now. So staying positive. But I will say specifically my experience of getting people to care about this stuff, and I'll talk about women because that's my primary audience, is for me, women are not going to care about the activism, the political side, the rights or anything like that until they have become comfortable with guns. Because even though I believe that everyone in this country should care about the Second Amendment, whether they're a gun owner or not, whether they like gun owners or not, that's not reality. So for me, it's been taking those women that I'm talking to privately and messages and stuff like that, and figuring out how to get them somewhere where they can become just comfortable with the idea of guns, and then comfortable with shooting guns, and then comfortable carrying because they think, oh, I can defend my own body and my kids and my family and stuff like that. And I can do that in a way of like, look, I'm just a regular person. I'm not law enforcement. I wasn't in the military. I'm just a regular middle-aged woman who carries every day, and just decided that I refuse to change the way that I dress and the way that I look to be able to defend myself. So if I can get them to that point where they're comfortable with all that, then I can have that conversation with them, right? I've been in gun stores locally recently a lot where we've had a lot of things change, and people who have never bought guns, or they haven't bought a gun in a long time, and they are told by the sales guy, well, you can't have that. We don't have that anymore. You have to wait this long for it. You have to go through this step. It costs this much. And the people are completely shocked. And those people they're not paying attention for whatever reason. But for me, it's been it's some steps. We think of it as activists, as like going straight to that. But my experience is if I can get them in the door and they were not anti-gun, not pro-gun, just kind of in the middle, like he said, and maybe not even curious, but curious is really good. If I can get to those people and just get them to that point of being comfortable with even the idea of guns, you can talk to them about the rights thing, and it makes a lot more sense to them when there's some degree of it being personal to them.
Totally. My thing is, if any of you have seen any of my content, well, I started with the 3D printing stuff, and it was at a time when not even a lot of people thought that 3D printed guns would be able to function, right? They thought, oh, they're going to blow up in your hand. So, and then they said, oh, isn't that so illegal? That's illegal, right? That's why you wear a mask. It's actually not why I wear a mask. It was because of a previous job that I had, but now I don't have that job anymore. But the mask stays on all the time, by the way. But
we figured it was because of your family's view on all that.
Well,
shit.
that too.
Yeah,
they're happy I wear a mask for that reason. Yeah. So I like to operate in the very. I like to push the boundaries a bit with my content, right? Take it right to the edge, right? So I think when we get people into these, more niche things, like now they're becoming more popular, but like, for example, forced reset triggers, FRTs, right? I like that kind of stuff because it is taking it to the limit in terms of, yes, this might sound like full auto, but it's technically not full auto. And the more people that we can kind of educate into this, into these spaces, the more people that actually take part in, these fun activities like 3D printing or shooting with FRTs, the better chance we have at retaining these rights, right? And we're seeing in various states all across the country, they are now putting tracking software. They're doing legislation or state legislation to track your printer and what it can print. Super 1984 vibes, unfortunately, but the more people we have into these hobbies, whether it's shooting fast with an FRT or 3D printing, the more the ones that push the buttons of the left, and people that are anti-gun, the more people we have doing that and aware of what the implications are in terms of, just legally and what goes on, and more people pay attention to that stuff because they own something. They own a 3D printer. They own an FRT. I think the better, because we get those people engaged in the conversation and they care about it more. I hope they care about it if they're rocking the FRTs or the 3D printed stuff.
Okay, guys, just a few more panel questions. If anyone would like to ask Q&A questions, please line up at the mics. Kind of going off what you're saying with pushing the boundary, FRTs, 3D printed guns, to the point where you said you're basically starting the education process. GOA has been around for 50 years. It's been 50 years of no compromise. If you were here earlier, we talked about how, the past, present, and future of federal affairs, how we've fought for 30 years on veteran fiduciary, and we just won. And, going off what you said at the end, Will, is this is not a one and done. We're not going to be able to snap our fingers, get rid of the ATF, get rid of the NFA. It is a constant fight. How do we convince people to stick with the no compromise mission, people who might be skeptical of it, pro-gun or even anti-gun, or people in the middle?
Well, I think the first thing we need to do is accurately describe what the Second Amendment is for. And I think that candidly, as this community, we have a tendency to devalue the Second Amendment. We communicate as though the Second Amendment is about the right to keep and bear arms. That is a component of the Second Amendment. If we all believe in what they said in the Declaration of Independence, which I'm assuming you all do, our rights were given to us by our Creator. Now, you may not believe in a Creator, that's fine, but your Creator believes in you. If the right that was given to us by our Creator, that right is the right of self-preservation. It's the most basic living right there is. In fact, the Animal Planet is a channel that's all based on the right of survivalship. That's what the whole channel is about. We have the human right of self-preservation, which means it gives us the right to carve out whatever path we want for us and our family, and the right to preserve it. And I think we need to start talking about the Second Amendment in much broader terms than merely the right to keep and bear arms. That is a component of it. And I think that more people will be interested in the Second Amendment if they think it's beyond just those scary guns. So to me, that's one of the things. And then if we're really talking about a God-given right of self-preservation, what is there to compromise on that? There's nothing to compromise on that, not at all. And the other side certainly is not willing to compromise. They may act like, oh, we're just asking for reasonable gun control measures. And you and I are out in Washington State, so we know that. We just, reasonable gun control.
It's common sense.
It's common sense gun control. 7 bills this year. Okay, oh, well, this year we're going to do 5 bills. And it's like boom, 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 boom. And when's the correct cocktail of laws finally get
You give
made?
them a little bit. They
You
will
give them
take
an inch and they
everything,
will
'cause
take a
that's
mile.
exactly what happens.
They will take a mile, and they are not going to stop until all of us are disarmed. They're not going to compromise. We're not going to compromise. And candidly, it goes well beyond our right to keep and bear an arm.
Yeah, and we got to make sure they understand what happens and what it looks like when we do allow compromise. Because when you start to allow that compromise, it is an incredibly slippery slope, and it doesn't stop. And it's not like, well, we're going to compromise for a little bit, and then we'll end here. It continues to go and go and go until it's gone forever. And once you get to that point, getting it back is almost impossible.
Billy, I'm liking being downstream from you. This is amazing, the way you just set me up like that. I love this. You know, the thing that is one of my little pet projects. You guys realize there's more things out there in the political system than just the Second Amendment, right? There's a few hot button topics. We have talked about a few things on a national scale that might be somewhat important. You know, you could do the border, you could do immigration, you could do whatever issue. Everyone's got their own little special cocktail of issues. But when you're talking about the position of compromise and you're talking about all the slow walk directly into tyranny, I don't know if you guys have noticed 3 little letters that have been popping up a lot recently. DSA? I mean, the Democrats are toast. If you follow my channel, I follow this stuff a lot. The road that they are going on, they will not be able to pull it back. The Democrats are going to be the Socialist Party. One of them is going to split and run the other way, and then we're going to have a heyday because they split. But that's another thing for another time. But that's all compromise. That's all built upon, well, just this one common sense thing. You know, let's just have an open border and do some amnesty.
We're a big tent.
We're a huge tent. We're the biggest tent you've ever seen. The circus has got nothing on us.
It is a circus.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, it's an appropriate analogy, wasn't it? Every single aspect of this, it's all compromise-based. Look what the Democrats have done with the socialists. We've adopted most of their policies, but we're not socialist. really, you sure seem like you have a lot of the same policies. And those exact same people just happen to be wanting to take your guns away so you can't stop them from doing more of their policies. Almost like there's a history around this for the last 150
Like the history book said something like that in there.
Something
somewhere.
about that. I mean, only 100 million dead in the last 150 years. I mean, come on, guys. We didn't get to 200 million. It's not that bad. I mean, you can do this all day. Like, you can look at the Ukrainian famine. You can look at the Great Leap Forward. You can go China. You can go Russia. You can go 13 million dead, 50 million dead. You can do this all day long. But the first thing that all these people did after they got over the fairness, they got into the guns. And once they took the guns away, then it was like, hey, open field. That's a shame you all dead to die, but we've got to move forward. The no compromise is not just because you want to say a cool tagline. The no compromise is because we cut the inevitable slippery slope, which has always been human history. If you do not have boundaries, if you do not have the approach that you're not going near this, if you don't slap them every time they do it, you're going to slippery slope. It's human nature. To me, it's a big thing. It's all connected. It's not just one siloed topic.
No, I'll agree, because a lot of times they'll be like, hey, it's just common sense gun laws. And it's like, oh, but you have to have safe storage. Well, how are you going to enforce the safe storage? Are you coming into my house? Well, that's another violation of other amendments. And then it's like, well, if we just have red flag laws, well, where's the due process? You're stepping on and you're starting off with well, common sense gun laws, because when you think about it, it sounds great. Yeah, you should lock your guns up. You shouldn't let toddlers play with guns. That's crazy. And the gun grabbers and the gun control groups, they hone in on that because they, especially with women, because nobody wants to see children dying. No one wants to see that. And they can get these women, and well, I mean, everyone, but they particularly target the women because they have kids. They're seeing these horrible things happening, and they're like, oh, well, you see what happened? If they just had red flag laws, this person never would have had these guns. Lady, they were already on the FBI watch list, and they didn't do anything about it. Get over that. And then you have the safe storage laws, and you're violating stuff over and over again, and you're framing it, well, everybody, you need to lock up your guns. Yeah, well, you also need to, not have crazy mental people. Well, how many times have these people been arrested and on the FBI watch list? All of these things, we already have 1 million gun laws, okay, multiple thousands of gun laws on the books, and you're not enforcing them, but yet you think we need to have more.
The next one's going to work.
Yeah,
You just need
just
one
like
more.
just like what
Just one
happened to
more.
you guys in Washington, the Seattle.
Yeah, no,
fight.
all those gun
Yeah.
laws worked really well to prevent that mass shooting at the
Yeah.
Seattle Center the other night. Real well.
Yeah, 15-year-old definitely had a legal gun.
In Seattle, we have the biggest layup ever for the ATF. Every teenage gangbanger has a switch. I don't have a switch. Any of you guys have switches?
I prefer not to answer that question.
Every single one. It's the biggest layup. They catch them all, and the ATF could come in and they could probably decrease our crime by 80% in Seattle just by taking that away and locking those kids up. But they don't care about that. But I guarantee if you were caught with one of those, any of us was caught with one of those, it would be a felony and you would be in jail probably for the rest of your life.
Yeah, exactly, and Washington doubled down, not just federal law, they have a state law for it, and clearly still not working.
Yeah, still not working. Yeah, for me, I think it's important to try to find a way to personalize this whole thing for people. I am not personally compromising my safety with anybody who doesn't care about my life. They don't care about my safety. They don't care about my life. They're not coming to protect me. So I'm not compromising with them. To me, self-defense is a natural born right, and it's by any means necessary. And that's where it ends for me. So I appreciate GOA because I know from being in this space a long time now that it's not necessarily the easiest thing to stand up to this and stay strong and stay no compromise, but they're doing it, and that's helping all of us.
Yeah. When I think about no compromise, I think about the state of the world and the state of this country right now, and I try to stay positive, but it's really been hard seeing the trend towards people being okay with mass surveillance, right? People being okay with just accepting it, right? And it's a similar thing with, gun rights, I think, and I'm not a huge fan of big government. Fairly obvious, but I think, I don't know how many people here are like, sick, flock cameras on every corner. Yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, people can just abuse it and track me and stalk me. nice. So I think it's just important to remember that, yeah, when you don't stand up for yourself, when you let things happen and you watch and you say, oh, well, the next person's going to take care of it, or yeah, the guys at GOA got that, you know. I think you got to be really mindful of how can I personally take part in this movement to contribute what I can to try to get things done and what I want to see done. And so I think it's just, along with what everyone else said, it's just taking that personally and, you know, doing everything you personally can to support what you want to see. And I would like to see flock cameras not exist. Unfortunately, we're seeing a story every day of guys taking shotguns, and I'm not going to say whether I condone that or not, and knocking off of the flock cameras, but yeah, it's tough when you've got a big government and they've you know, turned this into 1984. So that's my little tangent, but yeah. So yeah, go out and fight for your rights.
Ben, can I add something to that, like to the
Yeah.
we just talked about? Bill, this might be something you can jump in on as well. So no, it'll be great.
Okay, we'll find out in a second.
We got this.
Yeah.
You're a lawyer. Come on, just.
I'll wing it.
So, Katie brought something up, which I think bears a little bit more repeating. Do you realize, guys, that when they're coming for red flag laws, it's one of my pet peeves. It's all about, we've got to do this for safety. We got to do this. You know, it's not a concern for any of our constitutional rights, and the bleed over is not important. You don't need to worry about that. Are you serious? Oh my goodness, safety. Have you thought about the children? And then when it comes to immigration or ICE or any of these other issues, all of a sudden, all these Democrats are out there crowing about the Fourth Amendment and due process and all these different. I'm like, y'all, you guys, we know we have cameras, right? Like, I mean, like, do you see that too? It's wild.
Yeah, the Constitution on the other side is useful for some of their arguments.
Well, when you need it. It's like an outfit.
That's exactly. Unfortunately, or fortunately, that's not how the Constitution is intended to be applied.
Yeah, but it's really effective at destroying their arguments. It is. I mean, the hypocrisy of it, it's like 6 months apart. It's not even like, oh, that was my grandfather's gun control movement. No, that was like 4 weeks ago. We were getting coffee. Anyway, I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting point.
It was an interesting point.
Thanks, Bill.
You bet.
I appreciate that. Ben, back to you.
You know, I just want to finish this part off with, you know, we talk about being our own first responder, but I think also on top of this, and with the wealth of knowledge that we have from our panelists here, you also have to be your first advocate. You have to be the one that's going to lobby for the Second Amendment. We can help. We can be there in Capitol Hill, helping you guys communicate with members of Congress, helping talk to the right people, but in the end, you have to be the person to pick up the phone to write that email. And we have a few quick questions. Can we start with the left, please?
Sure. My name is Mike. Thank you for being out here. There's a few of you I actually follow and have commented to. And thank you for bringing up the multifaceted portion of this fight, because the DSA has stated that the first thing on their agenda is to repeal the Second Amendment with the 28th Amendment. So knowing that, and knowing that until they can do that, most of their agenda doesn't hold any water at all, because they have to take away our ability to fight back. How come we're not hearing more people, commenters, or commentators, influencers, personalities, talking about the DSA and how they are going to attempt to take away not just our Second Amendment right, but rights of then the Fourth Amendment, because they've actually stated that they will militarize the police to take away our guns once they've taken away the Second Amendment. How come we're not hearing more about stuff like that?
Do you guys mind if I jump on this first? It's one of my passion points. It is. Dude, I love me some DSA. They're so stupid. Okay, so honestly, the answer to that question, I believe, is boiled down to a symptom that is a bit of an opportunity. It comes down to a siloing effect. We're siloed. We are. And when I say silo, I mean, think about it. The Second Amendment is so entrenched around defending that one core right, which is 100% correct. It is not incorrect at all. But when you're looking at the overall impact of literally the wolves are at the door. I mean, like, this is not it'd be cool if we had health care. No, this is full-on socialist. This is abolish the presidency, abolish the Senate. The House controls everything. The judiciary is answerable to the House, getting rid of 2/3 of our government branches. I mean, we are not talking about something that is, oh, wouldn't it be nice if we had socialized medicine? No, they are going for the jugular. This is not a joke. This is not a question. This is a fact. They're openly going on Fox News and saying, like, yeah, we're going to do all this stuff. Prisons? Who needs them? I mean, we don't need prisons. That's so archaic. The status of man is so giving and loving with no consequences. I mean, it's no borders, amnesty, all of this stuff is related. And the siloing effect, because honestly, and Bill, you and I have talked about this a bunch, I think the 20, 30, and 40 years of being isolated away as a demon from the left has put us in a position in the Second Amendment space where we're so used to guarding our circle and protecting ourselves from the never-ending attack, because we are the lowest hanging fruit for them, that it has built in a culture of, this is what we talk about, this is what we focus on, everything else is not related to that specifically, so we're fine. It's no longer, that's not the fight anymore. That's not the case. These people are coming for everything. Guns happen to be one part of it, and I think the second that we open this up and we realize these are not good people, I think at that point you start branching out. That's one of the passion points for me, is we've got to branch out. We've got to bring all these underlying principles together and understand that the same thing they're doing to us in the gun world is the exact same thing they're now starting to do to everybody else. Demonize us, isolate us, destroy us. Well, first of all, good luck. But, I don't know, you want to stack on it?
Well, the attacks are on beyond just the Second Amendment from the DSA and,
correct,
and the modern, what I like to call the godless progressive movement, because they're coming after our First Amendment rights, they're coming after our Second Amendment rights, our Fourth Amendment rights, Fifth Amendment rights. It is every single inalienable right that is under attack. And by the way, for all of those people who say that the Second Amendment is only to protect you from private violence and not necessarily public violence, why does the first thing the DSA wants to do is take your guns? Maybe it was designed to prevent public violence as well.
Maybe we could look at some historic examples.
I don't know, we could go back in the history books and find an example or two.
Russians, Chinese, like my gosh.
I think in the meantime, my content is focused on getting as many people aware, like PSR said. He's just trying to reach as many people. I'm trying to reach as many people as I can, particularly as many women as I can, because I think, when that stuff is coming down the pipe, if we have more people on our side and more people aware of what actually happens if the Second Amendment goes away. And look, we don't have to guess what happens when the Second Amendment goes away. We can see it in other countries who didn't have constitutions, they didn't have the Second Amendment, but their ability to defend themselves by any means necessary has been away, and it's destroyed their countries. So we already know what happens if that happens to us, but in the meantime, I think it's important for all of us, including people who aren't doing this on social media, to reach as many people possible, because if we can get people, and I personally have several girlfriends who were very, very liberal pre-COVID, and COVID kind of turned their mind a little bit, because they started coming for, their kids and, the vaccines and all that kind of stuff, and that was something that got them into guns. So I think that there's a lot of ways to get to people that way, but, my goal is to reach as many people as possible, so that if and when the next administration comes in, there's more people aware of what's going on and what's coming for them.
And just we have one time for one final question.
Good. Hi, my name is Adam. Liz, I was just wondering, what are we doing for dinner tonight? Sorry, it drives her nuts when I ask her that. That's my wife.
He stood up there for 10 minutes. Just
Wait a minute, you had a plant this whole time?
No, my real question for the entire panel, since you're all content creators, what is your, I would say, favorite method of dealing with the haters that you get in the comments and all that other stuff?
Sarcasm.
Clarifying question, the haters coming from our side or the haters coming from the other side? Because that matters.
Either side, to be honest, because there are, like you discussed earlier, there is a lot of people who should be on our side but will be posting negative comments. Oh, I don't like this speaker. I saw it on the GOA X earlier, oh, I can't believe they have this person speaking and this, that, and the other thing. So it's like either side, yeah, whether it's from our side or from the left.
I mostly ignore it. And I ignore it because I feel strongly in what I say. I feel strongly in what I believe. I feel strongly in the clarity of my message. I feel strongly in the righteousness of my message, and you are entitled to disagree with me, and I'm entitled not to give a shit what you think. So that's kind of where I come down on it.
A big way too is just to be able to communicate with them. A lot of times they want that anger, they want that frustration, they want to hear you attack them and lash out so they can latch onto something and say, well, this is why I say these things, because they're mean and they're attacking me. You know, just being able to kill them with kindness almost, and ask them genuinely, you know, why do you think that way? You know, that's one of the questions I respond with the most is okay, we'll explain why you think that. Because they'll say something super negative and there's really no reason for it, but you know, you ask them, and a lot of times they can't respond to it, or they don't respond to it, or they change their opinion or their tone really quickly, and then you can actually have a conversation. So bringing them down a little bit and then actually conversating with them, and you're not always going to agree with them, but it's good to at least be able to conversate a little bit and be on the same level.
Yeah, it's a fun question. There's something that Katie and I talk about all the time when we're doing a lot of our planning meetings and a lot of things, when things like these pop up. And the person that you're trying to convince in the room is not the person you're debating. You're not going to convince the far lefty that's accusing you of these things, or saying you're this thing, or dropping this talking point, which has been debunked 8 million times. You're not going to convince that person. So if you are going to engage with that, because one option is you just ignore it, because at a certain time, like when things are heated, you just can't get involved, because nothing's going to move. The needle's not going to move. But objectively, sometimes you just have to respond, if you're going to, in a way that other people will see, and you come out as the rational person. Because the person that you're competing for their attention and their vote is not the person coming after you. It's the person who's listening quietly in the corner. A lot of the things that we talk about in day-to-day activities and online space stuff, I mean, you kind of have your tribes, right? I mean, like, you have the pro-gun people, and you have the anti-gun people. You have the Republican people and the Democrat people. You have the socialists and everybody else. But it's much more of an understanding of what you're actually talking towards. You're talking towards the goal of getting everybody, and you're not going to get the person you're talking to, but those other people, you can reach them. That would be my thought on that, because I don't really usually engage with extreme anger. If it's a genuine question, I will, but not usually.
I want to directly hit on what he said about, he saw on GOA's, like, a post that someone was saying, well, I can't believe you have that person speaking. Well, newsflash, guys, we all literally do this, and we don't do the same things. We're not everybody's flavor. So if you don't like someone, somebody else might. That might be their into the 2A. Doesn't mean that you have to agree with it, as long as we're all here for the no compromise goal of the Second Amendment, and fighting for the Second Amendment is the end goal. It doesn't really matter if you like them or not, as long as they're fighting for the right goal. So to answer that question directly, I think that's, at that point, it doesn't matter. It's not everything is about you. And I think that's a big thing that a lot of us just fail to see. Is like, we want to take everything and be like, oh, this is about me, 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 me. No, this is about the country. It doesn't matter if you like somebody or you don't like somebody. If they're fighting for the fight and they're not, like, doing anything morally wrong, it is what it is.
You know something, can I jump real quick? I'm so sorry. The one thing that you actually mentioned, which was incredible, you never know what's going to bring them into the conversation. Yep. Look what's going on in Spain right now. Yeah, knock, knock, where's my gun? Ah, crap.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to set that up.
Yeah, for sure. I generally ignore. I block a lot of people. You know, I get a lot of nasty comments. I've had multiple death threats. Mostly just certain men who don't like that women are doing it. The only time I really engage is if I feel that there is a correction to be made about somebody who has said something patently false, and I will make the correction and let it go how it goes, and that's more for if somebody else is reading it, because again, my audience is primarily women, and it's primarily women that don't know anything about guns, and you know, I don't want them necessarily reading one of these, you know, ridiculous made-up statistics or talking points from the other side, or, you know, everything they have is made up. Common sense gun law is made up, but, you know, red flag law is it's just a made-up term. So I will correct like that, but I do a lot of, just ignoring, straight up blocking, because again, I believe what I say too, and it's the internet, like it's public, but that page is my space, and you don't get access to me when you talk to me a certain way. So that's just my feeling on it.
I'll keep it quick here because I know we got to wrap up, but I think when I get comments from like anti-gun people on my channel, I know that video's blown up, because I'm very much in a pocket of very, very specifically interested in certain things like of the gun community. So it's like if I can get negative comments, it's like, oh, sick. Like, but I get plenty of negative comments that are, oh, why didn't you mount this on the rail this way? Like, oh, that looks, and then it's like, I'll kill them with kindness, or I'll be like, man, I'm trying my best. Come on. So yeah, I try not to get triggered. It's hard not to get triggered though. But yeah, so that's kind of how I deal with it. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Yeah, I wanted to say really quickly, if we could give a round of applause to our great panelists. And if you'd stick around, we're going to be playing a tribute to our board member, Sam Paredes, who recently passed, as well as an announcement for Goals 2027.
Sweet. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Great job to our panelists there. And, I've been shouting out you in attendance here. I've been shouting out all of you that are watching the live streams, and we greatly appreciate that. But there's also a lot of us here that aren't in front of a camera that are working hard behind the scenes. We've got a group of them sitting over here. We've got a group of them behind the scenes getting all sorts of great images, making sure that the GOA booth and the store is running smoothly. So a big shout out to all of our volunteers and to everybody that's really helping put this show on. So thank you, all of you. I hope you know that you are being recognized and how much you guys mean to our organization. On top of that, the next person I'm about to invite out here, she has been essential to making sure that our Gun Owners Advocacy and Leadership Summits go without a hitch. I mean, sometimes there are hitches, but she is able to put those fires out really quick. She's amazing. She's done everything she possibly can to make sure that all of you in attendance and all of you are watching have a smooth experience, have a great experience celebrating our Second Amendment and celebrating 50 years of no compromise here in Iowa. So to talk about Sam Paredes, who is so influential to gun owners of California and gun owners of America, I'd like to welcome to the stage now our Director of Marketing and Development, Kaylee Neiman.
Well, if one thing is for certain, it is that the Second Amendment is a generational requirement. We must have incredibly important mentors in our lives. You cannot overestimate the importance of having somebody who can take your hand and guide you on your Second Amendment journey, whether that is a grandparent, a parent, a mentor in your office space, whoever it is for you, that person becomes the link generation to generation. It is what allows us to sue on the text, history, and tradition of the Second Amendment. It's what allows us to push for greater innovation. It's what allows us to enjoy the civil liberties that the Second Amendment protects. And for me, one of the greatest mentors in my life was Sam Paredes. He was the guy I could call when I needed a pep talk. He was the guy I could call when I needed advice. And I was lucky enough to have him as a boss for almost 8 years at Gun Owners of America. And last year at the Goals Conference, we were sitting after the conference concluded, and we talked about what it was going to mean for GOA to turn 50, for us to have been fighting for half a century and just to continue to move the needle and to pass the torch. And he told me, he said, You will never know the impact that you have by making one conversation, by inviting one person to the range, or by doing the next right thing. And it is because of who he is and what he has done that has gotten us to this point. And so we're going to play a video just to give you that may not have had the privilege to know Sam, just a brief glimpse at who he was and why he is so important to our movement.
From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. If you can see life through my eyes, I see a bright, shining light. I see a lot of enthusiasm. I see a lot of hard work. And I see a lot of patriots who love this country. And from 1975 to 1986, not a single anti-gun bill was passed in the state of California. Not one. So Senator Richardson realized, you know what, we need to do this nationwide. And within a year, we started Gun Owners of America. And the rest is history. We are the only no-compromise, pro-Second Amendment organization in the world, not just the country. Our job is to gather, to build each other up, to learn from each other, to get excited, and then to scatter across the fruited plain, spreading the message of the Second Amendment and what other people need to do to be a part of it.
So I want to make a challenge to you all. I want you to find someone to mentor. I want you to find in your communities someone that you can take their hand and guide them on their Second Amendment journey. Because there is something so important when we all come together. Gun Owners of America right now stands at 2 million members. If every member were to have the attitude of Sam for just one day and recruited one member to join our ranks, it would be an unstoppable feat. But we get to do this every single day and carry on a legacy of no compromise because people have stood and made the no compromise legacy their legacy. And so, as someone who is fortunate enough to call him my mentor, it is my honor and joy to be carrying on that torch. And I am inviting all of you to join me on that journey and to encourage others around you because the fights that are up ahead are critical to win. Everybody is talking about the midterms and what that means and what it means for lawsuits and all of the things that get impacted when at the ballot box. But something incredibly important happens in the culture when we all come together and we stand on principle. Because our rights are not up for negotiation. And Sam was the most amazing leader. And I hope that through his legacy, we are able to find more and more and more and more leaders so that the Second Amendment doesn't end in one generation or two generations, but it is secured indefinitely because it was endowed by our Creator. And so, with that, we have some really exciting news about where we're going to be at next year for the Gun Owners Advocacy and Leadership Summit, the place where we can all come together, where we can build that community, and where we can get recharged for the battles ahead. And so, without further ado, I think there's something on the screen.
Thank you for attending the 3rd Annual Goals Convention here in Des Moines. It's been great celebrating 50 years of Gun Owners of America with all of our incredible members. From great speakers, exciting new products, and of course, the endless fun had here in Des Moines. We can't wait to do this again next year with all of you. We at GOA are excited to announce that Goals 2027 will be held in Tampa, Florida. We can't wait to see you there. Pre-registration opens soon, and we'll keep everyone updated with more details. To keep up with Goals and GOA, head to GOA.org and sign up for our alerts. Thanks again for coming to Goals. We'll see you next year.
excited to be in Tampa, Florida next year with all of you. We're excited that perhaps maybe we'll be a little bit closer to some of you on the East Coast that are watching at home. And thank you all for attending Goals 2026, 50 years of Gun Owners of America, 50 years of no compromise, 50 years of not only defending, but restoring our Second Amendment. And though we've had a lot of victories, there is still a lot of work to be done. If you can find it possible to support Gun Owners of America, become a member, GOA.org, just like this video showed you. On top of that, you can support by following @Gun Owners of America on YouTube, @Gun Owners on Twitter, where we'll be keeping you up to date with everything that we are doing to preserve our Second Amendment. God bless you all. Thank you all for joining us here in Iowa to celebrate our Second Amendment and our God-given, constitutionally protected rights. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless, and see you next year in Florida.